This video is a compilation of my personal Donna Adelson trial coverage. I have seen that long compilation videos are back to being a trend on YouTube, so I know that many people do enjoy this format to watch coverage. Now, with that being said, hopefully this will help people out that want to see how the trial progressed or just want to do a bit of catch up, as many people are anxiously awaiting to see, will anyone else be charged in the murder of Dan Markel? This is my recap of the day one of the Donna Adelson trial. My knowledge of this case going in is definitely more than the jurors, but most likely far less than you. So for me, a lot of this information is new and fresh, just like it will be for the jurors. Now, I'm not only writing down a synopsis of what I saw, but also my thoughts as I went through it, as this information is presented to me. So to begin with, the state is up for opening arguments. Donna Adelson was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law. The connections to the hitman were Donna Adelson's son, whose girlfriend had connections to the type of people that would do a hit. All right, crime tip. I guess we're doing crime tips. I did that in a previous video. I'm like, why would you make this mistake? The more people you have in a conspiracy, the more likely things are to leak. It gets even worse if it's a chain. If you have a chain where people don't have a loyalty to someone higher up the chain, it makes it much easier for them to flip. It's just simple common sense, and they didn't know that. Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home. This was after he took his two young children to school and went to work out that morning. Immediately, I'm having flashbacks of Brandon Boudreaux, very similar to the planned hit on him. So, I mean, they know the routine. That's immediately my thought is, this is someone who knows the routine. They know what he's going to be doing. Now, he was followed by two hitmen actually that entire day. A neighbor saw a vehicle speed away, and the neighbor found Dan Markel with a gun wound to the head. Sorry, not a shotgun wound. He did survive at first, and he died at the hospital. Now, two focuses by police were the motive. Who would hate this man enough to do this? And who drove the vehicle? Both paths led to Donna. They led to Donna. Investigating his personal life, they found a nasty divorce with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, the daughter of Donna Adelson. Wendy wanted to take the children to Miami, and Dan was against it because he works in Tallahassee. Donna hated Dan. Donna was controlling of her children. Strong opinions about Wendy Adelson's career, relationships, purchasing a home. If Wendy wouldn't do what Donna wanted, she would enlist Charlie Adelson to solve the problem by persuading Wendy. And immediately, Charlie starts mixing with I start thinking back to the Lori Vallow case and her brother and how he was the strong man and he's the solver. Are we going to have a similar situation? That's where my mind went. Donna was desperate to relocate Wendy and her children. Told her, you deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. She also said, make sure your attorney understands you will not be held hostage in Tallahassee. You do not have to be a prisoner in Tallahassee to accomplish this. And when I am reading these texts, by the way, I read them in Sarah Boone's voice because I've not heard Donna speak, and this seems like something that maybe Sarah would say. It also, everything I've seen before previously with Donna Adelson makes me think of like a Lori or a Sarah Boone that got to old age before getting caught committing murder. Not saying that something didn't happen before, but, you know, got away with it longer. It sounds interesting how similar these cases really are in a lot of ways. Donna was editing documents Wendy and her lawyer filed in court. Very Boone-esque. Donna was telling Wendy's attorneys what arguments to use. Very Boone-esque. We've seen that. She guilt-tripped about having to visit Tallahassee, and they were losing income traveling. So, in Wendy's divorce, the biggest loser, the one with the most complaints, was Donna. She made it all about her, and everything revolves around Donna. Donna said, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable. And again, remember, Sarah Boone had fights about relocation while incarcerated. Going to be spending the rest of her life in prison. Everyone knew that but her, and she was fighting relocation of her child still. The judge ruled with Dan Markel and dismissed it in a way that they couldn't be requested for relocation again. So Dan Markel went to court, won. You're not getting that relocation, Donna. The only way she can get that relocation is if something happens to Dan. After losing in court, Donna told Wendy that Dan Markel hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. They are going to win. Donna suggested a $1 million bribe. Donna suggested threats and to make Dan Markel miserable. Dan Markel was Jewish, so Donna came up with the idea to take pictures of his children outside a Catholic church and to post it on social media that they're getting baptized. Donna told Wendy, you need to put on the performance of your life. Donna said it didn't matter if Wendy had to dress her children in Nazi or SS uniforms as long as it showed Dan Markel wasn't in charge. Donna claimed the entire family's life depended on Wendy's boys being able to relocate. Donna said she would never, 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 never give up. Now, Donna and her son, the fixer, it seems, talked multiple times a day, every day, and she would vent about Dan Markel in life or death terms. Dan Markel was portrayed as a crazy person. Donna made it her son, Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. Even though the divorce was finalized, both sides kept filing violations, and that continued until Dan Markel's death. Dan Markel said his children were telling him how Donna was calling him stupid in front of them. Donna told the kids that Dan was taking them away from her. Dan filed in court to prevent Donna from having unsupervised contact with his children, and this motion in court was still pending when he was killed. Killing Dan means having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem. 48 hours after the shooting, Wendy and the kids moved into Donna Adelson's home and started school down the street. The father erased from their lives. This makes me think about how quickly Lori moved on. The Adelsons were a tight-knit family. Their work surrounded a dental office. Donna ran the office, the homes, and the lives of her family. When Wendy was interviewed by police, it was confirmed she was home having her TV fixed at the time of the murder. When asked if she knew anyone with a motive, Wendy Adelson said her family. I mean, I want to know what Wendy knew at this point, right? It is possible, entirely possible, Wendy could have been aware, I guess we'll find out during the trial, of what Donna was doing, and had the idea that I can take care of my overbearing mother and family as well. She said her parents had more reason to hate him than anyone. She called her parents to let them know he was shot, and after getting off the phone, Wendy told police they acted surprised, so that's a relief. When asked if someone might have killed him or on her behalf, she said her brother, the little fixer. Her brother joked about hiring a hitman to kill him as a divorce present, and instead he bought her a TV. The same TV that was the alibi the morning of the murder. A repair appointment that was set up by Wendy's parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson. So now a lot of questions. Are we going to find out if this TV was actually broken? Was it purposefully broken? I mean, that could be part of a plot. And any way it goes, we have the TV connected to the brother. We have the call connected to Donna. The path led to the Adelsons, but now they got to talk about the vehicle, the one that fled the scene. In fact, it actually followed Dan the whole morning. That exact car was tracked down. But who was in it? And I'm going to butcher these names. They found Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Riviera. Their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, followed Dan, turned the phones off during the murder, then turned them back on heading to Miami. That's basically a confession when it comes to phone terms. Like, you just did, like, no normal person's doing that, right? Then a bank camera caught them in the car in Miami, so they're dead to rights. The connection to the Adelsons is Donna Adelson's son, who joked about hiring a hitman. Okay, but that's just a joke, right? Well, there's a woman that he dated at one point and had frequent contact with. The woman was dating Charlie Adelson and was the father of one of the two men. One of the hitmen. Father of her children. They also followed the money. In the months after the murder, both of the alleged hitmen bought motorcycles. Charlie Adelson's girlfriend got new tits and a Lexus. And the Lexus previously belonged to a member of the Adelson family. There was no bank withdrawals matching these purchases. Huge cash spikes were going into the girlfriend's bank account after the murder. While she was unemployed, Donna even added the girlfriend to the payroll at the dental office. She was given a check every 2 weeks, but she didn't work there. 2 years worth of checks signed by Donna Adelson. They found a pattern. Donna called Charlie. Charlie called his girlfriend. Girlfriend called the shooter that was the father of her children. Also, that same pattern went in reverse, but only in that order or in reverse. They insulated themselves. Again, you're adding people, you're making a chain, someone just has to flip. An undercover operation was started, and police got authorized to listen in real time to calls in the middle using a wiretap. Almost 2 years after Charlie Adelson and his girlfriend broke up, she's back with the hitman, but they are still friends with Charlie and in communication. One of the hitmen was in prison on an unrelated charge. They had all moved on, so they had no reason to discuss the murder. So the wiretap's not going to be useful. Police needed to stage an event. They went with someone posing as a contact to the hitman in the prison, walk up to Donna on the street, and try to blackmail her for money. And they have a photo of it. Donna was handed a newspaper article about Dan Markel's murder, and written on it was a phone number and an amount of $5,000. He told Donna he knows the defendants are taking care of Katie, the ex-girlfriend, so he wants more out of it. He even says Charlie Adelson's name. Oh, no, he never said Charlie Adelson's name. Excuse me. So this guy comes up. Make sure I'm saying this right. Comes up to Donna. News article about Dan. Phone number, $5,000, mentions the ex-girlfriend. Donna doesn't even look at the paper, puts it in her purse, and walks away. Calls Charlie. Never mentioned, but she calls him. Remember, we have an order they follow. She doesn't call the ex. She contacts Charlie. Tells Charlie they need to talk about paperwork. It involves the two of them. She tells Charlie he should bring cash to the meeting, and the TV is about 5. Oh man, my bullshit detector's going off. Like, you're telling me you used a TV as an alibi, and you're using it in your code? Lock her up, right? Donna tells Charlie the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna never says which one, and trust me, Charlie has had many since her as well. Charlie never asked which girlfriend. They knew the TV is probably 5 was blackmail about Dan Markel's murder, where the TV was an alibi. And he only had one ex that he used to get a hitman. After this, Charlie calls the ex-girlfriend. Not his most recent one or the one before that, but the one with the connection to the hitman. This was the only call. They hadn't dated for about 1.5 years at that point, and this attempted blackmail was then never reported to police. You can tell they are careful of what they are saying because law enforcement might be behind the bump and wiretapping might be happening. Then Charlie meets with Donna Adelson in person, and she gives Charlie the paperwork. Charlie and his ex meet in a restaurant. An undercover officer records them. You can hear the discussion about it. About, is this the police? Is this real blackmail? If it's blackmail, is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder? Charlie thinks if it is the police, that's actually a good thing. Then the police don't have enough evidence. Charlie says, if they had any evidence, we have been already gone to the airport. Foreshadowing. No arrests had been made in this case, and the only thing released to the public was a photo of a light-colored Prius. The police knew who was in the Prius, but the public didn't. He starts giving the ex statements about rental cars, using a crime scene, DNA in a car can't prove a crime. You have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time of the crime. Charlie says crimes are hard to prove unless they are caught doing it, confess, or caught on a wiretap talking about the crime. He begins explaining how blackmail works. If you report to the police, the blackmailer might start talking to the police. You can pay him and let him know it's a one-time thing. Charlie told her to call the blackmailer and say, my friends don't know what you're talking about, which should be the Adelsons, but they'll give you the money as charity. But don't contact them again. Charlie said he would give her the money, but was worried that the blackmailer would come back, so Charlie suggests paying to have the blackmailer killed. Remember, he's saying this in front of an undercover cop. Recorded. He says, if they fuck with my family, it's gonna be like fucking Nazi shit. I don't care what I spend. The Adelsons really like to talk about Nazis and dressing the grandkids up as Nazis. A lot of references to Nazis, I must say. Just pops out to me. I wonder if we'll get any more Nazi references as this goes on. The ex asks for the money, and he says he will take care of her. Oh, so she has to be paid. And he says he'll take care of her, and remember, she's on salary at the office. Now, Charlie then calls Donna, because remember, they only go in one way, tell her everything is good using code words. Then the ex calls the hitman to task him with finding the blackmailer. Later you will hear them talk in code. Both of the hitmen were arrested. One cut a deal with police and told police he was recruited to kill Dan Markel. It was a job, and the ex was able to get for him. They had a picture and some notes. Afterwards, they called the ex to let her know it was done, and they were told they were get their money the next day. And then, I will say, in court, the camera shifts to Donna Adelson, and she's basically doing this. Looks like she's saying yes to all of this. Great body language. The money they got paid is also really interesting. It was in stacks of thousands with $100 bills stapled together for each $1,000. That seems stupid and like a really easy way to have your money traced. Then the ex was arrested. The Adelson family had a lot of access to cash because they did a cash discount and they kept it in stacks. Then they kept it in a safe. Charlie Adelson's friend said he would keep his money in $1,000 stacks stapled together. You know, just like the hitman got paid in. Garcia, one of the hitmen, has been convicted. And then in 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. His ex was convicted. During the ex's trial, she claimed no knowledge of the murder, and the Adelsons must have went around her. And the state's case was correct, except she wasn't involved. After her conviction, she admitted she was the connection and testified then in Charlie Adelson's trial. She said Charlie wanted someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out. Charlie painted a picture that Dan Markel was a terrible person. She said she went to get the money from Charlie. He said his parents were just there. Phone evidence proves that. She said the money was stapled, but also wet. Charlie said it was damp because Donna Adelson had literally washed the money. Criminal mastermind here. Charlie claimed the others did it without the Adelsons' involvement and extorted the Adelsons. So basically, Charlie's defense was, no, that whole group down the chain, they did it without us knowing and then tried to extort us, and Charlie got convicted. Within hours of Charlie being convicted, Donna was planning to leave to a non-extradition country. You know, kind of like Charlie referenced before would be the plan. Donna applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam, talked to putting money into trust. Her and her husband bought one-way tickets. They got stopped on the jetway and Donna was arrested. After Donna was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said Donna was offering them money for false testimony in this very trial. She offered them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs if they said the ex told them a different story about the crime. One informant even gave law enforcement a script written by Donna. State then goes and overviews what we heard and then says you'll find her guilty as charged. Donna looks almost in tears. And this is literally like, how is she not just dead to rights? You know what I mean? Like, she is so guilty, it seems like already. The state has put on, if they're telling the truth, an amazing case so far. Everything leads to Donna. They screwed up with the phones. They screwed up with their contacts. They screwed up with the wiretapping. They screwed up with an undercover cop. Multiple convictions already. If you're sitting on this jury, no evidence has been presented and you can't come up to a determination yet. But if you're on that jury, you are very, very interested in the overview, I think. I think you have a good picture of what the state's going to say. I think they did a great job there, but we have more to see. A correction. I think maybe the woman nodding along was actually Donna's lawyer. There was a long break since I watched that part, and during that time I realized that maybe that was her, and I just wasn't thinking clearly at the time. I'm going to mention it here in case I was wrong. Sure, someone will let me know in the comments whether I misremembered or not. It does make sense that Donna's lawyer would be nodding along because they are just kind of admitting to most of it. The defense is up. She said, remember, state goes first, but defense needs to be heard too. You heard a lot about why Donna has a motive. You heard a lot about what other people did, but no evidence Donna planned this, hired anyone, or planned this to happen. Each element of the offenses have to have evidence. Never stop thinking about why we are here. 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He had 2 degrees. He was a professor with students. He traveled often. He had to be proud of what he achieved. Absolutely not the start I would go with when your client is accused of murdering the man. Wouldn't go that direction, gonna be honest. Wendy was married to Danny. Danny cared most about his little boys. When Wendy moved out, Danny didn't want a divorce. They argued during the divorce. The divorce had ended and no relocation was decided before the killing. They're trying to, the way they're like emphasizing this is like, well, there was no relocation decided before he was killed, as if that would be a reason he wouldn't be killed. Danny wanted as much time as possible with his children. He loved being with his children. He Skyped his children when he couldn't see them in person, read them bedtime stories. Their father was brutally taken from them. Donna would set up the Skypes. Now, Donna is a normal person, just like all of us. Donna went to work every morning and late into the evening, a normal person. She is kind, caring, loving. Gotta say, if you're ever telling me, listen, they're normal. They're a normal person. They put their pants on the same as everyone else. I'm going to immediately go, something's wrong with them, right? I don't know. Maybe that's a me thing. The state can prove some of the things they were talking about, and they show a chart basically with the flow of the money and the guns. They go through the same assassination story we heard from the state. Basically the same thing. Focuses on the exact man who shot him. The state can prove that, but they aren't on trial. The state can prove the ex-girlfriends of Charles set it up and paid them. And you will see them prove it was Charlie's money that went to the ex-girlfriend, not from Donna. So, as I said, they are just basically admitting to every step of the crime except Donna's involvement. They tell the story Donna did this and that story then makes money in the media. It is outrageous they put Donna at the head of this conspiracy without evidence. Charlie told Donna to put his ex on the payroll, and you will find out why. There won't be evidence that Donna did this crime. Now, here's the thing, right? I don't know why complaining about the media is a thing when the jury was selected with, I'm assuming, people that didn't know about it, right? Like, I don't know. This whole defense team just boggles my mind, to be honest. It kind of reminds me in ways, and I'm going to make this reference, I'm sure, a lot if I keep following this. It reminds me of how it felt like the Sarah Boone law team was being led a little bit by Sarah, that maybe Donna is go this direction and it's not really working. The state calls their first witness, and I want to say I will be severely shortening down the testimony in my notes to make it more digestible, but also my middle fingers on both hands have been killing me now for a couple weeks. I don't think I flip people off enough for that to be the reason that it's hurting, but it's happening, so I'm just going to try to save my hands as much as possible. James Geiger is up first. He is the neighbor of Danny. Him and his wife heard a loud bang the day of the killing, and they saw the Prius. photos of his house in view. It's shown. He thought maybe a burglary, but went over and saw the garage open, the car running, and thought that, nothing's wrong. But then later, he still hadn't left, so he walked into the garage and saw the window shattered and saw a bloody head moving, and he had to go home because he forgot his phone. Personal issue I have with generally older people. They never keep their phones within arm's reach. And every time the defense is, well, I don't always need it on me. Yes, you do. Just, you do. In case of an emergency, you do. Just personal complaint. But he went home and got his phone and then called 911. It was all more than 5 minutes, but less than 10. Photos of the car in the garage. He knew Danny and Wendy. They weren't particularly close, but he'd seen them over the years. They were at a housewarming party. He knew of the divorce. He couldn't tell who was in the Prius, and they played the 911 call. The fence does not cross him. David Sims, retired sergeant, is up, who responded to the scene first on the scene. He saw the driver's side window was broken, found Danny gasping for air, cell phone in one hand and business card in the other. He was on a call. He never said anything. Danny didn't, and they show crime scene photos. Again, defense does not cross. Joanne Maltese is up next. She is a retired forensic specialist. She collected evidence at the scene, showed it was like eyeglasses, no fingerprints were sent for analysis. They show how they collected the wallet. It had cash in it. Did not appear to be a break-in. Wendy's vehicle was towed and examined. There was a bottle of alcohol with a receipt in the passenger seat. Really wondering if that comes into play. The witness also went to the hospital and took photos of Dan. Donna was making like a crying face during this. Again, defense does not cross. Anthony J. Clark is up, medical examiner. He conducted the autopsy. Photos are submitted. There is an approach. The jury is taken out. They come back, and the x-rays of the injuries are shown where you can see the bullets, 2 bullets in his head, photos including his face, which obviously wasn't shown online. You can see pseudo-stippling from the glass hitting his face. Second bullet shot had actual stippling, and the stippling makes it appear the victim actually raised his arm in defense. Second shot was to the forehead, and it was the killing blow. Donna is appearing to be consoled at the defense table during this, or like rubbing her back. Ew. Danny died of homicide. Again, the defense doesn't cross, and we go to lunch break. We come back, and it's a discussion about statements to Donna, making statements about Danny. State says, how do I want to word this? It's kind of weird. Basically, there are emails where Donna's complaining, and the defense is claiming it's complaints about Danny's family, not about Danny. And there's a fight about it. That Donna wanted the children with her family, not with Danny or his family. Statements by Wendy will probably clear this up. The state is explaining how it goes to motive. The judge says a lot of the email isn't relevant, but it does tie into other evidence. It will be permitted to show defendant had a consistent animus to the defendant. Defense is saying this isn't directed at Danny. This is about the boys being brought to see the defendant instead of going to visit them in Tallahassee. The judge makes it clear that this all should have been in pretrial motions. That's going to be a continuous thing. The state says that removing Danny from the family's lives has always been the state's motive that they were going with. The judge has actually precluded the state from talking about visitation with the grandparents, but obviously that's always been part of the state's theory. It's important to show the animus started way back, and this is the oldest exhibit of it. So basically, this is part of more showing a pattern of hatred, right? The judge says it will be permitted to show that. The defense wants a limiting instruction, but is at a loss of what that would even be. Which is, the defense, I'm going to be honest, the defense just seems incompetent to me. That's my takeaway from today. Long story short, I think you'll agree by the end if you haven't watched. If you watched, I think you'll probably agree. The defense saying this isn't a statement against Danny, but his parents. And I say incompetent because it's not like they're, like, obviously you're going to make arguments for your client. But they're making, like, we want a limiting instruction. Okay, what do you want it to be? They don't have one. That's not good. Next is another email. It's a list of possible love interests for Wendy. Yes, Donna is finding matchmaking for Wendy. She's being a matchmaker. Donna likes to control her children, including who they date and marry. All of this is outside the presence of the jury, by the way. This is discussions about what's going to be allowed. Sounds like Donna was running a Match.com account for Wendy. Wendy can be asked about Donna choosing her love interest, but the judge questions if it's hearsay. Defense says this is just bashing Donna and doesn't prove their case. Judge says this goes to motive. I think it also goes to, the personality type we're dealing with here. There is more about her controlling love interests and having Charlie get involved, and it's going to be allowed. Next, we got more discussions. Is something about Donna saying a judge is a Southern black lady in an email. That'll just go great with the Nazi references, I'm sure, from her and her son. State doesn't know why it needs to be redacted, and the defense is saying it doesn't go into motive. 2 jurors are African Americans, so it's going to be redacted. And at this point, I looked up the reference. Is it public? And I found it. So, about pretending to have the children convert to Catholicism, this was put in an email. There were multiple donations from, this is about the judge. There were multiple donations from her church pastors and ministers on her financial contributions. She's a Southern black lady. How do you know it won't be music to her ears to hear this? So, Donna here is, in the opening statement, they're saying that she tried to bribe people to give false testimony. And here, it seems like she is investigating the lawyer in the family case to then try to use her religion and, I guess, race to manipulate her. I mean, I get why the defense is worried. This was prejudiced jurors, but we already have it being brought up that she wanted the children to be in SS uniforms. So I don't know how much redacting this will matter, but it is redacted. Email about Wendy moving from a more secure location to a less secure location. So this is just, again, we don't have the full context. They're fighting over it's going to be allowed. It will develop over the trial, but it's to prove there wasn't fear for Wendy's safety. Because apparently that's something the defense is going to try. Defense says it wasn't less secure. The judge reads an instruction from last trial and found this all admissible. The judge is not happy this is coming up now instead of pre-trial. The defense claims they just got it and the original binder was a mess and missing things. We have more. Next, the defense says they have a problem with an exhibit about a child being sad. The state says it's an email where Donna says the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. It's extremely relevant. State says this goes to motive and state of mind. Defense says it is Donna saying they aren't sad, not that Donna says they can't be sad. It's allowed, just got to make foundation. Another element added due to mention of Skype in the defense's opening statement. I think it's a possible jury instruction. Now we have Wendy to Donna instructing Donna to do Skype calls with a schedule that she got from Danny. State says Donna didn't do it, and there were issues of the Skype calls actually not happening. State wants it admitted because of what the defense said at opening. At opening, the defense said that Donna set these up. It was actually a plan by Danny, and she wasn't doing it. The judge says it will need its foundation, but yeah, it can come in. And then finally, the jury is back. Surely we're not going to have any more issues. A stipulation is read about projectiles being from the same revolver. The state calls Craig Ipsum. He's a retired police officer. Dan lived for about 11 hours after being shot. Wendy was approached at a restaurant on the day of the shooting. He said he needed to speak to her and was wearing a badge. He told her something happened with her ex-husband, but her children were not involved. She wasn't being treated as a suspect. She got a victim advocate, and she could use her phone during the interview. They submit all of the filings in a divorce case, lots of files, including arguments over things as petty as a tennis racket. Divorce filings directly connected to Donna Adelson, and they're trying to be submitted. Now there's an approach. This is a long one, and the witnesses and the jury leave. So they're like, hey, Donna was involved in the divorce case. We want to submit that, and now we've got whatever's happening now. The judge says he's considering sending the jury home because they are wasting a ton of time for things already litigated or should have been handled outside of court. Judge tells him to make his objection now. Defense claims after dissolution there is no proof of Donna's involvement. The judge says he heard this argument already and it was ruled on. If it takes multiple witnesses to lay foundation, it will be allowed and your objection is noted. What else? The judge says we need to go through, if we need to go through every state exhibit before leaving here, we will do so no matter how long it takes, but we won't be wasting the jurors' time. Defense asked if they will be establishing connection between multiple witnesses. State says she wasn't planning to go through every page with this witness due to no objection, but she can. It'll take time to prepare. The state says they complied with the court's ruling and wants to move on. They can continue, but it won't be admitted until foundation is tied up later, and this is all going to be brought up. Retired police officer is now back up, and he showed emails. A search warrant was used on Donna's Gmail account. Dan sent an email to Wendy, and it was forwarded to Donna. This was related to the grandma motion. Objection, lack of relevance, hearsay, overruled. Witness is asked if Donna responded to the email. Defense objects again, and the jury is taken out, and the investigator leaves. We are having a hell of a day. The judge says not to sound like a broken record, but mentioned if the jury needs to go home, they can work through these issues. Will there be more challenges like this? Defense says Donna and her husband both share an email address. State says this will be tied up with Wendy Adelson. So basically the state's saying, look, Wendy will prove it's Donna, so we'll just deal with it then. Judge tells him to find anything else in the exhibit they might object to. The other exhibits for the witnesses are shared. Detectives and the jurors are brought in. Hopefully we're done, right? Review the divorce documents and emails. Dan had a motion filed in the court to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children. It was pending at the time of his death. The content of that motion was sent from Wendy to Donna's email. Dan doesn't want Donna to be alone with the children because the children are saying Grandma says you're stupid or that she hates you. Donna called Dan names. An email to Wendy called Dan Elvis, asshole. He couldn't find him calling him an asshole, but knew he was called an asshole. Another email calling Dan a major fucker. Another email. Donna is pushing for Wendy to relocate, how important it is to Donna. 5 days after relocation is denied, Donna plots another way to relocate the children. Donna suggests the children pretend to attend a Catholic church and take pictures to send to Dan, and Donna suggested $1 million bribe. Dan had life insurance policies. One for $2 million, another for $60,000. The kids would get $4,500 a month after his death, which would go to Wendy Adelson. So plenty of money in case of his death. Now is Jim's surveillance footage. The suspect vehicle follows him and leaves after he leaves. Bus video showing it. They explain identifying details of the vehicle, phone data analysis. They match it to a rental. They find who rented it, and the listing is a brother. They trace it back to the two involved in the hit. Very quick, really, how they just tied it all together. Took a while, obviously, for them to really find it, but once the pieces were there, it's a very quick story. They showed phone numbers and their connections. Later, he learned Catherine was the mother of one of the one of the shooter's children, and dated Charlie Adelson. So now we have a connection. Before the murder, she worked, but afterwards she got money from the Adelson dental business. Catherine was not in the dental business records at first. Later, they got a list of checks paid to Catherine after dealing with lawyers. No W-2 or what her job was. The person working the desk didn't know who she was. Another employee knew the name, but not if she did a job there. Donna signed all the checks. This witness was present when the ex-girlfriend of Charlie was arrested. He began to answer about talking to her lawyer, and defense objects to relevance. It was overruled. He told Catherine's lawyer if she wants to cooperate, she can let the detective know. Less than 20 minutes later, Charlie's attorney contacted him and said if Charlie was arrested to contact him. So they arrest Catherine. He talks to Catherine's lawyer, and less than 20 minutes, Charlie's lawyer, unprompted, is contacting this detective. How did he get the number? How did he know what was going on? Yeah. Objection, sustained partly. Next is up is Charlie. Next call. Basically, they get to repeat. The next call was from Charlie's lawyer. Okay? But not what they talked about, I guess. Finally, getting a cross-examination by the defense. Let's see how this goes. Because obviously, the objections aren't working. Detective got phone records early on. He knew the area Donna lived. Witness made connections to Charlie, the shooters, the ex-girlfriend. He said he didn't make contacts for Donna Adelson's toll records, didn't contact for road construction records, didn't ask about accident records. Honestly, he's like, I didn't do that. I don't know if he's like, if it's like a defense strategy, if they're fishing, I don't know. Donna and her husband share an email address. He doesn't remember if Wendy said they did. Donna insulted Dan, but didn't directly say she hated him. Just called him a major fucker, you know. The children were 3 and 4 at the time. The defense asked if instead of a bribe, it might have been allowed, you know, an allowed common thing to make a decision on where the children would stay with money. Donna didn't get Danny's life insurance or pension. Wendy didn't take the kids to that Catholic school or dress them as Nazis, as Donna suggested. They didn't say the Nazi part, but didn't dress them up. I wouldn't have even mentioned the dress up part. You're reminding them, right? He doesn't know what records other employees at the dental office had on them. He received a call from a man saying he was Charlie Adelson's attorney. It was shocking to the witness because the only way Charlie's attorney could even know to contact him would be if the ex's attorney contacted Charlie's attorney. It was a very short time frame. There was no media. Donna's attorney didn't contact him, though. Talk of the grandmother motion and it being very plain. They show an email to Wendy that is from Donna's email, but says it's from her husband. Another, the same way, another email, repair order for the TV, love Dad. Geek Squad asking if they could possibly do a quicker repair time if it's available, and they said sure. So the defense's whole thing is, well, the husband also uses the email, right? But State's back up. State shows emails signed Mom, including those about the relocation being the most important thing in the divorce. Another email signed Mom and Dad. No more questions. He might be recalled. Obviously, this is going to end up with Wendy saying they always signed their emails who it was from. And, or saying, hey, I knew about this. We also had a phone call verifying it was Mom. Something like that. I guarantee it. The state wants clarification at this point. Are they going to go through every single page previously discussed? Defense now says they only have objections to some. Questions if the objections are all pleadings or select pleadings. And then the defense is like, I didn't understand the question. And it's just a mess. And then they bring in Luis Riviera, one of the people involved in the hit, and then the jurors. He has been convicted for this murder. 5 total felonies. Incarcerated right now. He pled guilty to second-degree murder, 19 years concurrent with his other federal sentence. He cooperated by telling on his co-defendant. He did a recording proffer. He was hired to participate in this murder. Childhood friend enlisted him. He was enlisted by Katie and the childhood friend was enlisted by Katie, but he doesn't know who enlisted Katie. The purpose of the murder was Wendy wanted the kids. He heard of a dentist involved, Charlie, Katie's side piece. He never spoke to the Adelson family. He doesn't know about the Adelson family. He was to be paid $35,000 for his part. He thought Garcia was going to get $40,000. It was a one-time payment. He didn't know anything about the man he went to kill. They had a picture of his face and address. They showed a photo of him with Garcia. He came to Tallahassee twice related to this case. Second time was when they did the actual murder. At the time of the murder, Katie was with Charlie and Garcia. Everyone's fucking everyone in this case. I'm sorry. They rented a car for both trips and had a photo of the victim for both trips. They drove around to find out where he lived. They wanted to, scope it out. They brought a gun with them on the first trip and the second, obviously. They followed the victim to a daycare on the first trip. They didn't want to murder him in front of his kids, and they actually lost him on that trip. They came back to finish the job. Second trip, they rented a hotel room. He only remembers one gun on the second trip, and in fact, they accidentally fired a shot through the floorboard in the car on the way home, and it hit the gas line. It amazes me, like, in every murder case, how everyone's incompetent. They met up with a guy who helped them fix the car. They saw Danny drop his kids off to go to the gym. They followed him. They were told to do the murder that day because Dan was going to travel. He didn't know who Wendy was at the time, but knew it was to get kids for a lady. Garcia shot him twice. Luis didn't want to be the shooter, so Garcia did it. The gun was thrown into the ocean. They show him at an ATM. Garcia called Katie after the murder. They got the money the next day. Katie called him because she couldn't get a hold of Garcia. Garcia was actually with another woman who goes by the name of Shrimp. So Katie is with both Charlie and Garcia is with Shrimp. He wasn't there when Katie got the money. It was cash stapled in bundles of 1,000. He hadn't seen stapled money like that before. You know, definitely make sure your murder payments are identifiable, right? They bought motorcycles. A witness identified voices on a recorded call. He didn't know where Charlie lived, didn't know Charlie was paying him, didn't know Charlie had a safe of money. If he knew all of that, he would have just robbed Charlie for the money. Told Garcia they could rob the person with the money, but Garcia said that wasn't a good idea. Defense is up. First trip, they followed Dan and lost him. Second trip, they didn't lose him. He was killed at his house. He told Wendy he wanted him killed because he wanted her children. When he talked to the defense, he asked to put a number 1 next to Katie, and he did. It was like a card with like photos. He put a 1 next to Katie. He put a 2 next to the person who did the killing, Garcia. Put a 3 next to himself. He got the gun and drove. Put a number 4 next to the who was to be killed, Dan. Number 5 next to who wanted him killed, and they put the number next to Wendy. He said he didn't know that Donna or Harvey Adelson were involved. There's no redirect. There's approach. The jury is in recess, and they just kind of go through what was admitted today to hopefully not have issues. The defense and the state will be early on Monday to try to work through whatever the hell they're arguing about, and then they're going to be in with the jury. I expect their arguing to take longer than they expect because the defense doesn't seem to know what they want to argue about either. They have a weekend to figure it out, I guess. So, that is the day 1 update. Currently, I'm planning to do updates on the other days if nothing changes. As I said, my hands have been hurting. I think I did a good job spacing this out so they don't kill me. Did get the video out a little later due to that. I will say, following this case on the 29th, I'm going to have something I have to do. So, most likely any coverage will not happen that day. I just will be busy. So, we'll see. But I am kind of hooked. I'm honestly kind of hooked, partly because I want to see how bad the defense is, in my opinion. It's where I'm at. I'm at the point of how bad can this defense get? That's where I'm at. As I said, I came in not knowing a lot of stuff other people know, and I am just floored with how this is going. If you like the content, like, comment, subscribe. I'll put the buy me a coffee link in the pinned comment if you want to do that. And see you in the next video. This is a mess. This is a mess. I'm excited for Monday, partly because I feel like this judge is going to blow up on the defense. I feel it. We have day 2 of the Donna Adelson trial. Yes, I know things are happening with Sarah Boone. I'm going to get to it when I can fit in the time. But we got to talk about this case, and we're dealing with foundational issues outside of the presence of the jury to begin with. They bring up Jason Newland, an investigator. He assembled a notebook that contained divorce filings connected to Donna Adelson. They go to the grandma motion, which is to limit Donna Adelson's contact to the grandchildren. And the response to that email was, wow. There's an email before that where that motion's contents were sent to Donna by Wendy. Then Wendy also sent the parental coordinator's response to the grandma motion to Donna as well, addressed, Dear Mom and Dad. Donna was on the way to Tallahassee, which is maybe why she got it in that format instead of the exact pleading. The defense is up. The investigator doesn't know if it was Mom or Dad who responded, wow. He doesn't have proof Donna herself saw it while on that trip to Tallahassee. State's back up. Donna can be confirmed to have read many of the court emails. And wow is a common response to things that are also responded to, love Mom. There is a pattern of Donna signing Mom or sign Dad and Mom or Dad and I. All of this comes back later. Defense says it is speculative because that response doesn't have a name on it, so they don't want it submitted. State says it was sent to a joint email Donna Adelson used and was the primarily one responding to the court filings and even drafted some for Wendy. While defense can say the first might have not gone to Donna, the second was specifically sent to mom and dad. And it can be admitted if a pattern shows they both respond to the email. The judge explains Wendy will be testifying. Oh boy, haven't gotten there yet. By the time I'm recording this, I have not gotten to Wendy. With immunity, while the state questions her, the jury, it's from my understanding, the jury will be removed for the defense proffer for testimony because they expect Wendy to invoke privilege at that time and not answer the defense's questions. Judge points out there'll be a huge hurdle for the defense to try to force any testimony out of her if that's what they're trying to do. Jury is in. Investigator Jason Newland, the one we just talked about, is up again, and this time in front of the jury. They hand him the massive divorce filing binder. I'm talking, it's like this thick, right? It's huge. And I've actually had a binder that thick before. When I was in college, we had an exam that didn't limit how big a cheat sheet could be. And people are like, could it be pre-written notes? Could it be diagrams from the internet? Could it be, and we went down the list, and eventually the teacher was like, take whatever you want and put it in a binder if you want. So me and a bunch of others, most of the class, added a bunch of notes. We had a bunch of pages to go to, like an index, and we printed out the entire textbook and brought that to our exam. Teacher allowed it. They didn't tell us no. With that being said, little story there. They could tell Donna was the primary one interacting with the emails because she also had a daily planner. They made a state filing that is all of the segments that they can 100% confirm Donna were involved with. It comes with a PowerPoint even to help the jury because basically it's kind of like what we had to do in college. Kind of why I brought it up. It's so big, you need to have an index saying for this type of question found in section AA, you need to check section CQ, that type of thing. So it's a little confusing. So honestly, part of this segment, in my opinion, is kind of teaching the jury how to actually go through it when they do deliberations. That's my opinion there. I think part of this was to instruct the jury. Now, Wendy filed for the dissolution of marriage, and Donna saw it. Next is a substitution of counsel request. Donna sent an email 7 days earlier about switching the counsel. Donna's involved again. An email is shown between Donna and Charlie where Wendy left because the lawyer told her she shouldn't have taken half the savings. So, Donna and Wendy, I guess, don't like being told no and literally switched lawyers when they were told you shouldn't have done that. And because of this things keep standing out at trial, I want to quote this part because this keeps happening. All right. Quote is, he is Jewish and there are very few Jewish family law people in Tallahassee. So Wendy must make sure that her's not the person that Susser had in mind to send this to. So many, Donna is like, I mean, we got wanting to have the children in SS uniforms. We've got Donna's statement about a black judge. It's just, I mean, the jury doesn't know about the black judge, but they know about everything else, right? And it's just going to get worse. It's not making her look good. I'll put it that way. Donna drafted an email to send to a law firm, and she did it in Wendy's voice. She would say I, but she meant Wendy. Part of it is saying, Danny and I moved to Tallahassee for his job at the Florida State University College of Law. I have been upset about this move since it happened in 2005. It continues about how there are 16 Christian, Catholic, and Baptist schools in Tallahassee with over 3,600 students. Says the children will not be attending a Hebrew day school, not be brought up kosher or religious if they're in Tallahassee. It ends with, that's not a threat, just a reality. Remember, this is all coming from Donna. Now, did Wendy do all of this? And no, Wendy said no at certain points to her mom. The defense will bring that up later. But Donna's trying to pull the strings. Again, they show Donna referring to herself as the mom of the boys because it was written for Wendy. There's another response from Wendy that is forwarded to Donna and Harvey. Donna asked for items and Wendy sent them. Next is Wendy's filing to move the children into Donna's home. Wendy sent it to her mom, requesting she edit it 3 months before it was filed. So this is, I dropped my phone. It's fine. This is very much showing that Donna is deeply involved in all this. Donna replied with edits, signed "Love You, Mom," Donna's questions and sent to the attorney, and then response sent back to Donna. So, yeah, they're basically, Wendy was a go-between because the attorney was speaking to Wendy. Another email was shown that was actually meant for Wendy's lawyer, trying to claim the husband is the reason her jobs are limited in Tallahassee, so Wendy should get even more money, and it be a bargaining chip. Next is the filing to prevent Wendy from moving with the kids from Danny. Once examined in context, the sole stated reason for the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. Accordingly, the only reasons for the relocation are happier mom and more access to wife's parents. So he's basically saying the only reason for the move is Donna. He alleged Wendy is using the children as pawn. Wendy also lied that he wants to leave his job. So Wendy lied to the court, according to him. He claims that Wendy is preventing the children from Skyping with him and is failing in the agreement. He calls Wendy deceitful and has unclean hands. The wife who unilaterally helped herself up to $400,000 of assets she only barely contributed to. This court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to the husband. Donna's response included most of what the Dark Lord attests to is hearsay between the two of you. Well, guess what, Donna? This time we have you saying it, so. Donna signs these things, "Love you, Mom." Donna also sent emails about how she is working on more responses. Donna responded to the husband's memorandum of law, and it included, obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he's trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition. Jibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way. And the way she says jibbers, people also like, is this a racial slur that I'm not aware of? A lot of people seem to think it's jibber jabber and her shortening it because Donna is Donna. I couldn't find a direct slur, but hey, it is Donna Adelson, and I expect her to say slurs. So if it's a slur, I do apologize, but I also want to be correct because this is a court filing. Oh, set in court. So I couldn't find it being a slur. So Donna says the most important part of the divorce is relocation. Donna also said Danny think he's a very important person, as always he and his needs come first. Oh, that's just Donna talking about herself. Next is Danny being called a religious zealot, with the example being that he took his children to a synagogue a few times. Such a zealot. And claims it is to show the congregation he is an attentive father, with attentive in quotes. They claim Danny is indoctrinating his children, not teaching them because he isn't sending them to a religious school. Donna in the email suggests a bribe of plane tickets for him to visit his own children after the move. Everything's about money with Donna, you'll notice. Kind of like some others. Donna complains Danny isn't giving enough money. Oh, I forgot that was next. Not paying Wendy's legal fees, bridge gap alimony, and she says not paying all his child support. Loving, caring father that he is. Just makes me think of Boone. I still haven't heard Donna speak yet, purposefully, so far it's just been me imagining all of this in Sarah Boone's voice or Lori's voice, depending on what's being talked about. Donna says she's too angry to write anymore and she's ready for you and the boys to come home. Love you, Mom. And then we learn about how all this took place. While the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband and the marital home on or about September 20th, 2012, taking with her the children, their furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets and furniture, both marital and non-marital, she desired. Furthermore, for the first 6 weeks following the separation, the wife refused to share any correct information with the husband regarding her whereabouts with children. Lucky this wasn't a Lori Vallow situation. Donna also said she would no longer do Skype calls because 3 conversations a month with their father was disruptive and not in the best interest of the boys. Wendy had a pattern of keeping him from his children. Donna's deposition was being sought in the divorce. Wendy responds with insulting Danny, talking of how she will go. How I think it's Donna. Donna responded with insulting Danny, talking of how Donna will go on a cruise at that time, but still going to work actively on the divorce documents. Donna lists dates of Danny traveling on a document. In my opinion, a lot of emphasis on when he would go to Israel. In my opinion, a lot of emphasis on that, like bold in the document. Donna claimed Dan traveled too much. Donna sent Wendy a detailed list of every trip he ever took. So why does Donna just have a list the entire marriage of where he's ever been? And the answer from the detective is Donna kept track of a lot of things. Dan's filing says the wife's pleadings are vague, filled with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept. He said it should be dismissed and costs awarded. Says if costs are not awarded, then wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling wife's litigation so that she can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in a fictitious and groundless litigation. He says it will prevent the parents from raising their children. Wife's attempt to move children was denied with prejudice. Donna complained to a friend about losing and said he won't be able to relocate at the moment. Donna made it clear she was beyond angry. So it's not over for Donna. In reply to setting date for the final divorce trial, Donna says to never, never, never give up. Talks of making Dan's life miserable. Says this will affect Wendy's life, Dad's, mine. So she's talking about herself, and yes, even Charlie's. Remember, Charlie's in prison now. He tells Wendy to act. Donna outlines a plan of action. Of course she does. 1. Take photos outside of a church sign to post publicly. 2. Donna says she will help get a Christian tutor to teach the boys about Jesus. She's using religion as a weapon. Of course. 3. Get the boys baptized and send out invite to Gibber's family. 4. Find summer camp for the boys. Donna will pay. Enroll them for classes at a church. Prove their enrollment. You can't tell anyone it's an act. And in all caps, take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. Offer him money to relocate and send the children to a private Hebrew academy. Donna says, we don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children, and that when they come of age, they might choose to live with him. Don't let him have this power over them or you. So Donna's already taking ownership of the children against their own choices. Of course she is. Sent from mom and dad, but repeatedly the I referred to is Donna. Donna wants the husband held in contempt and claims for settlement agreement that he owes $10,000. So she wants even more money. Telling Wendy, ask for more. Donna has a plan to aggravate Dan by making him do research and show statements from every month from date of marriage to date of divorce. Donna admits they're doing it because he deposed her and asks Wendy to find out what her lawyer can do and give him some grief. Donna wants Wendy to work on a plan of attack with her lawyer. Something has to be done about this asshole, and ends with, love mom and dad. Danny offered to settle the divorce, that neither party will attempt to relocate the children. And that if she doesn't agree, he will file motions for her disclosure, he will file motions for her failed disclosure of substantial assets. How Miss Adelson fraudulently induced the settlement. How she made demonstrably false testimony before the court and under oath in deposition. How she ignores court orders, discovery requests, and made false responses. Wendy was a member of the Florida bar at this time. He claims he will prove Wendy's lawyer's frivolous petition to relocate was already deemed impossible to win by another board-certified lawyer, standing silently while her client divulged privileged attorney-client information and advising Miss Adelson to interfere with Mr. Markle's parental rights, becoming willfully of or participate in Miss Adelson's financial misconduct. He's going after Wendy. He's going after her lawyer, the lawyer they went to because the lawyer already told them they were in the wrong. The next part won't be published to the jury until foundation, but it is talked about. State says this is the document about his kids, saying Donna called him stupid. There was an objection sustained. The state did get to say the response was, wow, which again, they previously said was something Donna regularly said. It was then sent to parental coordinator that responded back and replied back saying it was from mom and dad. There was no hearing. State asks what prevented the hearing. Defense objects, but it's allowed. There wasn't a hearing about keeping Donna away from the kids because Dan was murdered. There was an approach and the defense is up. Defense asks about an email. Doesn't say if dad or mom are the ones who sent that. An email with a single word response was there, but Donna usually does long replies. You're giving it away by saying usually, right? She didn't this time. She said, wow. In the message about not moving, for now, does it say they can relocate if Danny moves? Yes. Donna made suggestions that Wendy said she wouldn't do. So all those things with the uniforms and stuff, Wendy finally told her mom no. I don't think that helps, right? If I'm on the jury, I am hearing this, and I am seeing a control freak who got told no by her daughter and is being accused of the person that her daughter wouldn't join in a plot against, like, found her, like, limit. This just makes, I mean, it's not evidence, right? But it's motive. Why would Wendy personally involve herself in this? Well, why would she go this far? Because her daughter told her no, and she can't be told no. She controls everyone. States back up. Did relocation happen? Yeah. After the murder. Donna got what she wanted. They moved in with Donna and then later got a permanent home close by. Now, that's my first segment. And I think Wendy's up next, so that'll be right now. Wendy Adelson is called, but her lawyer makes a statement first. Wendy is here with a state subpoena that gives her immunity. She will also assert her Fifth Amendment right, and the immunity extends to cross-examination. So from the understanding I'm getting, whatever she says, she can't have used against her, but she could still be prosecuted. That's my understanding. So keep that in mind as I go through this. Oh boy. Wendy is brought up and Donna is smiling at her, and the judge warns Donna to control her emotions, and we take a short break. And it returns and it looks like Donna's about to cry. She's putting on her headset and it falls off her head, and Wendy starts. Wendy is an immigration attorney. They mention her immunity so that what she says in court can't be used against her. And she explains where she met Dan. They met online. They have 2 children, and explains where they worked and lived. Wendy chose to separate, and Dan was upset. Differences in how to raise the children involving the Jewish faith was part of the reason for their separation. She didn't view him as a religious zealot. That's what she says. She claims she thought he was using religion to control her. He followed kosher rules. His beliefs changed over time. He wanted the children to follow it. Both were raised Jewish. So yeah, that's wild. Because remember, Donna was suggesting SS uniforms. And don't worry, she had more Nazi suggestions because, of course, she did. Wendy explains moving out and says there was no custody arrangement at the time, but it was roughly 50-50. Wendy says Donna wasn't involved in drafting her divorce documents. Donna made suggestions, but not edits. She forwarded Donna's suggestions to her lawyer. She wanted to move to South Florida. In that filing, it was closer to mom, dad, brother. Wendy says she had unstable employment in Tallahassee. Not that she like lost a job, but she was like worried about it, I guess, from the sounds of it. She had a nice quality of life in Tallahassee. She says it was possible. She sent an email saying worst case is being stuck in Tallahassee. This came right after she acted like she never said that. They present her the email. This is going to be most of my time writing things. I want to be very clear. It's going to sound very repetitive. They ask Wendy a thing. She says she doesn't remember. They show her the thing. She still won't remember, but obviously it happened. For almost everything, right? That's just what that's her play. They ask about her explaining how much better your life would be in South Florida. She says not sure. They show her an email. They ask if she used stuck in her actual filing for the relocation. Her lawyer did it. She blames quite a bit on her lawyer, actually. She asked if she complained about the smallness of Tallahassee. Again, she wasn't sure. They show her proof. She talked to Donna about relocation and points out Donna in court. Donna called Wendy being in Tallahassee being a prisoner. Her mom was worried because the judge lived in Tallahassee, that it would somehow be unfair. Talk of her family's work. Wendy said she didn't know who was reading the emails she sent, but Donna replied more. Donna is overprotective and emotional. Wendy previously said her dad was a straight shooter. Wendy says mom isn't controlling. They correct her with what she said in the past and present her with it. Her mom is controlling. One of her parents would drive with Wendy to take the kids to Dan and back and everything. Donna's husband did what she wanted. Wendy tried to say Donna wasn't the dominant force, and again, they correct her with her own statements. Donna micromanaged Wendy's life and career. Donna wanted her to do another type of law. Donna meddled in her dating life. Donna would pre-screen men. Wendy says in the divorce she made the decision she wanted to make. They pointed out her telling a friend her mom was trampling on her autonomy. So she was complaining to other people about how controlling Donna was, even though now she's saying that Donna wasn't. Wendy said Donna didn't hate Dan in 2014, but they bring up the police interview where she said that, Donna hated Dan. Like very clearly. Wendy suggests it was because she was interviewed for 6 hours. Donna talked to Charlie a lot, mothering him into adulthood. So Donna never really let Charlie do his own thing, from the way it sounds. Donna was mad at Dan before his murder, but Wendy doesn't remember. She doesn't remember calling Dan an STD, and they have to show it to her. Wendy says she doesn't remember calling him the Dark Lord. She did call him Gibbers, and the state asks if it's a reference to Jew in boots, and Wendy says she doesn't remember. Okay. Wendy says she doesn't remember saying she hated Dan, and of course, the state has receipts. They show her the phone contacts she had. Wendy doesn't remember calling Dan an emotional terrorist. There's receipts proving it. Dan accused Wendy of taking things like money, stocks, luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, family heirlooms, and more, not letting him into the home to even see what all she took. Wendy denies all of it, except the tennis racket. That was an accident. Wendy claims she didn't plan to leave him in a way to inflict maximum damage, and doesn't remember her mom saying it. She told her mom that she would leave. Dan told her to put things aside and act like people the kids would be proud of. Yeah, so Dan was trying to fix things. Her mom helped her get a new place. We'll get more about that soon. Dan threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges for how she took the kids. Wendy said he was lying. Wendy claims Dan was willing to work through relocating until it was filed in court. Dan did say her reason for relocation was to live next to Donna. Wendy says she doesn't remember if Dan wanted to depose Donna. Wendy says she thinks her brother would be okay if she stayed in Tallahassee. Wendy says her mom was really upset with her staying in Tallahassee, though, and called it life and death. They ask Wendy if she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's suggestion. The defense quickly objects because this is detrimental to their case, and it's overruled, and Wendy said she would have left regardless. So she actually answered. She didn't say I can't remember, but the state still has receipts, and they bring up that Wendy said she wouldn't have left him without her mom's suggestion. Yeah, this is ridiculous, I have to say. Wendy says she doesn't remember her mom pretending to be her to get financial information. Then they show it happening. Dan gave concessions and wanted Wendy to come home. It was forwarded to Donna, who did a paragraph by paragraph breakdown mad about it. Of course, Wendy says she doesn't remember it. Wendy says she doesn't know if it is Donna or her dad responding. Her mom might be transcribing it. Donna would express positions for both of them, though. Donna was concerned about Dan's religion and wanted him to have a psychological evaluation. He was Jewish, but there wasn't any. He was an accomplished lawyer, and she wanted a psychological evaluation. Donna called Dan lots of names, and they share some of them. The ones that pointed out to me were narcissist and bully. That's what Donna called Dan. Donna referred to herself as Wendy's South Florida legal team. Wendy keeps saying Gibbers was a silly name every time they point it out, because she knows it looks bad. So Wendy's like, oh, it's a silly name. I forgot to mention that earlier, but it's like, it's a silly name. It's just a silly name. Was it, because there was now insinuation it might have had a racial connotation to it. And so now she's like, it's just a silly name. Donna wanted to fight after the relocation, after it was denied with prejudice. Wendy says Donna had other ideas. Doesn't remember what Donna wanted to do, and doesn't remember Donna wanting to appeal, but there's receipts. Wendy remembers the email saying to pretend the boys are Christian, and Wendy said she would never do it. They asked Wendy if she would know why her mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion. Wendy says she doesn't know why she would do that. Donna, dad, brother offered $1 million to let her relocate, but Wendy says she never actually offered it to Dan. Donna wanted to take control from Dan Merkel. Wendy told her mom pretending the kids were Christian would backfire and just give him more ammunition in court. State asked, did Donna respect Wendy's decision to do it? And Wendy says she would have to. I'm a grown-up. Remember, this is a murder trial suggesting this woman doesn't respect her adult children and used one of them to murder the ex-spouse of another. She's like, oh yeah, my mother respects me. I'm a grown-up. Sure. Right. Okay. They show Donna making references of Americans wearing Nazi uniforms to get behind enemy lines and suggested dressing the kids up as Hitler Youth. Wendy sure has a thing, right? She downplayed it and says, well, her mom suggested it. It's just amazing. Like, and the defense was worried about the comment about the black judge. Wow. Donna wanted to scare Dan. Wendy was suggested as paying part of $1/3 but said she wouldn't have done that. The divorce reached a settlement. Wendy's phone was taken by police. Well, she says she turned it over, and she knew about the wiretaps and actually identified family voices on the wiretaps. After divorce was final, even more was filed. She says Danny wouldn't pay her half of the house value. Her attorney filed against him for that, and then Danny accused her attorney of committing fraud. So take a step back and think about this. We already know that the state has suggested that Donna, well, not said that Donna tried to bribe people to lie in this case. And then we have Donna trying to control the legal process. And then we have Donna having a lawyer switched because the lawyer told them they couldn't do something. And then the new lawyer is being accused of fraud. Imagine you're on the jury and then you just look at her law team. Look at Donna's law team and like, huh. I wonder if anything's going to be filed against them when this ends. Like, it has to come to mind. Like, they're human. Anyone involved in the legal process of this family keeps doing things, right? Let's see here. Wendy confirms Dan complaining about Skype calls not happening. Wendy downplays it, says it was a few minutes late. Wendy claims she always played nice, and state says you filed to hold him in contempt, and Wendy claimed no, her lawyer filed that. And the state has to explain the lawyer represents you. Wendy says she doesn't remember shutting off Skype contact, but then they show proof, so Wendy blames it on her lawyer. Again, imagine you're the jury now looking at the defense's lawyers. Like, huh. We're seeing a pattern with past lawyers. What's the current one doing? I wouldn't... Oh, wow. Wendy didn't have the money, she claims, to buy a house because she didn't have the money Dan wouldn't give her. Wendy doesn't remember if her mom or brother made comments about buying the house. So Wendy's like, oh, I didn't buy the house because I didn't have the money. But there's receipts, and it's a big receipt. A photo of her brother with Katie, remember, they're both in prison, along with a message saying not to buy the house because you won't be living in Tallahassee much longer. 2 members of the murder plot. Wendy says she doesn't remember. Wendy says she doesn't remember asking for her mom's help with the Skype stuff. Dan accused Wendy's attorney of fraud on the court, and the court should award him the value of the undisclosed assets. Donna responded, we need a plan of attack, but Wendy didn't remember. Wendy's attorney had to recuse herself because she's now a witness. Wendy said she didn't remember them moving around at that time, but the state has lease information. Lease information. Interesting. Wendy's parents, Donna, moved into a location about 3 months before the murder. Well, hold up. Did I miss something? I might have not written this part down. Basically, Wendy's parents got a lease. Okay, here it is. Wendy says she doesn't remember her parents moving around at that time, but the state provided lease information. Wendy moved into the location on that lease about 3 months before the murder. I think. Anyway, it could have been the parents moved in. Anyway, they are living at that location. Let me just continue. Wendy moved into that location about 3 months before the murder. That's what I wrote. It might be the parents, but Wendy says it was her brother's idea. Her parents tried living there. Wendy says she doesn't remember being added as a resident before the murder, but she was added as a resident at some point. They have proof. Wendy says she doesn't remember the grandma motion. She doesn't remember the motion to restrict Donna from the kids. Wendy later admits to hearing about it. It was never heard in court because Dan was killed. So I want to go back because I know I got a little confused here. Basically, the state is suggesting that Donna was pre-leasing a property to have a place for Wendy to go when Dan is killed. That's the way I understood it. And it didn't make sense why they're suddenly leasing a place. And the excuse is, oh, my brother wanted them to try living in other areas. But remember, South Florida is super important and they can't move and they all got to be in this one location. Suddenly it doesn't matter. Really weird. Wendy says she doesn't remember why she didn't give her mom the actual grandma motion. State has receipts. Donna was traveling to Tallahassee. They show parts of the grandma motion. Donna telling the boys things like their dad was taking their sunshines away. This email was sent to 12 different people. Wendy doesn't remember her mom's response. Wendy says she doesn't remember telling her friend Danny is a monster. They have receipts, I think. No, they don't have receipts for this one, but it was funny because the defense tried to object, and the judge is like, she can talk about her own recollections of what she says to people. But now we have a lunch break, and we'll be back with more Wendy, I guess? Oh boy. They begin talking about Charlie. Wendy and Charlie spoke regularly. Her brother was a single guy dating a lot of people, and he liked nice things. Wendy says she doesn't remember talking to him about her marital problems. She doesn't remember a lot, huh? That's just, the remembering and not remembering thing, it gets really funny in a bit, trust me. Her brother didn't like Danny. Her brother made a joke about hiring a hitman. Wendy told that joke to someone she was dating after Danny. Wendy says she doesn't remember if her parents gave an opinion, but the state points out a text where she said her parents weren't into the new guy. So Donna's still interfering in her relationships. Wendy had a Geek Squad appointment for the TV. Donna texted Wendy Geek Squad were on the way that morning. I think defense says it was her father, but still the parents. Damage wasn't covered under warranty. The repairman was there for about an hour. Wendy says she doesn't remember crying and being upset when the repairman was there. Are we gonna get the repairman as a witness? And my eyes hurt, by the way. It's late. I mean, the thing is, if we get a repairman as a witness and she is like crying in the home during a repair, that's seems like she might know something, right? But maybe that would be a witness for a trial against Wendy, which could be in the future. Wendy went to dinner after the murder and vomited at the table with her brother while in South Florida. This was several weeks later. It's a little out of order. Wendy claims she only heard her brother call it a celebratory dinner in previous trials. Wendy had met Katie before through her brother. They show a photo of Wendy at the beach with Katie about a month before the murder. She was back south again to the beach before the murder for her father's birthday, I think it was. Wendy says no discussion she can remember about relocation strategies or talking about pending motions in that time. So, we're supposed to believe they are sending all of these emails, right? But when in person, they don't talk. Wendy more or less remembers the day the TV repairman came. It was the same time Dan was killed. She doesn't remember who paid the repairman. Wendy said she and mom never used TV as a code for the murder. Wendy doesn't remember telling her boyfriend something in confidence about a week before the murder. Ooh, really? She doesn't remember telling him if something happened to Danny, then Wendy could move back to Miami. She doesn't remember saying Charlie seriously considered hiring a hitman to the new boyfriend. She denies the conversation happened at all, actually. Wendy, 4 days before the murder, sent the ex an email saying she didn't want contact for a certain period of time. So it sounds like maybe the boyfriend wasn't into it and she's like, cut off contact. Wendy encountered a roadblock on the day of the murder. So she, it sounds like, was heading in the direction of the murder and then encountered a roadblock. Coincidence, really. Dan dropped the kids off at preschool and Wendy was to pick them up after. Wendy didn't try to contact him after encountering the roadblock, though. Wendy says she doesn't remember if Dan was scheduled to leave the next day. More receipts? She knew. She told law enforcement. Wendy doesn't know how the killers knew that information, though. Donna normally knows that information. She kept track of when Dan was out of town. Like when it became an issue during the divorce, Donna had a full list going back years of exactly the dates of his travel. Wendy has excuses. It's just to keep track of things. So how do the killers know his scheduling, right? Well, your mom knows all that. Dan told Wendy he would be at the gym the morning of the murder. Wendy spoke to Charlie the morning of the murder. She says it was asking about the TV and says she can't remember mentioning Dan's travel plans. Wendy doesn't remember using WhatsApp with her family or Catherine. Wendy went to the liquor store to get bullet bourbon for a party and saw law enforcement at lunch. She went to South Florida after the funeral, and she was down south already 48 hours later with her family. Wendy says she was not happy to be out of Tallahassee, but the state has receipts to her brother that she was happy, and the state asked for a sidebar. Wendy changed her children's names after Dan was killed. Her parents used the new names before the legal changes happened, and I think it was before the murder. Wendy and her kids did not attend Dan's funeral. Wendy says she hasn't spoken to her mom since November 2023. Wendy gave testimony in November 2023, and her mom coached her on what to say to support Charlie. After the case, Donna was devastated because Wendy didn't support Charlie. Wendy said she didn't know what happened, doesn't think she ever accidentally gave information that could have been used by the killers, but her brother made a tasteless joke about hiring a hitman. But someone did hire a hitman to kill Dan. Wendy says she wasn't involved in a plot to kill Danny. Wendy told the officer on the way to be interviewed she was worried that she might be a suspect. In fact, she said it 9 times. She wasn't told it was a shooting while at the restaurant. In the car, she learned he was shot. Wendy says she told law enforcement to search everything, including her laptop, because she didn't think she'd be going back to work. Yeah. Wendy suggested her parents might be angry enough to kill him, but not capable. Yeah. What happened, according to the state, Wendy is asked who might do it. She says things like former student or friend. They correct her. When she talked to the police, first name was Charlie. When asked if the person responsible should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, regardless of who it is, she told the police it would be different if it were my brother. Wendy called her mom from the interview room. Wendy asked her mom to put her on speakerphone and to tell Charlie. But she also talked about her dad being in the shower, so why does she need to be on speakerphone? Wendy doesn't remember saying her mom handled that pretty well, but state has receipts. The defense is up for cross, and this is where the I don't remembers disappear quite a bit, you'll notice. And it's very pointless. Most of what the defense says here, I think, is utterly pointless. Wendy has read her interview but never listened to it, but now she can remember the shock in her mother's voice once the defense prompted her. She went to the beach with Katie without Charlie or her mom. She also went to dinner with Katie and Charlie without her mom. Family details about her life. She called her mom loving and sympathetic, but doesn't remember that, but it sounds right. She radiates positivity. What Donna did was for others. I don't know if that's really what you want to do. Like, oh, she's so selfless. She'll do anything for others. Like, maybe have her son hire a hitman. I don't know if you want to, go that route, but they did. Donna helped with the babies. Donna helped during the divorce with the kids. You're just telling people how involved Donna was. Talk where parents lived and worked. Talk of Danny vacationing with a family in the past. The Skyping issues were actually due to Wendy, not Donna. Donna was always kind to Danny before, during, and after the divorce. Danny was critical of Wendy in the divorce filings, though. This upset Wendy, and she shared it with her mom, and then Donna used bad words after Wendy shared it, just infantilizing Donna, of course. Donna helped Danny with the kids. They are claiming the grandmother motion wasn't even to keep Donna from her having unsupervised access to the kids at all. That's not what it was. It was about, I think it was priority of who takes care of the kids, and her mom never saw that motion. Now is talk of the $1 million bribe. It was actually to relocate Danny to Miami so he could have a bigger part of his kids' lives. Wendy had a job offer in Miami, and Danny didn't want her to do it. Wendy always wanted Danny to be part of the kids' lives. Never, never, never. That's just a reference to a necklace. The dad forwarded the TV repair to her, and they would accept a sooner appointment if available. Wendy put the children's name at the school as Adelson, which is why Donna used it early. She said Charlie didn't convince her not to purchase the home. It was Dan's fault. Donna just made suggestions when it came to saying the kids were Christian. Donna didn't hate Danny, she was just mad at him. She says really she meant she wouldn't have had the strength to leave Danny without her family pushing it. So there's that whole thing where she's like, she probably wouldn't have left if not for them. Now they gave me the strength. And I love how she's suddenly remembering all of this, right? Suddenly, Wendy told police Danny's parents were going to think she is the one who did it. Wendy told her mom she couldn't sit on the relocation hearing because she'd be testifying. They asked about Wendy taking a trip with Miguel before the divorce was finalized. It was for a law conference Wendy spoke at. Wendy has a message to someone about how she wanted to live her life. The last bullet point is about wanting to keep her job, and it's a talk of not wanting to leave Tallahassee. Wendy agreed with Dan's messages about handling relocation things peacefully. A suggestion for Wendy to tell Charlie and her parents she's going to stay in Tallahassee. Wendy said something along the lines of, for the chance to save face with my family and be given an opportunity, I don't actually want to live with them in South Florida. She talks of keeping up appearances with her parents that she wants to live with them. So, I don't know how this helps the defense. At this point, I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, so you're just showing you're putting out this thing that makes it seem like she's afraid to tell her mother the truth and that maybe her mother did something against her wishes to Danny. Like, that is where the defense is putting my head right now. Like, why are you doing this? The defense suggests Wendy gave up partway through the relocation hearing, didn't have testimony from all the witnesses, including Donna, and it was done. Then Donna wrote the ugly emails. Wendy stipulated to that denial with prejudice. Wendy agreed to it. And so Wendy without telling her parents, agreed no moving. All right. Again, this is looking like Wendy is having to secretly fight against Donna because she's so controlling. Don't think this helps the defense, not with this backstory that's been built up in the case. The defense suggests Wendy didn't tell her parents she stipulated to the denial with prejudice, and Wendy says she doesn't remember if she told them or not. And so the defense is saying, so Donna thought there was still a shot. Wendy doesn't know if she told her mom it with prejudice at the end or not. You're telling me Donna has access and is looking through all of these court documents and suddenly doesn't know, right? She suddenly doesn't understand. The defense is basically goes into a rant at this point that Donna only said those things because she didn't know it was over because Wendy didn't tell her, and basically blaming Wendy that these damning things are before the court. Defense says Wendy said she hated him when he was killed, and Wendy says she doesn't remember, and the defense says we need a break, and then there's a short break. And mixed in there was a lot of other things, honestly, from the defense, but a lot of it is just like, isn't Donna so sweet? Isn't Donna so great? Why didn't you tell Donna? You didn't tell Donna this. I don't think it helps. I don't think this helps the defense. This sounds so bad. To me, this all just sounds like Donna. It doesn't just make Donna sound bad. To me, it makes the lawyer feel like an extension of a hyper-controlling person, kind of like how I felt when I watched, for example, the Sarah Boone case, and certain things were said, and you go, that's Boone speaking, right? This feels like the Donna from the email speaking. Because remember, I still have not heard Donna speak, and in my head, all these things she says are just Sarah Boone and Lori Vallow's voices, because it's just so similar to me. And we continue. Before getting married to Danny, she did say she wasn't sure she actually loved him. She doesn't remember, but the defense has an exhibit that she said that in 2013. The boys lost their father when he died. Anyone responsible, even in your own family, should be held responsible, even you. Yes, anyone responsible. Redirect time. Wendy called herself an actor in someone else's show, and one of those people was her own mother. Part of the reason she pushed relocation with doubts was due to her mom pushing her. Wendy says she doesn't remember stipulating to the order and says previously she didn't know what with prejudice meant. Don't believe her. I don't believe that at all, but it's what she said. On cross, it was said she didn't tell her mom it was final. State approaches defense with a document, and the defense attorney that made all those statements just kind of looks like vacant. She seems to just like have her soul ripped out. It was really weird. It's an email from Donna and her father's Donna and Harvey's email to one of their friends, and it's signed Love Donna about there being no appeal possible. This was said 5 days after the order. So the whole Nazi defense essentially just went away. Like, the defense just wasted all that time, and the jury just knows that that's just not true. Wow. Not a good look. Donna didn't tell Wendy she wanted to harm Danny, but she said she wanted to bribe him, take control of him, aggravate him. She doesn't remember scare him, take something from him. Show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable. Donna was devoted to her boys. Wendy to the boys. Wendy is asked if she cared too much, and the reply is, I don't know if you can care too much. I would say there is a level you can. Yeah, like I would say that Lori Vallow cares too much about Chad Daybell, and Sarah Boone cares too much about Woodbridge Chardonnay. You know, the Nazi uniform craziness came from some version of Donna's love. Her lawyers tried to downplay it, but she was suggesting a baptism. She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks. It would be harmless because it's just playing dress up to the boys. The ends justified the means. She thought relocation to South Florida was best for those two boys. Wendy says Donna cares about her dad more than Wendy's kids, which I'm noticing the dad hasn't been charged, so is the only one really sheltered from this going to end up being the father? Because, I mean, Wendy sounds like, I mean, I'm just saying, might be another case. Donna thought relocation was best for the boys and Wendy. Your lives all depended on it, according to Donna. Dan could have moved South Florida, enjoyed all the kosher food. Dan wouldn't give Donna what she wanted. Next up is Robert Adelson. The judge tells him he can't testify on an opinion if he thinks his family committed a crime. Oh boy, they ask the defense if they have any other stipulations they want, which makes me think he has an opinion the defense wouldn't like. He lives in New York. Donna is his mother, and he grew up with the family, and he's the oldest child. So he would, we're talking children, he would know Donna the best, right? Robert moved out when he was 18, went to college. He would talk to them while in school and visit. Donna runs the family. Donna's controlling. Donna's assertive. Harvey is the opposite. He's passive. Donna had fixed ideas of her children's lives, and it wasn't acceptable to not do what Donna wanted. Donna had ideas of the jobs they could have and who they could marry. He became a doctor partly because that job was okay with Donna. Donna tried to control their lives. Donna shifted attention to Wendy when she had trouble in her marriage. So, Donna went all in. Talk of it, Donna is gullible. There's an approach. The objection sustained. Charlie was dependent on Donna. Charlie bought the practice from Dad and sold it back to him later. Donna would do the bankroll, always did. Donna asked questions before doing something when she's asked. Donna approved of Dan at first. Everything was bad only after Wendy moved out, as far as he knew. Donna hated Danny in 2014. Wendy played damsel in distress during the divorce. Donna said Danny is depoting Wendy to death. They asked, how did Donna explain how Wendy left the marriage? There's an objection, there's an approach. The plan for Wendy to leave was done while Donna was in Tallahassee, staying there for a while and began renting a place. Donna spent months preparing for Wendy to move in, moving money around. This was all done for Wendy to move out. It was all told to him after she moved out. And when she told Robert, Donna was gleeful, and they told Danny just before he gave a speech at a meeting. So Donna is so happy, like, listen, we got him. We had a secret move out, and we ruined his day, possibly ruined his speech, affecting his work. It's a great day. That's Donna. Donna used her maiden name to hide that an Adelson wasn't renting an apartment and moving things. Donna sounded pleased telling him all of this. He saw Donna checking emails and sending messages about the divorce. Donna was at his own house and wanted the Wi-Fi to work on the divorce filings. Donna told him about the $1 million bribe. Donna said she was spending a lot of time in Tallahassee. Donna cared about Wendy's divorce. Charlie cared about things like go-karts and jet skis. It didn't seem Wendy moving to Miami was important to Charlie at all. Donna seemed obsessed about Wendy taking a job in Miami. In fact, after the murder, the only time Robert saw Donna angry was when Wendy didn't get that job that Donna wanted her to have. So, yeah, Donna didn't get her way. She's angry. Wendy had a boyfriend before Dan's murder. Odd, since Wendy didn't normally talk about dating, but she told Robert. The text told him to not tell the parents about the boyfriend. Defense objects, sustained, state approaches, we get back here, and we basically get the same thing out. The text was received that Jeff was her boyfriend. The parents didn't know. It was unusual. She was telling him about a boyfriend and not telling the parents. Robert told the authorities about the boyfriend that the parents weren't told about. The email about going to the grandfather's birthday was sent by Donna. It was a recently new location that they moved to, 6 months around then they moved there. He heard about Danny's murder the day after. Donna contacted him. It was very matter of fact. She said someone went up to Danny at the front door, asked if he was Dan Markel, and shot him. Robert asked how Donna knew that, and she said that's what they are telling us. It bothered him, because there's only one way you could hear that story. I wonder if that means the original plot was that, and they said did it in the car. Danny told him not to talk to the police. Donna told him not to talk to police. Sorry, I got like had something in my eye earlier and it's killing me, and I was trying to get through this. Donna told him not to talk to the police, and he said he already did, and Donna's response was, oh, well, you don't know anything anyway. Nobody in the family seemed concerned about who killed Danny. Asking about it was discouraged or rerouted. He finally asked Donna, and she said, I don't know and don't care. He remembers the hitman being arrested. Donna called him 2 days later to talk about his anniversary. She didn't bring it up herself. He brought it up. Donna just didn't respond. He said it 2 or 3 times, and then Donna said, I have to go, and they never spoke again. That's the last time he spoke to his mother. Defense is up, asking how many times he visited his family between the 12th and 14th. couple times he had a new kid being born. He didn't visit his family the summer after Danny was murdered. Donna said a family friend advised them to not talk to the police, and she told him that. Next witness is Officer Brandon. He responded to the murder scene. He was watching the police barrier. They show a map of the area. A vehicle consistent with Wendy's approach the roadblock. It seemed deliberate, without hesitation, to turn around. He said, normally, someone approaches the roadblock, you kind of hesitate, and then you leave. This vehicle, which he recognized the exact make and model because his son drives the same thing, basically came over, didn't miss a beat, and turned around. Very deliberate. And that's the end for the day. I think the defense is terrible. I am being told in the comments that the defense lawyer that I think is the worst one, I think is the one that does every time she speaks, I think it's getting worse for Donna. She's the one that had like that blank expression. Being told in the comments that she's a former judge. And just, again, you have this entire thing around the Adelsons where they're like, from the jury's point of view, we have Donna trying to bribe people for this case, and we have Wendy's attorney possibly doing things that are wrong, and then we have attorneys telling the family not to talk. Like I would not want to be an attorney on the Adelson side at this point. That's what I'm going to say. It doesn't seem to end well for them. You know what I mean? I don't know how. I guess there's nothing directly tying Donna telling Charlie to do it, right? That has to be the only saving grace they have. There's no direct connection so far. But I will say, the defense kind of suggesting, even you, as like a fuck you to Wendy, like, you know, it's putting in the if you put it into the jury's head that Wendy's involved, that doesn't save Donna. It's just taking her down with her, right? If they charge Wendy later, not that they can use what's said in this case against her, but you know, it's not helping Donna. And that felt like a very Sarah Boone-esque moment where it's like, I'm just going to insult you because I know the public's going to see it. Like she did in her final statement, right? That type of thing. Now, speaking of Sarah Boone, fully aware the court minutes are up, all right? I'm fully aware the court minutes are up of her family court case. They have been posted across Reddit and Twitter. I've seen it multiple places. I've seen one person, well, a group of people did a video about being in the case. See people talk about being in the trial, what they saw, what the court appearance, and it sounds fascinating. And I kind of want to hold back and try to hopefully get a couple more people's perspective so I can catch maybe interesting moments that others, you know, didn't mention and kind of conglomerate it and give my thoughts about what happened in the actual court appearance. That is my hope. So I'm kind of delaying that. Maybe tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. But I'm also trying to cover this. But the Sarah thing probably won't be that long. If I can't find enough of what I'm looking for with Sarah tomorrow, what I might do is a video on the court minutes and do a little speaking about what people are saying happened in court, just a little bit, and then plan to do a follow-up later after I really can dive into like more people talking about it, because it sounds like it was a mess, and it sounds like Brian really stood up for himself, and it sounds really good for him. So I really want to make sure I can do it as much justice as I can when talking about it. But I'll see you in the next video. Hope you enjoyed this one, and sorry it's coming out so late. I'll probably schedule this for the morning because it's like 4 a.m. something like that when I did this. I've been up working on it. I had a late start to the day, but I've gotten through it all, and I can just imagine the things I don't know about the Adelson case because I'm just now coming in. There's so much. If at any point during this my webcam glitches, I apologize. Let me know in the comments. It has been on the fritz when I've tried to record, and I think I finally got it. Now, this is going to be a super condensed version of day 3 because I am very much behind. The Sarah Boone video took me a lot of time. A lot of my free time was in that, and I know I have things coming up in the next few days. So what I might have to transition to is more of listening to it and then talking about my thoughts from memory, just so I can multitask and not get super behind in the case. Just putting it out there. I am invested. I want to know what happens and I want to talk about it. I'm just not sure how I'm going to be able to share it effectively yet. But let's begin. Day 3. First up is Jeffrey Lacasse. He dated Wendy Adelson. They broke up shortly before the murder. The divorce was discussed often. Relocation and custody spoken about a lot. He said that he actually adopted the Adelson family narrative along with many of their mutual friends. They basically believed the stories they were saying about Dan. Wendy said she hated Tallahassee. He says on their second date, Wendy was crying because she couldn't move, and it ended the date that day. He was aware Dan didn't want Donna alone with the kids. He said it was a family without boundaries, but there was an objection and it got sustained. Donna was involved deeply in the divorce, and he had met Donna multiple times. Now, that is very interesting because this is the guy that they were also, Wendy was trying to tell the police that it was like secretive and telling her one brother that the family didn't know, but he knew Donna. He knew all of them. He met Charlie once. Katie was met as well. And when he met Katie, she mentioned her ex being in trouble previously with the police. While in a hot tub, Charlie made statements against Danny, which is a weird location for that piece of information to come out. There is an approach with an objection, but it got overruled. Charlie said he knew people on both sides of the tracks bragging about knowing criminals. Wendy wanted her oldest son tested to see he was gifted. Lots of objections to the next part. There's a lot of objections coming from the defense that just aren't valid. A lot of them coming from the ex-judge. She is, in my opinion, absolutely terrible and getting worse, and things aren't going her way, and she isn't handling that well. The state keeps trying to get out. He told Wendy that her kids were too young to retain memories long term. And there are so many objections about this, leading to a sidebar. The jury is sent out. The witness is asked to leave. The defense is claiming this portion wasn't in the deposition or discovery, so the state has to look for it, and they go on a break. State couldn't find it, so they do say there's a discovery violation. The state is just going to move on. This is the 4th trial in this, but the defense hasn't seen this testimony before, and the jury will disregard it. But basically, what the jury didn't get to hear or doesn't get to consider is that Wendy wanted to know if her kids would remember things right around the time that Dan was murdered. The witness is back. There were plans to travel with Wendy around the time of the murder, and she canceled them for reasons that simply didn't make sense. Complaining about Danny, worried about a flight delay, and she needed to be there to pick up the kids, but they definitely would have been back in time. That evening, Wendy told him to come over, saying she had a stomach problem, but Wendy told him not to get medicine. He came, and Wendy was a nervous wreck. He saw Wendy's TV was broken. It appeared to be struck by an object. He didn't think the kids did it because it would take someone about 5 to 6 feet tall to hit it there. Remember, her kids are little. Wendy didn't show for a date night, so he went to go check on her. This is a different day. She was intoxicated, and he says not just on alcohol. They show him a text message where Wendy claims she didn't tell mom and dad about him, and he said that's impossible. He met him. Also, Donna wasn't thrilled because he wasn't Jewish. And at this point, I left a note. This feels like they wanted him to be the fall guy. And as soon as it didn't work out, they tried to move on. He confronted Wendy for stringing him along and possibly dating other men. He saw her again the Sunday before the murder. Talk of relocation came up, and Wendy wasn't over it and that it was denied. Wendy said she wouldn't be able to relocate unless something happened to Danny. He's fed up with this and said you need to deal with the fact you are linked to Dan Markel for life. Wendy asked to tell him something in confidence. He said sure. Charlie looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan, and it would cost about $15,000. This was not about Charlie's joke about hiring a hitman. He heard that. That was separate. This is just he looked into doing it really. He saw Wendy the Monday before the murder, and Wendy barely smoked. Wendy asked him details about what his plans are for Friday, the date of the murder. So Wendy wanted to know his plans, but she did this when she also didn't want to be with him. She wanted to know his route and timing on the day that Dan was killed, like what he was planning to do. He would have been near Danny's home at the time of the murder and near the path the killers fled town in. Wendy sent an email after the yoga date, which trying to string him out for another week. But Wendy also wanted no contact during this time. Wendy was removing child's art off the wall shortly before the murder. I'm assuming that is like an insinuation that, because she never removed it before, the insinuation is she's removing it because she knows she's going to be moving. Because remember, she moved within 48 hours. Wendy called this witness about a celebratory dinner she had with Charlie and said Charlie said something during it and she threw up. The witness knew he was a suspect, but he was in Tennessee and because he changed his plans last minute and left the day before. He could prove he was not in town because he got videotaped at a Kmart because he had a flat tire. When he learned on the first trip the killers made to the city, he also left town. So Wendy is talking to this guy, and when he is traveling, it's twice there was the planned hit. And the first trip, the killers used a vehicle that could have easily been mistaken for his. Pretty big. Process up. Donna was fully aware of the grandmother motion. Wendy left the impression the whole family was angry about it. Other than Charlie in the hot tub, everything was from Wendy. He found Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person. He tried to say that what she said about her family, though, was proven in evidence, but that got striked. He only had small talk with Donna. The TV was cracked in the middle of the screen, and it was weird because there was a perfectly good TV in another room, but Wendy wanted to make sure they watched on the broken TV that had a fist-sized impact. Wendy's statement was her brother looked into hiring a hitman. They're making him redo that. And then at this point, there's like laughter in the courtroom because they can't find the next witness, so they take a break. Next up is June Umchinda. She was Charlie's ex-girlfriend. They met after the murder. She saw Donna 5 or 6 times. She was involved with Donna was involved with the grandchildren and were very close to Charlie. Donna played a motherly role from what she saw. She met Wendy. Her and Charlie basically lived together. She had no idea about the murder, but Charlie mentioned his brother was shot. She said Charlie and his family didn't seem interested in who killed Danny. After the Donna Adelson bump, the relationship changed. She found out about it later on as Charlie didn't mention it, but the change was Charlie wasn't sleeping and he was stressed, he was depressed. There was a cut in the feed, couldn't seem to find it, but it didn't seem we lost much. She learned the hitman were paid with stapled money, and Charlie she knew had stapled money. She noticed Charlie was talking a lot to Katie, his ex. Charlie was paranoid. Charlie believed his phone was tapped. When Katie got arrested, Charlie got worse. Charlie was mad. Charlie used WhatsApp when he was visiting Asia, kept using it when he got home. Charlie started keeping a change of clothes near his bed and had a gun in his nightstand. Wendy and Charlie got into a fight about this case, and at one point, Wendy and Charlie weren't speaking. Donna seemed to be a mess. Donna was seen crying, and Donna was taking painkillers, according to Charlie. Donna told her that her life was crumbling down and her family's life. Everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave. Charlie joked that he only paid for one of Katie's breasts. I'm guessing that was him joking that someone else paid the other half, which would maybe be Donna. The defense is up. She was told her first interview with law enforcement wasn't recorded, but it was. She said Charlie was good at lying. Charlie had a lot of cash. She saw Charlie had stapled money in a safe. She was just speculating the Adelsons weren't curious about Danny's death. She says in Katie's trial, the witness said Donna didn't say the exact words that Danny was haunting them. So she has testified before and says something slightly different. But it also kind of sounds like she didn't say something slightly different. She got like one word different, and it's like making a mountain out of not even a molehill, out of nothing. But again, this is the ex-judge defense lawyer, which is to me just coming across as unlikable and slimy, and I don't think is going to help Donna any moment she opens her mouth because it sounds terrible. Ryan Fitzpatrick is up next. He was friends with Charlie. Charlie was close with Donna and Wendy, and Donna didn't like Dan. He knows Charlie keeps stapled money in stacks of hundreds, and he had been paid that way before. Charlie talked about the bump with his mom. He became agitated, nervous, guilty. Charlie claimed you could get away with anything if you kept your mouth shut, which none of them did, really. Charlie became needy when the arrest started. As a cross, his friendship with Charlie ended ugly. They don't explain how. He knew about Charlie's money and how Charlie kept it. He couldn't get a statement that he'd ever heard directly from Donna saying she didn't like Dan. And then at this point, both the state and the defense just start arguing in front of the jury, which is a wild moment. The jury gets sent out. Apparently, there's a PowerPoint slide the defense wanted to use, and there's a text between Charlie and his dad about having money, like lots of cash, and the defense says hearsay, and the judge is holding back their ruling. We had the break now. We get back, and the PowerPoint has been slightly changed, and the state says the defense has new objections to the PowerPoint, that they've had this PowerPoint since May. The defense said it was an error. They didn't raise it before. The defense took so long looking for things to object to that they were told to do it during the testimony of the next witness. So to reword this, there's a PowerPoint that's had slight changes, but essentially the defense has had this since May, and now they have a problem with it. And they're trying to find issues with it. They don't even have like a direct issue. They're looking for issues. And they take so long, the judge just tells them to keep looking while they continue on. Mary Hull is up. She was a financial investigator, and they lay the groundwork for things like the institution's money, the boob job, the family accounts, iClouds were reviewed. They're showing the vehicles purchased by the hitmen. Both bought cars. Catherine had a car Charlie helped her get. Charlie would pay for it. Charlie paid for repairs. She had a Lexus that was from Harvey, but there's no showing of any money actually exchanging hands. Like there's no like deposits or anything coinciding in either direction. No evidence of payment happened. It's just claimed when they transferred ownership. Charlie is paying for trips for Catherine. Multiple cases of Charlie giving her money. Catherine needed proof of employment to get things like housing assistance, and Donna signed all the checks for Catherine from the Institute. First check was after the murder. She got 2 checks a month for almost 2 years. Multiple instances of sequential checks, so they were all written, you can assume, right after each other. No sign that she got less pay for time off after the boob job. No reduction in pay when she was out of the country. The Institute actually originally only turned over their QuickBooks records when subpoenaed, and they were not complete because they didn't even include all of the payments to Catherine because some kept coming after the date on the QuickBooks where they showed them. She got no more checks deposited after the hitmen were arrested. Due to the check numberings, it could be that actually all the checks stopped being written after the bump. The vast majority of her income came from the Adelsons and Adelson's family friends. The biggest bump for her income the entire time was after the murder. Next, they talk about Wendy buying a home for $371,000. Wendy could afford it. The family could easily pay the $1 million bribe. They could easily pay the hitman. They could easily have afforded to pay for Catherine's things, and that's just using the money in their bank accounts, but we know they have cash. The Adelsons preferred to be paid in cash. Old messages about how they stored their cash in piles in the safe. It appeared Donna had control of the family's safe because she was talking about moving money between the piles. Defense is up. Donna and her husband only had 2 credit cards reviewed. The car Catherine bought could have been a cash transaction, and they don't know what discount was offered at the Adelson Institute for using cash. Redirect. The cash discounts were the Adelson Institute, not for Charlie's traveling practice, because the defense kind of made it word like maybe it was like a traveling practice thing. No, it was an Adelson thing. We have a break. We're actually making good progress in my notes, I must say. Clareza Libredo is up. She worked at the Adelson Institute for 40 years. She was Harvey's dental assistant, so Donna's husband. Donna was the office manager who kept the books. Charlie was a dentist. She named other employees. Catherine was a patient. Employees would get early pay if the Adelsons went on vacation, but never 4, 5, or 6 in a row, kind of like you saw with Catherine. Catherine was not part of the cleaning service. Defense is up. The office had an old school answering machine. She never heard Donna speak badly of Dan. Redirect. If a patient called, it was and they were closed, it would go to voicemail. She was friendly with Donna, but it was basically a work relationship. Now the state calls Catherine, who's serving life for the murder of Dan Markel. When she testified in her own defense at her trial, she said that they were right about everything but her involvement. That wasn't true. She also lied in the Hitman trial, too. Catherine hopes something can happen and make her see her children again. They were trying to ask, like, have you been offered anything? No, but I hope I can see my children, which is hurting her. It'll hurt her testimony with the jury because she has a reason to lie, right? She was offered immunity in the trial with her children's father, but her child's father was facing the death penalty, and then she just continued lying in her trial. She was involved in the death of Dan Markel. She was the middleman, and Charlie is who solicited her. Charlie first brought it up on Halloween. There was a phone call between Harvey and Sigfredo. Basically, there was a confrontation between Sigfredo, which is her baby's father, and Charlie. It seems he was looking for a Dr. Adelson, called the wrong number. The other hitman is Sigfredo's friend. She didn't know that he was even involved. She didn't want to know. She didn't want to know, basically, it seems like. But all 3 needed money Charlie could offer. Charlie painted a bad picture of Dan. Charlie said his parents were going through it due to Dan. She had met Donna before at the dental office during an appointment. Charlie and her talked more about the plan against Dan in person. Charlie would sometimes interrupt those conversations to then pick up his phone and talk to Donna. So mid dealing with Dan talks, paying someone to hurt Dan, Charlie would get up, get on his phone, happen more than 5 times, and talk to his mom, Donna. That sounds pretty bad. Defense tried to object to this being mentioned too, and obviously it didn't work. He would consult his mom and come back. Defense kept objecting. Something happening to Dan would relieve stress when the Adelson family. Charlie gave her a letter, and she wasn't to open it, and he told her that it was closed and put everything in with gloves. She was to just pass it on. He also made clear it was not printed at his home. Sounds like maybe at one of the dental practices he worked at. Charlie asked why things weren't getting done when it didn't happen quick. Applied pressure. Any information about Dan's travel did not come from Catherine. Remember, they had it, so it must have been in the note from Charlie. She wasn't actually doing any work for her payment from the Adelson Institute. Her and Charlie had broken up before the first check. She met Wendy, but never discussed the murder. Charlie got the money the night of the shooting, after Charlie told her there was an accident and to come over. Charlie was found pacing with a gun in his hand, and he gave Garcia the money, gave her a Xanax, and she fell asleep. Now, she actually got her cut later. It was in multiple bags, and the money was stapled. the money was wet and starting to mold. Charlie said his mom physically washed the money. Sidebar. Donna signed all her paychecks. Charlie gave her the checks and told her to space them out. She didn't always do it, which is part of how they got caught here, right? After the bump, Charlie contacted her. She was in contact. She was to contact the number. Charlie never said the murder is to benefit the mother or the sister, but she knew that was the case. And they did speak in code on the wire, and Charlie talked about thinking he was bugged. Defense is up. I hate this defense attorney, by the way. I really do. The witness lied under oath before. She wasn't exclusive with Charlie. Charlie asked her to get it taken care of. She didn't know how much it would pay. The defense lawyer, who used to be a judge, keeps mixing up the testimony. I can't tell if she's trying to mix up the testimony the witness is saying to make her even less credible to the jury, or she really is just this bad at this and can't remember what was said a few minutes ago. But Catherine didn't touch the money when it was first given. It was wet and stapled. She can't say what her cut was because she never counted it. Remember, she just got constant money from the Adelsons, right? She knew that was probably coming too, so she didn't really need to worry about what she got cut from the murder. Charlie gave her the checks himself from the Adelson Institute. She met Donna before. Charlie gave her other benefits after the homicide. Donna wasn't involved in the conversations with Katie. The state's back up. The ex-judge defense lawyer keeps trying to object to basically that Donna had conversations with Charlie, doesn't want that being said. The current judge shot her down, and she's just scowling. And we just go through the chain of, this is a chain of people talking, and we have a break. Now, this one is Christopher Corbett. He's a sergeant at the police department and runs a technical group. He confirms the phone numbers in relation to people, that how the records work. Emails can have different names at the top and in the bottoms. Emails showing strong opinions about Wendy relocating. A lot of everything we've heard before is in these emails, right? Weeks before Charlie first talked about the murder to Katie, Donna was complaining via email to Charlie about Dan. Donna was sending messages upset with Wendy. October 30th, Wendy and Donna were, let's see here. Wendy and Donna were at a disagreement because Wendy purchased a home in Tallahassee. Charlie was angry. Donna and Charlie wanted Wendy to get a protective order against Dan, even though there were no threats or abuse. Complaining Wendy's attorney and judge in the divorce case isn't doing enough. Lots of talk of the divorce proceedings. They were angry Dan went to the kids' soccer game and played with the kids a little. March 4th, Donna asked Charlie to call her when she had a break in the bathroom because she was traveling. And this is kind of weird because she asked Charlie to delete the text message after he reads it, but then she said it's about Dad's birthday gift with no mention about deleting. So was that part of a cover-up? Donna said she had a tough call with Wendy a few days before the killers came for the first time. And at this point, the jury's let out. And you might remember the defense is scouring for something in that PowerPoint they don't like. They're still working on it, and that will continue. So with all that being said, I try to really condense it down and hit just the high points, the main points. As I said, I don't know when the next video will be because I don't know if I'll have time tomorrow on Thursday. I'll probably release this. Oh my God, it is 5. It is 5 in the morning. So it is Thursday. I'm going to release this later in the morning. You're probably not going to get a video from me on Thursday, which will put me 2 days behind. And then you're definitely not going to get a video from me Friday because I have something I have to do. So that's going to put me 3 days behind. So as I said at the beginning, I might do while I'm doing other things for around the house or wherever I get a chance, or when I'm doing stuff for my other channel and all this stuff, I'll listen to the case, and when I finish a day, do my thoughts on that day. I think we're about to get into technical witnesses. I did look a little bit ahead, and it seems like it's going to be a lot of like email technical, probably phone record type stuff. So that might not be too bad to actually give that information in that way, because it's kind of crystal clear, what they're trying to convey. But hopefully this video wasn't too bad. Again, let me know if the webcam freaked out. It was completely glitching and broken, and I think I got it working. If not, I mean, maybe I'll have to buy another webcam. This one was a clearance one, and it's now causing issues, so maybe it's given out already. But thank you for watching. I appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video. This video is going to contain days 4, 5, and 6 of the Donna Adelson trial. Yes, that is a lot in one video. Yes, it is going to be a lot more cutting of things in this video than my normal content covering the case, but I am addicted, and as soon as I found a chance, I found a moment to watch and keep notes and just go with it, I powered through. I am up to current at the time of this recording, which is like 3 in the morning. So drop a like. I'm going to get this recorded and get it out to you as soon as I can. So the sergeant from day 3 is right back up. Email a couple days after the relocation was denied. They talk in this email, Donna does, about no appeals being possible. And yes, this is signed Donna. So it's been a long time watching this, but basically, if I'm remembering this correctly, on day 3, the defense was trying to push that maybe Donna didn't actually know that it was the final, there will be no relocation. This is just confirmation Donna knew. This is 100% she knew. Here's proof in an email. And to a jury, I mean, hey, the defense went pretty hard on that, and it was bullshit. That's not great. They explain information about the rental car and call detail records around it. Catherine was in the area of getting the rental car, and then Charlie was called after it appears she dropped off one of the killers at the rental car location. Less than a minute after the call, Charlie called the home phone for Donna and Harvey. There's going to be a lot of calling of people, a lot of calling. Just go with it. Just roll with it. Charlie and Harvey's phones called each other as well. Calling back on a landline is sometimes thought to be safer than a cell phone for wiretapping for some reason. Charlie, after the rental car was gotten, called Donna and Harvey's landline. And they point out that all the calls that Charlie does to Donna and Harvey, only 1.9% of his calls within the time frame that they're looking at involves the landline. One of the hitmen got a traffic ticket in the vehicle, which would leave a record, so he returned it and got another vehicle. There is, I have to say, so much it's just stupidity that happens in this video involving this case. It really is crazy that all these mistakes happen and you don't catch yourself, right? It's wild. Their cell data and rental car data shows them near Dan's residence for surveillance on the original day. They were planning to kill him and it didn't happen. They show an infographic of communications. This is like they're showing those like cell tower plots that don't really, I mean, that tells you where the cell phones are in general, wide area. They're useful. If you watch the Lori Daybell case, they were very useful there, that type of thing. I will say what's a little different here is they've already got so many convictions under their belt, right? So, how do I want to put this? A lot of this case is not directly tying Donna to it because they have to lay the foundation. And I was waiting for the direct, here's Donna, no question, sloop, she's right into it. That's what we get later. So if that's what you're waiting for, it's coming, right? It's coming. They show communication between Donna and Charlie like 7 times, once with Harvey, twice with Wendy, Charlie and Catherine 17 times, Catherine and the hitman 15, showing lines of communication, just showing that there's like a chain of command, basically. More text about Dad's birthday present, which is after the killers failed the first time. The first time that Dad's birthday present was mentioned was 4 months before his birthday. 2 weeks before Dan was killed, the kids had the Adelson name listed on their evites. So Wendy's kids had a different last name weeks before the murder. They mentioned that previously. Evidence shows Donna sent it and organized the party. The defense has been like trying to previously, like, well, you don't know who sent this. And yeah, it was Donna. Donna even asked someone if they got their Evite, signaling she did it. Wendy made sure Dan was in Tallahassee for the dates of the murder via text. So that's all proven. Wendy asked, even knowing she was supposed to have the kids, and it was sent from Donna's place. So basically, Wendy knew where Dan would be, but verified it with cell towers showing it's at Donna's place. Donna told Wendy that TV repair was in Harvey's name. Lot to talk about the June trip and the proof of it. They show how some messages go back and forth. They play a message from Dan to Wendy the day of the murder saying he was going to the gym. Wendy is calling Charlie after messaging Dan, which is after the killers are already tailing him. So if you are someone who believes Wendy knew what was going on, which is a significant amount of people I have learned, then you would believe that Wendy knows the killers are tailing and is making sure everything's like going with Dan normally for an alibi, right? Catherine and Charlie calling each other, then Charlie calling Wendy, more Charlie and Catherine calls. Wendy didn't call anyone after seeing the roadblock and crime scene tape at Dan's place. There's more cell data shown from the shooters. Catherine and calls with Charlie. Charlie told her day of the murder he wasn't feeling good and go to her house, so that's kind of how he got Katie to go there. After Wendy met with police following the murder, she called Donna. Donna told Charlie to call her. Text telling Donna she would be outside Charlie's house the night of the murder. Which cell data they were together maybe an hour, and they explain wiretap guidelines. So now we have Donna physically saying she's outside Charlie's house after the murder while the money's being set up for the killers. And remember, there was talk of it being wet because Donna was washing it physically. You might be wondering, is this really 3:41 a.m. and I'm drinking a Monster? Yes, to get through this. I am so tired, but I have to talk about it. Messages confirm Charlie did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo, and they go over the bump call evidence again. A lot of this is going to be different witnesses going over the same evidence, which is partly why it's a little shorter of how long I can cover the evidence, because it's a lot of the same stuff. Crosses up. They explain the history of call detail records, explains call detail records aren't exact locations, talk of what can interfere with a cell phone connected to a tower, talk of how call records counted text, voicemail, and more. If you don't answer, it still lists it. The text Donna wanted erased was still in the iCloud, but he couldn't say if it was deleted on Charlie's device. Talk of how the invitation website worked in 2014, which the witness doesn't know. I mean, it's a decade ago, right? I feel old. Let's see here. Hundreds of thousands of emails were recovered. Defense is trying to catch up anything about road work or alternate paths, but I'm going to be honest, the defense is fishing. And a lot of this, the defense is fishing. There's basically two schools of defense going on. When the guy is up, he's fishing, almost constantly fishing for anything. When the ex-judge is up, I don't know what she's doing. It never lands. It always feels like she is, if anything, making Donna look worse. I don't understand her presence in the case. Why are you letting her speak? You've seen her perform before today. Why is she speaking at all? Maybe this is what Donna thinks a good lawyer looks like. I don't know. I don't like the style. I don't think it lands. I don't think it works. I don't think she's gotten anything decent out of anyone, right? If anything, there's been multiple instances where the ex-judge, which I'll mention when it's the ex-judge up, because I feel like I have to, because I always feel like she makes the case worse for Donna. Like it feels like she's doing part of the state's job. But she's not trying to. It's so weird. Defense is talking about traffic, possibly changing timelines for Donna's meeting with Charlie, and Donna's cell phone records can't place Donna at Charlie's residence on the day of the murder. But remember, Donna's text message can do it, right? Donna said she was there. Donna and Charlie's phones never use the same tower. Maybe they turned it off. Common in murders. The murderers did it, right? The state is back. The text messages of Donna tell us she was outside of Charlie's house. Donna also had an unaccounted for time that matches the drive distance. The reason that the detective even tested the distance and how long it takes to make the drive was because it was raised by the defense in a previous trial. So yeah, that oof, it's not a great look. Well, you don't know. Why'd you measure it this way? Well, we had to because of a defense attorney. State goes back over why cell data is good evidence, and the next up is the undercover witness. He won't have his face broadcast, which I think they showed his face in a bump photo already, so good luck with that. This was to the bump was to tickle the wire, trigger talk of what the investigation was about. He handed Donna the flyer with the $5,000 demand and the cell phone number. The bump was audio and video recorded. The witness called the institute. Charlie called the number. Donna called the number, and that was cross. Ex-judge defense is up. I put a note here. It's an annoying slog to get through this. She comes across as complaining that the undercover witness was undercover. And this is the point. I love to note that I looked up how Jackie Fulford, the ex-judge, stopped being a judge. I looked it up. Jackie Fulford. All I have to say is that tracks with how I feel. So you can look that up yourself if you haven't. If you don't know, I'm sure someone in the comments has said it. I've seen people reference it before. It tracks for me, right? The undercover detective said he was polite during the bump. He was told to. They knew where to find her. It was down the road where she picks up her grandkids. The ex-judge is trying to make this into like some sort of pity thing. There were no kids physically there. It doesn't land. None of this lands. He explains of talking to Tato, not Tudo, Tato. I'm going to get those mixed up, and I apologize. I think it's Tato, not being taken care of. Judge questions his accent when he says a word. He's of Spanish descent. I don't know why this matters, right? Maybe she's like, this will help me feel more connected to humanity because I questioned him about a pronunciation. Ooh, I'm so human. I think of others. Like, maybe that's what the defense is going. My mind went, oh, the white lady's questioning someone's accent. It doesn't land. Nothing she does works for me. And it's wild. I don't get it. A lot of times I can see a defense attorney and I can see like the other guy, some of what he does doesn't land, but I can see where he's going. I never know what she's doing. No, they were never paid the $5,000. The team sent a physical letter later on, but he hadn't read it. He called the institute trying to call Donna. He sent a text to Donna and said he might go after the 100K. That was for the information on Dan's murder. Like, I think it was being offered by his family or the police or something like that. It wasn't polite, but that's how blackmailers act. He talked to Charlie. Donna called him back later and said he had the wrong person and said, if you know everything, collect the money, in reference to information about the murder, $100,000. The state is up, and they made sure to tell the jury no children were with Donna, because that was obviously like something left out in the open by the defense. James McEveline, who does audio forensics, is up. He handled the audio recordings, explained how they process it, evidence is brought in, crosses up. It's very short. Defense is asked if he recently enhanced an enhancement. No, we took our audio and overlaid it with the video. Nothing more really to say there. It was very, very simple. Special Agent Brian Kendall, he recorded Charlie in the restaurant when he was with Harvey. He put a bag that was recording next to them, but he thinks he was made. And not much more to say there. Special Agent Patrick Sanford. I think this is a guy we get pretty acquainted with, if this is the one I'm thinking of. He interviewed Luis Riviera when he attempted to be a witness in the case. He was told about the shot in the Prius and that it needed to be fixed. So this is going back to previous days. The story is that we were told back then was they were fiddling with the gun, the hitmen were, fired a gun through the bottom of the rental vehicle, hit the fuel line, and had to get it repaired. And at this point they show the vehicle, and it had been sold, repainted, still had the hole all the way through the floor. They put a line through it. And so they sold the car without noticing, and the buyers didn't notice, and then they show a really weird repair on the fuel line. Never got caught by anyone doing that. Like, they found it. That's weird. He said the homicide had to take place that day because Dan was leaving town. He found calls of Donna meddling in her children's lives. Wendy had contracted to buy a house and backed out of it on the same day Catherine was approached for the murder. Donna and Charlie recorded on a call to prevent Wendy from breaking up with her boyfriend at the time. There's a lot of text here. There's a lot of text I don't read. Charlie runs his mouth, and that's something everyone in the courtroom is talking about. Both sides. Charlie cannot shut up. Charlie kind of buries Donna, right? Actually, Donna talks about burying Donna at one point today. In one of these days. It's been a wild few days. We'll get there. We'll get there. There was an equipment issue when they tried to play some audio, so they took a break. They come back and play audio. It is Charlie and Donna trying to control Wendy's love life. Donna also has Charlie try to control Wendy's career. They explain what the bump was again. They show video of the bump. They play Donna's call to Charlie because they had the wiretap before the bump, which seems like the ex-judge didn't understand repeatedly. I don't know if I mentioned that, but like later, but like with future cross, she seems to not understand they had the wiretap in place before the bump. Donna talks about how it is fortunate Harvey doesn't know. So, trying to say Harvey doesn't know about the bump. Donna says it involved both of them, and Charlie probably knows what she is talking about. And this is kind of the moment I waited for all trial. Because this is the moment where we have Donna directly connecting Donna to the murder. Like, she is like, oh yeah, Charlie, you know about this. We know about this. It involves us. Like, the way she's saying it, this to me is like the first dumb direct connection she gave. A lot of other stuff pointed to her, but this is a connection. The next call is played. Donna tells him in this call to bring cash. Charlie asks directly if it's blackmail, and Donna says a good possibility. Charlie wonders if it's the government. Donna does not want to take a photo of the letter. Charlie asks if they are threatening, and Donna says she doesn't think she should talk. Charlie mentions maybe going to the police. In the call, they talk about comparing it to like a bad Yelp review as part of their code words. If Charlie doesn't bring cash, Donna will. Next is another call. Charlie says to not talk about things in the apartment. Must have thought it was bugged. Donna says the TV was probably about 5, and they mention an ex-girlfriend. The apartment wasn't bugged. The only TV involved was Charlie's joke of buying a TV and Wendy's alibi. Donna mentioned an ex-girlfriend, but no name. Charlie then calls Katie, with no one telling him it was about Katie. That call is then played. Talk of the bump, the ex-girlfriend, the money. Charlie said the undercover referenced him, but that never happened. So Charlie's like lying to Katie. Donna didn't say they mentioned him. Charlie didn't call anyone else about this. Charlie met with Donna. Now the ex-judge is up. And actually, no, sorry. Ex-judge is not up. The ex-judge questions the judge's ruling when it comes to the state, asking questions about what is said in the calls. The ex-judge, as the current judge points out, so the defense's attorney, failed at making this argument in the sidebar, but still tried to make it again in court. And the judge said he has nothing more to say on this. He made his ruling. Again, it's just so bad. And that's kind of the end of the day. And we're now on day 5. So, remember this. Special Agent Patrick Sanford is who we were talking about. Day 5 begins with Special Agent again, the same guy. But before we begin, the defense is talking about a possible discovery violation with the judge. An enhanced version of audio wasn't provided to the defense. State said it was requested to be handed over in a previous trial in this case to the defense. As soon as it was found, it was provided, and the state said, if you don't want to submit the enhanced one, we can do the unenhanced one. And the judge is basically like, Like, obviously, it's not great, but it was obviously accidental. Same witness is up. He's going to be talked about a lot. They play a call. This is Charlie and Donna trying to control Wendy's job. They talk of dinner with Catherine and Charlie. They show the Lexus that Katie got. They play Charlie and Katie meeting audio, so the audio of them together. Charlie referenced a rental car, and that hadn't been released to the public. Talked about how he would be happy I have you on salary. Talking about Sigfredo with Katie, because I think maybe his world's who's contacting them, right, with the bump. The judge tells the jury with instructions that recordings are evidence and the transcripts are just an aid. A call between Donna and Charlie is played. Charlie references dinner with a friend and helping with relationship advice. Another call right after. Friend will sleep on it and come to his office to tell him how it went. So this is all code, right? Like, the codes suck, and it's even, I keep trying to not go ahead of myself, but a lot of these conversations are the most obvious code talk, right? The most obvious. Charlie said it's going to go one of two ways. Charlie said that it could be traced and charged with extortion, talking about the people who gave the paper. Next is a call between Catherine and Sigfredo. It is a fight, and Sigfredo says he won't make the phone call. Then he says he will take care of the problem later. Sigfredo tells her to stop talking on the phone. And honestly, that's the smartest man in this whole thing, is let's stop talking about everything over the phone. They don't stop, though. They know better. That's what's crazy about this. Another call a few minutes later. And this is Katie and Sigfredo. They talk about something with the children's clothing costing $657 or $65.70. This is code about the number that Donna got because they couldn't remember the number. Not a good code, a very obvious code, but they were trying to figure out the phone number here because they couldn't figure it out. Talk of, now it's Charlie talking to Catherine, and there's talk of properties not being a good investment. Katie feels like it was posted incorrectly, the property was. Then they talk about fish biting and pricing, too high of a price. More talk about the property listing and shock at the price, till figuring out the scenarios, the people with the property becoming a leech that will never leave you, not wanting to be taken advantage of, trying to find out who is involved, but don't print pictures. All a terrible attempt at code, right? None of it even makes sense if it wasn't code, and it just drags on and on. About an hour later, Charlie calls Donna. That call's played. Charlie talks of police giving traffic tickets and to be careful. Says that what I think it was. If that's what I think it was. Now it's a video recording of the dinner with Charlie and Harvey. Nothing you can't really hear shit. I'm gonna be honest. I can't. A call after the dinner. Talk of the bump letters into the Adelson. The letter says, my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Toto and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon will you. After received, Charlie calls Catherine. Charlie says he was talking to his parents about everything, and then corrects about his day. He tells Catherine to come down. He will come to wherever she is now, talking more to his parents afterwards, talk of WhatsApp calls. So basically, Charlie's trying to figure out how to get Catherine in person so they can figure out the code's not going to work. They need to talk about this. But this meeting that they had wasn't recorded because planning of it was actually on WhatsApp. And by the time they found out about it, they couldn't get there in time for surveillance. There was a call after from Charlie to Donna. Talk of him going to see them and questioning if Wendy's going to go. Another call, this one involving Juna Chenda. I'm going to probably have butchered that name. Charlie talks of having a lot to sort out to a woman and to keep her on the phone. I don't really get this call. I re-listened to it like 3 times and I was confused, but it's there. Maybe it's code. Maybe it's Charlie trying to get out of his responsibilities so he can talk to Katie. I think that's probably what it was. Next is Sigfredo and Katie. Katie needs to talk to Sigfredo. Sigfredo says, don't worry, they got money. Talk of wiretap showing text messages. This is Katie to Sigfredo right after the call. Need to talk to you about something else. Sigfredo responds, whatever is going on with you, your homie is between you. Don't text me. So Sigfredo knows. Stop it. Doesn't work though. Next call is Charlie and Donna. Talk of things being taken care of, and they don't care. Then there's a call, this time with Harvey jumping in. Donna gets back on. Charlie gets up, upset with her, and says, stop with the fucking nonsense because I really don't want it to come down there any more than I need to. Distance myself from. So he's talking about distancing himself, and he cuts himself off. Charlie says they're just getting worked up. He's been trying to like calm his parents down. Donna wants to be told it was taken care of. Harvey isn't sleeping well after talking with Charlie, so it's kind of implicating that Harvey knows what's going on. They talk about how paying works. Charlie talks about the bump guy, if he was in disguise or not, and that if he's not in disguise, it's not real. Charlie has a bunch of weird thoughts. Charlie says Donna didn't do anything. Talk of all the planning, stress, logistics, and risk that was on his side. If somebody was going to do something, they wouldn't have given number and shown their face. Next is Catherine to Charles. Catherine says something got mixed up with the client's numbers. Again, this is code. They both tried. Neither works. Talks of setting Charlie up with the realtor. Code again. Katie was trying to remember the number from memory. So that's why the number was wrong. Katie didn't want to have it written down. Charlie said he would check the number. Next is Charlie to Donna. Charlie asks Donna for the number. Charlie gets back to Katie that she doesn't know the number. He'll get it later. Next is a call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie talks of the listings for properties. They need to figure out the phone number. This time it is the right number. Nobody has called the right number yet, though. So during all this, no one has called. More Charlie and Harvey meeting video played. They show Harvey on the video feed, by the way, at the trial, looking very worried. The call after that's published. Charlie to Donna. They're trying to publish the same call as earlier. It doesn't work. Something's wrong with the audio. Catherine's calls to Charlie. Charlie talks about Donna speaking in code. Well, Charlie, if the jury didn't know it was all code talk, now they do. Says he was in the saying she was in the bathroom. Charlie tried to talk in code about a turd flushing or being flushed, and Charlie wants it flushed. And Charlie then says it gets to be clear he wants the problem flushed because Charlie can't stop talking. Talk of a gift card you can use in any hotel. Talk of Jesus, Beyonce, lemonade. Charlie keeps talking. Another between Donna and Charlie, talking of Dad being upset. Charlie says everything is being taken care of. Nobody picked up. Charlie says she called the number, but Charlie says he called the number, but nobody picked up. Everyone is lying. Everyone is saying they called this number. Nobody has actually called the number given in the bump. Everything you're hearing about them calling the number in the bump didn't happen so far. Next is a bump attempt at the Institute itself to contact Donna. He tells the woman on the line he needs to know what she thinks about the paperwork. Donna calls Charlie about it, and Donna wants to verify the number matches the same number, and Charlie says no one picked up. Charlie tells her not to worry, he will call someone. Charlie tries to call Katie and leaves a message, tries multiple times, and she calls him back. Katie tells Charlie to call the number. Charlie wants Katie to find out who it is. Charlie believes it's serious, and Katie is trying to downplay it. Katie thinks it's the FBI playing games. Katie is tired of the code shit. So again, now we have we had Charlie tired of Donna's code, and now we have Katie tired of Charlie's code. Code doesn't work if you tell everyone it's code. Talk of going to the cops. Charlie says he will be calling his mom. There's a lunch break, and guess what? Same witnesses back up. Charlie calls Donna. No caller ID at the office. Charlie says he will have someone call the number. Charlie calls Katie and says to call the number. Katie says that someone's fishing or someone is already listening to everything. And at this point, the judge has to tell Donna to put on her headphones because Donna isn't listening. Katie and Charlie again. Can I blame Donna? No one wants to hear Charlie. Katie and Charlie again. Charlie and Donna. Charlie thinks it's an FBI investigator, seeing how they react. Charlie calls the undercover. He actually made the phone call. For the first time anyone made the phone call, it's Charlie. They repeat Toto hasn't been taken care of, and who is it? Who is this? I gave the number to a lady. They say, you know, Katie and Toto said they have been taken care of since a family problem has been taken care of up north. Undercover gives a story of being with Toto in a cell who told him the story. Charlie says he will look into things, and he hit star 67 to try to hide his number before making this call. After this, Charlie makes multiple calls to Katie, and eventually she answers, and Charlie explains to her that he called. Charlie says he doesn't know about her family being taken care of other than the hours he gives her at the office, so Charlie implicates that right there. Charlie says it sounds like a cop, but they have a lot of fucking details. Charlie talks of calling the FBI and getting a reward. Katie calls Sigfredo after she sent him a text. She relays the story. They said Katie. They said Tudo. They have the amount. They have too many details. Sigfredo talks of calling the cops. Nobody calls the cops. No one calls the cops. No one calls a number. No one. They just produce evidence is what they do. Another call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie says to not call from his phone. Sigfredo talks of dumping his phone, and Katie says to use a friend's phone. Another call between him saying he couldn't get a hold of the number. There was a hang-up call with no message. Katie and Charlie talk about the number. Talk of blocking the name of who's calling. Charlie is brainstorming on the call what to say to try to excuse to give them money. Asking like who owes you money from his big family. Charlie doesn't want anyone to go to jail because then they'll want payback. Charlie is basically repeating the call that he had with the undercover, trying to dissect it. Katie is really confused. The guy on Charlie says the guy's gonna have a big problem. Now it's Sigfredo contacting Katie, claiming he made 3 calls to the number. He didn't. He made none. Katie and Charlie are worried about an informant on the next call, and then we have Charlie and Donna. And the detective kind of sighs when the state says it's a long call. You are getting the short and sweet version. Charlie does not shut up. Charlie says he would rather not talk to Donna on the phone and then proceeds to produce evidence and continue talking on the phone. Charlie proceeds to say he is 99% sure it is what they discussed and goes into how there aren't threats. So basically Charlie thinks it's the government now. Charlie talks about it being 2 years later, could be investigators working for Dan's family. They want everyone to start talking, a trick to get Donna to go to the police station and then start talking. He talks of Katie's friend leaving a message, and it was in Spanish. Charlie is hung up on being told, do the right thing. That was like a phrase said when he called the number, according to Charlie. Charlie talks more about this being part of an investigation. We take a break, and we come back to Charlie incriminating them all. This is a Charlie and Katie call. Charlie talks of buying a man a dildo for a birthday present. I think this is about Sigfredo. And he offered Katie a Range Rover. Now, another bump attempt to Donna. This included a little threatening language. So they're listening in. They hear him saying, oh, it's got to be the feds because there's no threats. So they add a little threatening language, right? Call between Katie and Charlie. Charlie says he got Sigfredo a nice gift card. Katie tells Charlie to stop talking about her tits. Then we have another call. Katie is scared about Charlie's present to Sigfredo. Charlie talks of gifts to Katie, including concert tickets and a limo. Katie calls her kid Charlie's godchild. There's a call between Carly and Donna. They talk about things being okay. Donna has something to say to Charlie. Charlie is annoyed Donna didn't call him earlier about whatever it is. Charlie and Katie call. Charlie's heading to his parents. State says that even for us, that one is torturous and ends the call early. By the way, there is no objection from the defense that, like, Charlie is torture to listen to, by the way. I was tortured along with the jury. Charlie and Donna on call about meeting. Sigfredo and Katie talking about Charlie talking to his parents. Charlie wants to call Katie from a landline, which he thinks is more secure. I don't know why. Charlie talks with the text to Katie. They reference Katie's baby daddy, mention the text. Someone is fishing. Katie says someone is messing with you. Read between the lines. Charlie wonders where they got the information and why not just collect the reward. Katie and Sigfredo call. Talking about the text again. Because they got a text, remember? Yeah. Bump text, I believe it was. The little threatening language. I think that's what this is about. Charlie and Donna talk where Donna says she'll call the number. She actually does. Donna even installed software to record her own incriminating call herself. Donna talks to the bump, claims she doesn't know the man in jail and denies things. Donna shares the call to Charlie, and Charlie is 100% convinced now it's police. Donna talks of downloading the app Charlie said to. They call the undercover patient as code, like a patient at the dentist clinic. So I could have sworn the defense tried to argue maybe there weren't codes in their talk, but if you are, you know, you're under, they assume they're under wiretap, they assume they're being investigated, and they're still using code for a call that the investigators would know about. The judge again has to tell Donna to wear her headphones. I'm wondering if she takes it off when she thinks something's incriminating. Charlie to Katie. Charlie says he has a new CD they should listen to. 100% record breakers. Makes you want to drop the mic. Talk of it being a pig. The track is 4 or 5 minutes. Lots of, over 4 or 5 minutes. Lots of talking. Charlie's friend got a cute pot-bellied pig. Katie seems to not get that he meant police officers, by the way. Charlie and Donna call. Again, talk of the patient being 100%. They won't go to the Board of Dentistry. Crisis averted. The undercover wasn't nasty enough to, according to them, basically. And then it went back to talk of Wendy's love life. They just kind of move on. Checks to Katie, though, stopped at this point. There was a subpoena for Katie's records working at the Adelson Institute, but there were none. They also play a call from an employee at the Institute who called Charlie while the FBI was there. Charlie is at a loss for words for the first time in his life, it seems. Charlie tries to distance himself, and it's his dad's office now, and suggests she not speak to anyone. They go back to the call they had issues with before. Charlie, Harvey, Donna. It's Charlie using percentages again and saying he spoke to Dad about it. That's the end of day 5. Guess what? Day 6. Guess what? Same witness that we ended day 3 with and all of day 4. This guy does not get a break. They list off the dates. All those involved were arrested. Katie offered proffer after conviction. She talked of the date Charlie asked if they had someone. She had someone she knew could take care of someone. That was on Halloween. Evidence Charlie was at that location with Katie that night is shown. Katie went to get money and left the next day. Donna Harvey brought the money. Donna's text says she was outside his house the night she said the money was brought over. There was a jail call with Charlie and Donna where Donna thought she hung up, but she didn't. Donna talks about having lived a good life. Can't watch her son in prison. Already bought her cemetery plots. Donna complains Wendy threatened to Baker Act her. Harvey says she didn't want him to do it yet. Donna says we can do it together. They'll know when to come and get us and we'll do it together. Donna talks of Charlie's attorney suggested they could make a run for it at the airport. Harvey said he should get a visa. Wendy said her lawyer said she shouldn't ask about Charlie. Donna said she told Wendy everyone looks to protect her. She has a lot to think about. I love this because there's so many shady aspects of all of the lawyers the family uses too, right? Like we have the Wendy shady aspects. We have this shady aspect. We're going to have more shady stuff brought up about them claims. And we have our current attorneys that the ex-judge has a past, at least. I don't know about the other one. It's not a good look to the jury when your entire family's involvement in the legal system is very, well, not only guilty of the same crime, but also the attorneys are at issue. Like there's even issues with the divorce attorney, right? For Wendy. Wendy told her mom she wasn't involved in Danny's death. Donna said she never said she was. Donna wants to give Wendy information because they will be gone. They looked for places without extradition. Donna said her family is cursed, and there's an approach. So all of that last bit, all of that was included where she thought she was talking to someone else, and she just left her phone going while it was being wiretapped because she thought the call disconnected with her son. But there's an approach. This recording was the day after Charlie's conviction. They find out about Donna's travel plans to Vietnam that were made. Donna was intercepted at the Miami International Airport while on the air bridge boarding the plane. Donna's phone was seized. They asked if it was willingly, but there was an approach. Donna resisted giving the phone physically, saying no and turning away, which I have immortalized behind me. That is what this is. This is from the body cam. There was a search warrant for her at her residence, which included a planner. A planner from 2014 was actually provided by Donna's prior attorney. And that's kind of important because they're using that planner from 2014 against Donna. And it was her own attorney that brought her, the worst lawyers, I guess. The 2014 planner included a lot of personal information, including information about Dan's vehicle. And Donna was trying to board a one-way flight. We have a break, and the defense is up. But before they get to speak, the state has to correct, talking that there were two planners, and the 2014 one had the tag number, and it was listed in the back after the calendar months, where it was like a notes section. Now, here we go. The ex-judge is walking up for the defense, which signals to me this won't be anything useful to the defense, which means the defense has wasted day 3, 4, and most of 6 at the trial. But let's see if I get proven wrong. This witness is a lead FBI investigator on the case. He was on the case the Monday following the murder. Donna writes a lot, and Charlie can't shut up. Yes, the lawyer for Donna said that Charlie can't shut up. They followed leads outside the state of Florida. Talk of traffic in South Florida was discussed. Charlie was trying to get Katie to say who was involved in the messages. Charlie is worried it could be someone involved in the case. Charlie is always using percentages, telling his mom it's okay. The only wiretaps for Charlie and Katie in this case. There were more wiretaps from a different investigation that were used. Talk of the process of a wiretap. Dan didn't know he was being followed. Talk of Dan hugging his kids the morning of the murder. They're just retelling the murder from the start. I don't understand this. They're trying to talk about how terrible Dan's final day was, and it's like, yeah, your client's on charged with the murder. Talk of how a 50-minute call doesn't mean it was all about the case. She asked if Jeff was a suspect, and he said he wasn't involved in that, but there were a lot of suspects. Jeff was who it seemed like Wendy was trying to set up. Calls were used in the investigation. Charlie said he would keep Katie full-time, so she will get checks at the dinner. Talk of surveillance before the bump. Charlie handed Katie the checks. They were led to look for the weapon by one of the hitmen, but couldn't find it. Donna and Harvey left the U.S. many times before and returned. They don't know what was said outside the recorded calls. Charlie said to Donna she didn't do anything, and that was considered. Donna also said Charlie didn't do anything, but we saw how his trial went. So again, they're not the most truthful family. Charlie's defense was he was being extorted. Everyone else at this point has convicted them. Katie minimized her role in the original proffers. He doesn't remember when he found out Donna got a one-way ticket, but the warrant came after they listened to the phone call that she had, or she thought she hung up. She kind of almost got away with it, right? The investigator heard Donna had plans to return for a bar mitzvah. He wasn't involved in the process of getting the warrant, but he drove to Miami just in case they got a warrant because of the non-extradition travel. Witness said he isn't aware that someone called to warn them about her leaving the country, and the county attorney said there was no warrant. Defense asked if he was aware that Donna's lawyer was told if they got a warrant, Donna would get to turn herself in. Objection, sustained, approach. They're trying to make Donna the victim of how she got arrested. It is wild. Wild. We're in a murder case. Like, well, isn't it a little mean how you arrested the murderer? No one's feeling sympathy about how the arrest was done. She gives him Donna's visa. It was valid for 90 days for the purposes of tourism. Talk of how Donna was arrested. Defense is basically trying to make it the case was unfair or mean where she was arrested at. Very weird. Donna never said outright she wanted Dan killed. Lots of circumstantial evidence, but what is evidence is up to the jury. And it wasn't his choice, this witness, when to arrest Donna. Seems like the state wanted him to say he wanted her arrested a long time before that, but it wasn't his call. But the defense complained, so they moved on. Charlie's defense brought Donna into it. His defense was Donna was writing the checks with him, and it was extortion, and the money wasn't going to Katie. She was giving it to someone else, he thought. The killers did the killing without being provoked and hoped they would be paid by a rich family. It was a murder on layaway, with Donna paying the extortionist, according to Charlie. State's trying to get bar mitzvah information while the ex-judge is watching them struggle to find the dates. The ex-judge has this, I don't think I can describe it as like a Joker smile, while the state's floundering a bit finding a date, like she's getting real joy out of it. And Donna looks like she's about to deflate and all the air is going to come out. It's something. The bar mitzvah was a few months after the plane ticket was purchased, within the dates for the visa, but they didn't get a return ticket. The calls were cut down to remove unimportant parts, but the full calls are available to the jury. Another thing I forgot to really go into is the defense is arguing it like wasn't okay or fair about how they because they arrested Donna as she's literally boarding the plane, right? And I think the defense was trying to make it like a theatrics thing, but it was just separating her from the crowd. I mean, she's fucking fleeing the country, right? Like, that's the argument. Like, oh, they were too theatrical in how they just barely stopped my client from leaving the country. I don't know. I don't think that plays well. I think the ex-judge is bad at their job. So after 3 days, this witness can finally leave. The jury leaves. And Donna gets sworn in. Because she has to understand that she agrees for how the cross-examination strategy they are going to do is going to fit into the defense. And she agrees. And that kind of like raised an alarm bell, like, how weird or bad is this cross-examination strategy going to be if they're having Donna swear under oath that she's okay with it? But we continue. Detective Jonathan Grossman is up. Search warrant images are shown from Donna's home, a note to Wendy about a gun to sell, who to contact. The ex-judge is doing the cross. Harvey was present for the search, questioned if the dot in the closet could have been a light, and they don't know. And then they didn't look in a safe as far as he remembers. That was the entire cross. I don't get the point. Next up is Patricia Bird, a jail informant. So this is where things get kind of spicy. We're getting some jail informants, which is basically also trying to implicate people working for Donna on this case. This informant is in for violating probation on her felony case. Pending case, she could get 5 years on. Nothing was offered for testimony. She was in custody with Donna for 6 or 7 months, same pod. Donna was close to this witness and someone named Drina. Donna said she did it to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't meant to go this far. Donna asked if she was ever in custody with Katie, and this witness was. Donna wanted her to say Katie did it because they know Donna's family had money. This witness says she was offered a trailer, land, and that Donna's husband would fix her teeth. But Katie never said those things. Donna gave her commissary. She spoke to a woman that worked with Donna, on the defense, and Donna wanted her to say untrue things about Katie. They said they spoke to others too. This witness told her attorney, and then they contacted the state attorney. Defense is up. Thankfully, it's not the ex-judge, so they must think they actually have strategy here. Was the woman you spoke to that worked for Donna black or white? Black. Did you say a few weeks ago they were white? Yes. She was confused by the question. She spoke to a male investigator too. The first investigator was also told about Donna's offer, so they're saying that Donna's investigators knew about Donna's offer. Katie is manipulative. She isn't sure if Donna said she only wrote the checks. Donna didn't say she planned the murder. She met with defense attorneys twice in this case. The defense is asking if she talked of speaking more than that. The judge orders defense to provide prior testimony to the witness so they confirm or deny. She said 4 or 5 times to the defense, female investigator twice. She was sleeping in a bed next to Donna for 3 to 4 months. Would jail records be more accurate? Maybe. And then defense cuts her off, which means that the state knows to go in and just tells her to finish. They were in 2 pods together. They slept next to each other in one, same section in another, but either case it's the same room. They talked on a regular basis for months. She spoke to the defense, her own attorney, the state, and has testified before. Katie admits to doing what the state accused her of. Next up is Drina Bernhardt, another jail informant. Incarcerated on 2 felony cases, violation of probation with up to 15 years in prison, another with up to 5. She had 27 prior convictions. She was friendly with Donna in the jail for about 4 months. Donna called her jail daughter or sunshine. Painted pictures for her and letters, and they show a picture and letter. It went the other way too. Donna talked to her grandkids. Donna was close to Dan's kids and called them her kids. Donna talked about her case daily. This witness reached out to law enforcement in the hope of a lighter sentence or rehab, but the more it went on, it was just about justice. She was worried. Donna was worried about her son Rob testifying. This witness knew Katie. Donna tried to get her to be a witness in this case, and she said yes. Talked about it a lot. Donna wanted her to testify about Katie, and Donna prepared a script of what to say. The script included about how everyone knew about Donna from the news. No, she knew nothing about Donna until they met. So it's very self-bragging, to be honest. Talked about reading it in the paper and the news. None of that happened. It was provided to the state. So basically, this witness got the script. She was supposed to write it down in her own handwriting. And instead, she turned it over to the state, got it back, and gave it back to Donna. It comes up with the story of Katie telling Charlie to pay $1/3 after her friends killed Dan without being told to. Katie did not say any of this. She doesn't know about Charlie's trial or testimony. Extortion, the word extortion was underlined by Donna. The way it is written is not how Katie would talk either. Donna offered her package, which is like commissary basically. Phone calls were paid for by Donna. Promised $10,000 and a grand piano and cameras and pills. She's a recovering addict. And money. The money would be sent by Harvey through Zelle. But she was to contact Harvey using Signal. Cross. Again, not the ex-judge. I'm thinking they know better than the use of her important crosses. This witness said she was released, but didn't know if it was due to the involvement in this case. She met with the detective about this case. She knew Patricia Bird from inside the jail. She asked detectives if she did a good job after meeting with them. The state waived PR sentencing in her burglary case. This would mean with PR, she would have been sentenced to the maximum, but it didn't happen because of a plea. She was put on probation. She violated that probation. She was arrested on a new burglary charge, facing 15 unless she makes a deal with the state. She became friends with Donna. Donna would talk about her case. She sat with Donna in a pod so state could get video of her with Donna. She doesn't remember what she did when Donna went over the script, but she says she never told Donna what to write. Redirect. She was never advised to say anything but the truth like she did today. The plea offer would be from someone other than this prosecutor. And all of this testimony was provided before her latest arrest and before the violations. She did not know Charlie Adelson's story to be able to tell Donna to write this script. So the way I am taking this is Donna was attempting to use her case to re-litigate the defense for Charlie. Because if Donna gets away with it, and this matches Charlie's story, maybe Charlie gets an appeal or something, right? That's where my brain is at. Kate Butler, handwriting expert, is up. She explains that they can determine who wrote something. Donna wrote that script. Christopher Corbett is up again. This guy from previously. Not the last 3 days, but like from like day 2 or maybe 3. They show the script in question, and it's in a question-answer format, like a trial. The story in the script matches Charlie's defense in his trial. Donna only learned what extortion meant in October of 2023 because Donna searched the difference between extortion and blackmail. Donna and Wendy talked of Charles's trial and the verdict as it was happening. Donna said Charlie was telling the truth in his testimony after his testimony before the verdict to Wendy. Donna also told multiple other people it was the truth. Donna told Wendy she was next, but that wouldn't... Donna told Wendy that Donna was next. Like, Donna said about herself. She would be next, but Donna would take care of that. No evidence of extortion in Charlie's messages to Katie. They were very friendly. Donna's phones had WhatsApp evidence of her and Charlie. They talk of new info in the WhatsApp thread they got from Donna's phone. Charlie's attorney is talking to Garcia's attorney, and he says his attorney ran into Katie. They talk of Katie being beautiful. No anger shown towards Garcia or Katie. This is after Garcia got arrested for the murder. Charlie is workshopping a story about a drug dealer with Donna, about maybe a drug dealer's involved, and that's how Dan died, which doesn't work because they're trying an extortion story, but he's workshopping another story with Donna. And it shows they're just like, they're making up stuff, right? After Charlie's verdict, Donna sent to Wendy, your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your law lawyer took very good care of you. Now you can bury me in the dress I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. They have excerpts of Donna trying to get the visa. Defense tried to object but was overruled. Donna wants the visa as fast as possible. She's very panicky about wanting the visa quick. Notes shown about the canceling of insurance. Charlie's lawyer tell him on a private line. Talk of child support for 2 years. Talk of selling their items. Donna sends Wendy information about an attorney and a condo. Donna sending information she can't say why to someone else, but saying Wendy might need them. Searches about non-extradition countries. Defense is up. WhatsApp is commonly used internationally. They are talking about photos from the search warrant. Just because Donna is selling things doesn't mean she's fleeing the country by itself. A multi-interest visa means they could enter and leave. No evidence Donna read Charlie's messages to Katie. Defense says a bunch of slides about Charlie running his mouth or in this case, his thumbs were shown. Donna and Charlie talk about good news in the paper. Um, the state mentioned this because they're back up. Donna and Charlie talked about good news in the paper, which seems to reference an article, the only article they could find, which where someone said there was that matches the date, and about a speedy trial for the Dan Markel case is with just the hitmen, and they don't expect more arrests. And at this point, the state rests. It's done. And the judge asks the defense, how long will it take? You know, like how long will it take to call your witnesses? And they said they'll let the judge know on Tuesday. Are we about to get the defense resting without trying anything? I don't know who she calls. I don't know who Donna would call as a witness, who's on her list or anything, but I could see it. I could see them just saying resting, and the closing statement basically being the state didn't prove Donna did anything. That might be the best move, right? Like any witness they bring up, it's just gonna dig Donna a deeper hole, I think. I guess we'll see. But yeah, that's 3 days in one. Took about an hour to record. I don't know how long to get this up, so I'll schedule it at some point. Thank you if you watched. Appreciate all of you. Hopefully I didn't drone on too much. It is late. I am tired. I am wired on caffeine. I need to try to go to sleep because the trial starts again tomorrow, and I've got a personal stuff going on, and I've got friends wanting me to play this game with them, which I mean I haven't done. I didn't do it all today because, as you can imagine, well, day and a half, as you can imagine, I've been catching up on this trial. I don't know if I'll get another Donna video out on Tuesday. I'm trying to. I want to try to, but that's very up in the air. There's some stuff going on I might have to attend to, so we'll see. But I want to thank you. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoyed it. I think that the state did it. I'm gonna be honest. I was waiting for something that seemed to me to like be there's a lot of insinuations, obvious that she's connected, right? I wanted a direct line. Pretty sure I got that in my opinion. So they did what I wanted for evidence wise. I think we know the verdict, but we'll have to see. One of Donna Adelson's defense witnesses had to be fetched from the airport before they boarded a plane to leave. This is a wild day. Her defense is terrible. Let's dig into it. So we begin the day. The defense is up with a motion for acquittal. It is decently long, and I'm going to spare you because obviously it didn't work. On one hand, during today, I didn't want the ex-judge defense attorney to speak because she is so vile. On the other hand, I knew that when she does speak, it will most likely hurt Donna's case, in my opinion. So first up for the defense is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, a family friend. And who's questioning her? The ex-judge. It's going to be wild. So the ex-judge almost immediately makes a joke about the court reporter shooting her for talking over someone. Very classy when your client is on trial involving a murder that was a shooting. Just so classy. There's a lot of classiness here. We even began with this, and then we end with the judge doing something else that I think is extremely disrespectful. But the defense tries to go into the witness's description of Donna over the years, and there's a objection, relevant, sustained approach. They overruled it. I mean, obviously, if they didn't overrule it, what's the point, right? This witness can't do much, in my opinion. But she says Donna isn't a hateful or aggressive person who would harm someone. Donna never said she wanted Dan killed or harmed. And Donna's Jewish, and she raised her children traditionally. Donna used WhatsApp to talk to people while on trips and to save money and save on phone bills. She says Donna was hysterical after Danny was killed. There's objection, hearsay, and the defense approaches. They get to come out that Donna was upset and crying. Donna said she was worried about Wendy and the boys, so Donna was going to head to Tallahassee. Remember, Wendy moved down with Donna within 48 hours, right? Donna spoke of Dan's memorial service. This witness watched as little information as possible about Charlie's trial, which is definitely what I would do if I thought someone was a family friend's son was innocent. I would definitely avoid it like the plague. She let Donna stay in her home during the trial. And she said she knew about a bar mitzvah planned in 2024. There's more hearsay objections. The judge has them approach, and the jury is sent out. The objections sustained, and we're back. Donna was considering taking her own life after Charlie's trial. Bar mitzvahs are important to Jewish grandmothers, and Donna was excited to attend. You might be wondering, is this a bar mitzvah defense? And you'll be correct. That is actually part of the defense, is a bar mitzvah. Using her grandchildren as a defense is very bold when you are accused of taking away their father. The state's up. The witness says they aren't familiar with Donna saying she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress she bought. She denies hearing Donna say she would be dead by the bar mitzvah, but admits that Donna wanted to take her own life. Donna never called Dan bad names to her. She doesn't recall if Donna mentioned a bribe, but Donna did mention about claiming to convert the grandchildren to Christianity. Donna told her on a trip to Japan they took about the extortion. Witnesses asked if she is extorted, does that mean she knew who killed Dan Markel? And the witness says, yeah, I guess. Oops, that's bad. The witness says she doesn't know about the checks. She now tries to backpedal and claim she was confusing the bump with extortion, and Charlie was actually being extorted by Catherine. She doesn't remember being told Donna was writing the checks, though. She says her and Donna didn't discuss Charlie's trial, which is interesting because the way she's wording the extortion thing, from my understanding, I didn't watch Charlie's trial. What's been said here, she's matching the defense strategy from Charlie's trial, but they didn't discuss it. So that was weird right there. Thankfully, the state quickly provided messages of Donna and this witness discussing Charlie's trial. The witness thinks Charlie's jury got the verdict wrong. This witness said Charlie, Donna, and Wendy are all innocent. The witness didn't know Vietnam was non-extradition. She knew Donna said she hoped to make it out of the airport in time. She says Donna meant before the plane left, but the witness gets corrected with evidence that she wanted to leave before law enforcement arrested her, and the witness responds with a shrug. This woman knows it's over. She claims not to remember Donna complaining Wendy didn't call after Charlie's verdict, but there are receipts of Donna doing just that. Witness offered to be with Donna. The redirect from the ex-judge is up. Donna didn't tell you at the time that she was writing the checks. Donna said Charlie was extorted. She thought Donna was coming back for the bar mitzvah. So we're at the bar mitzvah defense, number 1. And next up is Ron Gutterson, I think. He is the partner of the last witness. They're not married, they're partners, whatever. They corrected a couple times. This witness is not being questioned by the ex-judge. It's by the other defense attorney, which means he might have something important, maybe, or they're just worried she's going to screw it up. He tells the story of how he knows Harvey. They were friends since high school stuff. He knew about Charlie's arrest. Donna and Harvey stayed at their place during a trial. Harvey was devastated after the conviction. He knew Donna and Harvey traveled, but it would be temporary move until the bar mitzvah. They would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion. But he was to help Harvey's rental business while they were away. And now There's like a little gnat in here. It's pissing me off. The state is up. That's what I get for opening the window. He said, under normal circumstances, Donna and Harvey would attend the bar mitzvah, but the witness admits that a warrant being issued wasn't normal circumstances, and says that if Donna knew an arrest warrant was waiting, you might rethink twice about coming back. So the bar mitzvah defense is dead already on witness 2. Donna complained Wendy wasn't responding and Donna might need their help. He claimed he did it for Harvey. There's a break, and the next witness is Kelsey Guay, digital forensics examiner. And again, not the ex-judge is up. She looked at Donna's cell records mostly, but did not look at all the data. She received the PDFs used in court. She put data into Excel and shows how to open it. A lot of this is just how this works, right? She talks of the data, how she read it. Main claim is that the state overinflated how many contacts they had due to not removing duplicates, which wasn't even the state's main point, but they have to go with it. July 18th, Donna and Harvey's phones never connected to the same tower. The state is up. This witness doesn't disagree with state cell phone mapping the messages where Donna said outside your house is... Okay, I combined two things. This witness that the defense brought doesn't disagree with any of the state's cell phone mapping. The witness explains that when Donna told Charlie she was outside of the house, that was in an iCloud return, so it wouldn't have location data. So it isn't that the location data doesn't match, it's that it doesn't have any. So when the state's like, well, that message doesn't match being outside Charlie's house, it wouldn't. But Donna said she was there. The defense is still trying to claim Donna wasn't where she said she was, and I think that is not a great look. The state asks about Annie Cunningham and her possibly looking at data, her data. Objection overruled. So basically, Anna Cunningham is the first witness. She doesn't see a call to that phone number on the 18th. So the first witness claims Donna called her. Donna called her after Charlie's trial. Now, after this point, the data doesn't show the call. Frequency analysis is to show communication amounts compared to other. The state's witness accurately represented the raw data, and Charlie was Donna's most common contact. The state witness did let the jury know it contained duplicates, and they talk about how little was actually different with the duplicates. This witness charges $300 an hour, and the cost for all of this is about $10,000. If you're wondering how much someone looking at Excel gets paid. I know there's more to it, but she didn't really... She just agreed to everything else the state said and was like, look, I put it into Excel and removed duplicates. A redirect is up, not the ex-judge. More talk of duplicates, explaining how WhatsApp shows as data usage but doesn't show the number you call. Donna's phone had data sessions on the 18th of July. The records don't give data minute by minute. She can't say if the data shows Donna was having a conversation with Miss Cunningham the night of July 18th. The witness is only available for this day, so the state gets a single recross question. Donna was using her phone to make normal calls the night of July 18th. Now we get the defense redirect. Donna made 3 calls from 8:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. night of July 18th. Mrs. Cunningham is returning from the airport. Damn, the defense sure loves cutting it close at the airport. Recurring theme. So, basically, I don't know what they were doing with part of this. They're like, well, Donna made calls that night. So if they're claiming that Donna is making these contacts using WhatsApp, why is the defense bringing attention to the fact that Donna made regular calls? And then Miss Cunningham's already fleeing the area, I guess? Like, I don't know. Maybe this is a me thing, right? She's like, oh, I believe in her. I believe in her. If I believed in my friend, they're on trial for murder. Maybe they were instructed to not be involved outside the case with the Adelsons, but if you were released, I would think you'd want to like be with Harvey, you know, if she's such a great friend, and instead they're leaving the state. Um, there's a break, and they brought Miss Cunningham back, and the ex-judge is questioning her. She routinely talked to Donna using WhatsApp and Viber. So that's the defense. The defense is going, look, look, look. Maybe it wasn't a phone call. Maybe it was WhatsApp. States back up. So you went to the airport after your testimony and then returned to the courthouse to tell us you used WhatsApp to make that phone call. Yes. State lists dates that Donna called the witness. So the defense objects because she isn't seeing the items, but she doesn't have to. The witness says she has no reason to deny it. Basically, they prove before and after the murder, Donna was talking to her with a regular phone call. But now suddenly she's using WhatsApp. But then, the witness explains again, it was WhatsApp that on July 18th she commonly used it for calls while in the car, so that's what she used. And then the state has to surprise the witness that WhatsApp didn't offer calls until that next year. So the witness is like, it must have been Viber then. So the state ends with, must have been Viber, huh? So that witness, in my opinion, is just thrown out. It's really bad. It's bad. So we've had the first witness, right? The first witness is caught in lies, it seems like. At least that's what the state's accusing them of. Second witness admits the bar mitzvah defense doesn't stand. Third witness just reproves the state's case in a lot of ways, which is wild. So the next witness is Richard Chagrin, one of Donna and Harvey's friends. He's known them for 37 or 38 years. His wife is a realtor lawyer. They visited Donna after Charlie's verdict. Donna was distraught. Harvey was in shock. They had been on cruises and gone to Israel before together. He assisted with the visa and made the plane reservations for them. He claims he told them to take a one-way because it was cheaper than round trip. They picked a 90-day visa because they didn't know how long they would stay, but they would be back for that bar mitzvah. Yes, the bar mitzvah defense is back. They wanted to escape the media. Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike the witness's wife. Oh, your wife is going to be pissed at you. Donna was a little more involved with her grandkids since they lost their father, which, remember, Donna is accused of being involved in the murder of. The state is up. The bar mitzvah was less than 90 days, and when they booked it, this witness was just a conduit, he said in a prior interview, but today he told them to fly one way. He was there to help with the computer. Now he says he suggested one-way flights. And I got to quote the state on this. Let me get this correct. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms? And the witness's response is amazing. Not to my knowledge. And you have to realize that might be the first time he's heard that mention. And he might be like, what did I miss? Because he can't watch the trial, which we'll get to. But he might not have he can't watch the trial, so he might be wondering, what the hell did I miss? What happened? A redirect is up. This witness was more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey. The state didn't ask if he made decisions when they talked to him before. He made suggestions, though. So they're trying to word their way out of it. And this is where things get interesting, because these next two witnesses have been accused of crimes, possibly, by the state's witnesses. We're going to have the private investigators. Tarana Khan, private investigator, is up. She gives her experience working in federal defender's office. She never testified in court. She interviewed Patricia Byrd in the jail. Met her just once. She denies telling Patricia Byrd that Donna was going to give her things for the testimony, and denies she was told that Donna did that. Denies being told Donna confessed. This witness says she in fact never spoke with Donna. State asks, why did she interview Patricia Byrd? She said she was given a list of names to interview by defense counsel. She was not asked to go there because she was a state witness. The interview was not recorded. She wasn't asked to record it. She could have done it, though. Defense is up. She says she took notes with pen and paper. The state didn't request those notes. So we have a private investigator, right, visiting the jail to speak to someone because prior defense counsel says to, without any context, and they're not a state witness at this point. So this is a little shady, in my opinion. Like, it's out of nowhere, right? Next is Eddie Varnes. Private investigator. To me, he looks worried and he's like gulping. Could be just nerves from testifying. But he was retained by Donna's original lawyers. He is told not to say what Bird said. The defense literally tells him to not say what she said. The state will ask, by the way, but the defense doesn't want him to say it. He spoke with Patricia Bird. Prior defense counsel gave him the name, saying she might have information on the case. Claims she said she had information on Katie back from 2021 and never said Donna offered compensation. He was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. She spoke extensively about Katie. She said she met Donna about 4 weeks earlier. He said he warned her the state would say she offered to lie for Donna for compensation, but she replied it was the truth. She said she was expecting a plea offer soon for her case, and the state is up. Prior defense says to interview her, but this was before the state listed her as a witness. It was not recorded, but he could have done it. But in fact, prior defense counsel told him not to record the interview. State asked if it was the story about extortion from Charlie's trial, and he says you're in the ballpark. He refers back to his report. He tells the story and claims Bird used the word extortion. He did not ask to do a record interview after, and defense counsel did not ask him to do one after this. He says he doesn't know why either defense counsel didn't list this person as a witness, and he did in fact charge for his services. Defense is back up. He said he read exactly what Patricia Bird said. Defense tries to go back into the credentials. Objection sustained. Bird was actually listed on an old witness list by the defense. So we have two private investigators, and they're like, yeah, we didn't know why we were called here, but remember, it kind of matches actually the jailhouse informant interviews, right? That like Donna was finding people to make claims, but it's very shady to me. Everything feels shady. If you want to say, well, what they did isn't shady, well, you have the prior defense counsel saying, don't record it, and how did they get these names and all this? If it's, man, it's just, I don't think it helped. I guess the defense had to do it though, right? Like they had to do it because the jury knows that this is an accusation, and we've already had the, jailhouse informants. Next, there's approach, and the judge has the witness and jury leave. The judge says the rules of sequestration applies to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case? Ex-judge says she didn't know he was there. He was present for 15-20 minutes, according to bailiff. Judge has to decide if he's even allowed to testify, and there's a short break. So the next witness was actually sitting in the courtroom listening to some testimony. Tim Kelly, Dan Markel's realtor, ex-judge is up. In 2011, Dan contacted him to look at some homes. Donna and Harvey were with him. He heard the end of a female's testimony, but it doesn't affect his testimony. State is up. This was in 2011 to show places when Donna and Harvey could stay. Dan and Wendy were still together in 2011. So this is a defense witness. It's like, look, they got along before, like years before the murder, as if you're supposed to ignore every bit of evidence after that. Next up is Detective Josh Turner. He attended the interview with Drina Bernhardt, the other jailhouse informant for the state. She said she sat in front of a camera when talking to Donna on purpose. He downloaded the video after the interview, and they play the video. And in this video, it's rather long. The informant has a notebook, and Donna walks up and sits with her. Nobody is writing 8 minutes into the video. Then the jailhouse informant is writing, and then Donna starts writing while talking to the informant. Then it shows them writing both and discussing back and forth, both writing in their own notebook. And this was recorded the day after the informant said they had information on Donna. So, to give you the timeline, the informant saying, hey, I have information. And then the day after, we have this recorded interaction, and the defense is trying to make it seem like maybe they set Donna up, right? Like it's obviously, I think, the angle they're going with. So the state says Donna was trying to solicit her and gives the state the notebook. And the informant gave the notebook to the state. And the notebook had to be photographed because Donna told her to copy it and give it back. She said Donna wrote the script on the 19th, and the video corroborated the story. He did not tell the informant the date they were going to have the interview. In fact, they were planning to have the interview with the informant after Christmas. It was sheer dumb luck that they interviewed her while she physically still had the notebook. He would defer to handwriting experts to say on who wrote in the notebook, which they already said it was Donna. Donna wrote in the notebook owned by the informant. The informant is shown getting up and walking away, and Donna just keeps writing. Defense is up. The informant didn't know the date of the interview, but brought items with her. Gave the state what she wanted to. So the defense is trying to spread doubt because this witness is like, hey, I have information on Donna. Donna then takes the informant's notebook, writes a script, gives it back to her, and that happens to be the day before she gets pulled in for the interview. And the defense is like, basically, oh, that's just lucky it lined up. Kinda, right? There's an approach. At this point, calls of no more violations of sequestration. And while the judge is like telling the defense off, right? The ex-judge is packing up her stuff with her back turned to the judge while he's talking and her co-counsel is speaking to the judge. She just doesn't care. In my opinion, she doesn't care. So this was a rather short video, it looks like, actually, covering this. I hope I did it well. The defense boiled down to Donna's Jewish, so there's no way she could flee the country because she wouldn't miss a bar mitzvah. But also, if she ended her own life, she would have missed the bar mitzvah. And in talking of doing that, she specifically mentioned the bar mitzvah clothing. So obviously she's willing to miss the bar mitzvah. And a witness said, oh yeah, if you had an arrest warrant, she might change her mind. And then another witness is like, oh, she's a typical Jewish grandma, but yeah, they don't normally talk about having their grandkids wear Nazi uniforms. And if anything, I mean, they had to answer it, I guess, with the I guess they had to answer it when it comes to their private investigators, but I don't think that helped. I think if anything, it made Donna seem more shady, right? Because it made it feel like there was extra shadiness, maybe with her ex law firm, and then our ex representatives, and now her new ones are trying to. Man, you can't argue that it's not like shady dealings while you have that ex-judge the way she acts. They don't know her backstory, right? The jury doesn't know her backstory. If they did, Donna's screwed. They don't know her backstory, but you can almost feel it. Like, I don't know. She feels so bad at it. And I do want to say I feel vindicated. I haven't watched anyone's coverage of this case. None. So what I did is while I was uploading the video last night for like 3 days, I need to stay awake, right? So I put on Lawyer You Know, skip to a middle part where I saw that the ex-judge was talking, and he was just laying into how bad she was doing and how it's hurting Donna and how she's bringing up things that the state couldn't even bring up, but it's just going to hurt her client. And I'm just like, vindication. And then I didn't watch more. But I felt very vindicated at that moment and gave me the strength to keep going for that, stay up to finish that. I don't know where the defense goes at this point. Why do we need more, right? Like, what could they add? We've done all the character witnesses, and it's bad. We've done experts. We've had, and they're not well, the expert they brought in can use Excel and agrees with the state. In fact, they use the expert to point out flaws in the first witness's testimony. So they're using the expert against it. And then we had them bring in the investigator, and it didn't help. I don't know what they're doing. I don't understand. But hopefully you enjoyed the coverage, and I'll see you in the next video. If you didn't watch my last one, it is the last 3 days before this combined into one video. So it's, I think, done well to get you caught up. I think all of my videos kind of shorten this case down quite a bit to help you catch up if you haven't been doing so. Day 8. Will the defense continue to use bar mitzvahs and her being a Jewish grandmother as a defense? The answer is no, but they will use binders that are full of completely irrelevant paper, which is why I have the background I do. We begin with the defense complaining they couldn't speak to a witness from the sheriff's office or from the jail, something like that. I believe it's in the jail. And the defense is claiming someone spoke to the officer and then convinced her to not work with the defense. The defense wants the court to assist them in forcing this person to speak. The judge explains there isn't a subpoena, so they can choose not to speak to you. And the office claims she can't be found to be served. The judge swears in a sheriff to talk about the issue. From what he understands, a corrections deputy spoke to a superior about the defense requesting to speak to them. And then the corrections deputy spoke to LSCO's general counsel, who said she only had to speak to the defense if she wanted to. He said he didn't know anything about whether she's available to be served or not. So basically, the defense is trying to like drag things out a little bit, saying, "Oh, the state's trying to keep a witness from us." It's kind of the insinuation I got. There was an issue with another witness, but the defense decided not to pursue them. So they bring up Kristen Adamson. I might butcher some of these names. She is a family lawyer, and she represented Wendy Adelson in her divorce. She wouldn't consider the divorce case a bitter custody battle, in her opinion. She wanted to relocate, which included custody, and the parents of those getting divorced are commonly involved. So she excuses Donna's involvement. There actually is a presumption against relocation, and most of the time she'll tell people 50-50 shot. She told Wendy, this is where the one shot is at for relocating. She also admits she's actually only won a relocation once in 37 years. Which, I'm sorry, I don't like. Right there, I was like, okay, there's a presumption against relocation, but she tells people it's 50-50, but she's only won once in 37 years. And at that point, I'm like, I would get a different lawyer if my lawyer told me all those things in quick succession, because my lawyer is contradicting themselves to me, or they're saying they will lie to the client and call it 50-50. Either way, I'm out. Just being honest, I didn't get it. I don't like it. But this is actually the better of the two lawyers we get to listen to, in my opinion. Actually, three lawyers today. She talks of all the data that has to be turned over. Wendy did not win the relocation. After the judge told the lawyers it wasn't in the best interest of the child, they told Wendy and her parents, and then the judge denied Dan's motion to dismiss, and they worked through with the judge about visitation, and everything kind of got settled. It would have been possible for Wendy to offer things to Dan to settle the case, because the whole case wasn't over, and there's nothing illegal about offering money, so the bribe was legal. An issue came up before mediation about a Charles Schwab account. Mediation is confidential, and you can't talk about the settlement offers that happen in there. There is an exception if ordered by the court, and it has been waived in this case. The mediator had a Charles Schwab representative decide what is marital and non-marital. Both sides had non-marital money. Wendy invited her to a party after this, so she continued to be in contact with this attorney. She was owed about $30,000 in attorney fees. Dan was to pay Wendy for her part of the house and $10,000 in attorney fees. He gave Wendy some and then didn't pay the rest. Motion was filed to get the money, but he didn't do it. Dan hired a new lawyer and claimed Wendy violated the settlement agreement. Dan claimed Wendy was hiding money. She believed Dan actually wrote those filings himself. Dan filed more alleging fraud by Wendy. This lawyer told Wendy she didn't think he would succeed. Wendy's lawyer wanted to take Dan's deposition, so on Dan's side, he responded wanting to depose Wendy. The judge said she was unhappy with Dan's pleadings, but would allow the deposition with limits. Dan filed complaint about parenting issues, not enough FaceTimes, couldn't be at the same birthday party, and Wendy's mom was saying bad things about him to the kids. He spoke of Wendy needing to be disbarred, and that this witness, this lawyer that worked for Wendy, should be disbarred too. She explains what parental alienation is. She told Wendy Dan's filings wouldn't prevent Donna having unsupervised access with the kids. This woman had to become a witness in Wendy's case because Dan said she was committing fraud as well, so Wendy had to get other counsel. She didn't know what Dan was saying to Donna. This witness only spoke to Donna directly once. She thinks Donna was in the hallway for the relocation hearing, and the state's up. She didn't know Donna was sending Wendy things to then be sent to the lawyer about what Donna wanted in the filing. She didn't know it was also worded in Wendy's voice. Wendy didn't say a lot of things she wanted in the filing. So basically the lawyer is saying Donna asked for a lot, Wendy herself didn't actually comply. Anything about editing was between Donna and Wendy. Some clients or family of clients have unrealistic expectations. Donna and Harvey might have been possible witnesses that day, which would explain why they were in the hallway. Family sometimes takes people to court, takes people losing in court hard. Wendy stipulated to no relocation after the statement of the judge that it was not in the best interest of the child. She does not know how Donna took it. Dan gave his reasonings for not paying, including accusing Wendy of noncompliance. This witness filed for Dan to be found in contempt. The ultimate judgment would probably be a lien and debt collector. Dan could possibly be in trouble with the bar. She told Wendy, and Dan said Wendy should be disbarred. Dan's motions were personal. This witness was not a witness for Wendy because Dan was dead. Redirect. Dan filed to protect the kids from disparaging comments about the father and to protect his right to first refusal. Some of Dan's pleadings after court were contentious. She takes responsibility for her own pleading. That wasn't from Donna, right? That's kind of the argument. So they're arguing, this witness, right? They're trying to set up that Dan was the problem in the divorce, which doesn't excuse his murder. They're trying to set up that Donna wasn't as involved as the state's maybe portraying, but the issue is this person didn't know how involved Donna actually was, or how as involved Donna thought she was, right? Donna is editing court filings, and then this witness is saying, oh, I didn't submit those. I didn't submit her edits. But did Donna know that? Or did Donna think that she was in control of everything and maybe take this a little too personally? In my opinion, this doesn't help Donna. I don't know, it doesn't help or hurt Donna, in my opinion. It just exists. This is a witness to me that existed, but it gets a little weird after the break. There's talk of reviewing a transcript, and then the state talks of a defense witness listening to other witness testimony. The defense has violated the rules of sequestration again. The defense prior asked for her to listen, but it wasn't approved. So, to explain, the defense tried to have this witness be allowed to listen to the prior witness and was told no, and the defense is claiming it was a miscommunication. They thought she could. The judge explains that they already went through this at sidebar. The state wants exclusion, doesn't want to let her testify. She said she didn't ask for anything last time, but the question is now, does the state get a fair trial? Judge says exclusion is the most extreme measure. The defense argues Kate's law exclusion should only apply if it changes testimony. And now, I'm not a lawyer, but, and maybe that's not what it means. Maybe it means in one way they'd say something and they change it, right? That's hard to measure. It's hard to say, oh, they wouldn't have said that if they didn't hear the other testimony. But I would think that as soon as a witness is invoking what another witness said when they weren't supposed to be listening, does sound like maybe some changes were done. The witness is being brought up for a proffer. The scope of her testimony was just to look at the docket and say if it was contentious. So this is a witness that looked at some documents. That's what they're saying. And she spoke to the prior witness for all this information too. They were involved. She talks of all the documents she reviews. She seems to be arguing that everything she has to say will be based on documents. She's asked to sit in prior witness to confirm her. She asked to sit in on the prior witness because she wanted to confirm her facts were correct, but her testimony won't change. The state is up, and she tells the state that she learned nothing new she wasn't already going to talk about. There's a break. The judge did find a second violation by the defendant. She shouldn't have been in court. Witness said her opinions haven't been changed. He'll give credibility to her as a member of the bar. You're giving her more than I would, Judge. The state can talk of a jury instruction at the end about the two witnesses who sat in. So remember, right? The jury is going to get to know she sat in when she wasn't. I don't know if she gets to know she wasn't supposed to sit in, but they get to know she sat in, and that's unusual or whatever. The thing is, we have a case with Donna where the jury has now heard about her daughter's first attorney not being involved with her anymore after, I think it was the theft thing, and said she shouldn't do it. So Donna got her a new attorney. The attorney that now says she doesn't know anything about Donna's filings that Donna was constantly sending. That attorney then got replaced because Dan accused them of doing things wrong. And then we have Donna's ex-counsel, which is accused by inmate informants for possibly sending in investigators per Donna to then try to elicit fake testimony. Like, and the jury doesn't get to know about the past of the ex lawyer on Donna's team. But if they did, it kind of nestles right into the this is bad look. It's a bad look for you to be in the practice of law and connected to the Adelsons. That's what I'm going to say. This just doesn't work. I'm sorry. This is looking bad. A lot of accusations, right, are being thrown around. Pretty crazy. Anyway, that I wanted to rant about that. Like, if I'm sitting with the jury, like, do I trust attorneys connected to Donna? And that's a big question because so many of the defense witnesses are Donna's friends or were on the payroll of the Adelsons. This witness, I'm going to bring it up when she mentions it, she is a friend for like 40 years with the prior witness. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone's interconnected. Does the second witness that sat in have a reason to defend her friend? I would say yes. Do you think she will? That's up for your interpretation, right? The jury is brought in, the witness is brought up, and that is Linda Bailey, family law. She's giving her background. Her primary source was from the divorce file. She reviewed text messages between Wendy and Dan. She didn't thoroughly review text between Wendy and others, so she doesn't know much about Donna's text to Wendy and doesn't know much about that, so Donna's the one on trial. She did review some of Wendy and Donna's emails. She spoke to the prior witness about her impression of the case. She talks of when the divorce was filed. The first parenting plan filed, Wendy asked for 51% of the child's time. 51% is probably for things like IRS tax advantage. They worked out the temporary plan between them for 50-50. Nothing showing she didn't want Dan to have substantial timeshare. Dan wanted things enforced that weren't in the court order. Witness says Dan was intrusive in Wendy's home. Go over timeshare, have video contact. Dan wanted to enforce conversations he had with Wendy that weren't court orders, and those motions were denied. So what this is saying, from the way I took it, Wendy and Dan talk, and they're like, look, I want to do these things with the kids. That's going to be an agreement between you and me, Wendy. And Wendy's like, yes. And then Wendy doesn't do it. And then Dan goes, hey, we agreed. I don't think that is fair. I am going to attempt to have the court enforce it. But because it wasn't an agreement through the court, they couldn't do it. Doesn't, to me, make Dan look like a bad person. Makes me think Dan's maybe a little naive and maybe trusted Wendy too much. I don't think it's great for Donna. I don't think any of this so far has helped Donna with this witness, but we continue. Wendy agreed to denial of the relocation, and that meant Wendy gave up on her right to appeal for relocation. They signed a full settlement agreement. They explained how a parenting coordinator works. Everyone was moving on with their lives until the later filings. She found nothing odd about Donna's involvement in the divorce. And she does kind of slip out, as Mrs. Adamson said, which is the previous witness. Basically, throughout this, multiple times, I didn't write every time, she slipped up and mentioned the testimony of the prior witness. She didn't find him being called gibbers provocative. He just jibber jabbered in the filings, and it was applicable to his writings. That's what it even being called gibbers was. It's a correct thing to call him due to his writings. State will get her on that soon. She believed Dan was drafting the pleadings, not his lawyer. And how fun is this, right? Because we just had a lawyer that's basically like, yeah, that's not a thing, you know. We like clients don't draft the pleadings and stuff. But then looks like they're claiming that maybe it happened on the other side. Okay. So now you're blaming us all on Dan. He filed it, not as he drafted it, they think maybe. She said emails from Donna, maybe the reality of losing relocation hadn't set in. And she says she didn't see relocation discussed after the final judgment. So this witness, speaking of Donna, because this is Donna's trial, is like, well, maybe the realization hadn't stepped in, but then I didn't see any more after a certain date. Remember that, because the state will. She said she'll sometimes ask to bring the parents of those getting divorced in if they're involved. Sometimes clients' families or friends will try to give lawyer advice, and she'll speak to them and give it to them. Just try to get everyone on the same page. It works easier. Makes sense. She didn't see evidence that Wendy shared the emails Donna sent to then with her lawyer. So she's saying she didn't see evidence that Wendy took the emails Donna edited and then sent it to her lawyer, which I believe we've already had verification that that's a thing that happened. Wendy's lawyer seemed unaware Donna was involved at all. Wendy got the parenting plan she wanted. Dan wanted sole decision making, which is rare to get, and it made her think that Dan made the pleadings. Wendy didn't have to keep the kids kosher. Wendy was not required to have the boys do video calls. Dan requested every Jewish holiday. He didn't get it. There was no order to continue therapy, couples therapy. Each parent would get some time on birthdays. This lawyer says she tries to have her clients not include birthdays into agreements because they don't want the kids to see the parents fight on birthdays. Found that odd. Maybe that's a common thing. Nothing to restrict who the kids could see. Dan had to pay Wendy and her lawyer. Typical marriage settlement agreement. It wasn't contentious until Dan didn't pay. It was done. Wendy waived her right to appeal relocation. Wendy could have negotiated to Dan to change after the decision. That's common to offer money. It seemed amicable, even during all the filings. She saw an email Dan sent about Donna insulting him and the kids. He did not ask for Donna to not be around the kids alone. He claimed fraud against Wendy as a reason not to pay her. Dan wouldn't have been able to prove Donna insulted him in front of the children. So I don't know why this was brought up, but Dan wouldn't have been able to prove to the court that Donna insulted him in front of the kids. The grandmother motion didn't say Donna could not be with the kids. Dan's filings were actually a waste of everyone's time. Even if what he said was true, the court couldn't do anything. Donna and Wendy shouldn't be threatened by Dan's motions. The witness talks of another relocation case, and then they bring up 10 binders. It's about 5,000 pages. Binders are literally up to the eyeballs of the witness, covering the witness's face. And it's like, oh, this is half of another case I did. Objection, relevant, sustained. The defense asks to approach, and the judge says no. The witness laughs. Everyone laughs. Everyone laughs at them, including the witness. The defense's own witness laughs at this point. The defense keeps arguing, so the judge sent the jury out. The defense wants to use these as an example to show that Dan and Wendy Adelson's divorce wasn't highly litigated by comparing it to a highly litigated divorce. The state just says the word relevance, and there's an approach, and there's a short break, and we're back, and the pile of binders are gone. Wendy and Dan divorce was routine and amicable. This was an easy filing. And it looks like there was as much as there was because of Dan's filings. So they're trying to put Dan as unreasonable. Again, this man can be as unreasonable as he wants in the divorce. It has nothing to do excusing Donna, right? How did this witness so far save Donna? I have nothing. It's normal for Donna to be involved. Is it normal for you to refile and change things? No, but they're ignoring that part. The state's up, and the state has some things. The state, oh my God. If you don't watch any other part of this case, you watch this. I've noticed already people have cut out this segment of the trial as like the key moment. This is where the state goes in and just destroys this witness. I am all for it. And by the end of what I'm about to say, you're going to hate this witness. You're not going to just disagree with them. You're just not going to think that they are whatever. You're going to think that they are someone you would never, ever want involved in a divorce. And I will say that I don't approve, but I have seen people mention, because I was doing some things before I recorded, that people are posting warnings about her on her business, actually reviews, because some of the things this woman says are vile, in my opinion, and the way she treats divorces, I would not hire someone like this. But let's get in. This witness was asked to review documents and determine if it was actually a highly contentious custody battle. And the state asks a very simple question. Why would your opinion matter? Which is fair. Why does this particular woman, friends with Wendy's lawyer, why does her opinion matter to anyone? And her response is, that is for somebody else to decide, which is not the answer you give if you're trying to, have people care about your opinion. The defendant, Donna, only has experience with one divorce, and contentious is in the eye of the beholder. Do you agree it might be routine for a lawyer? Do you agree it might be something routine for the lawyer, but the most important thing to all the parties involved? To some degree, parties can be upset, and this is an exact quote, you'll have to watch. Parties can be upset by pleadings even if they are told it isn't just a big deal. The gibberish can be emotionally charged. The witness disagrees. So basically, there's going to be a lot I don't have written down I just want to talk about here. Basically, this woman is arguing that if your lawyer tells you don't worry about a filing, you just don't care about it. Even if it's emotionally charged and mean and bad-spirited or says things about you that aren't true, just put it all. If they tell you not to care about it, you don't care. That is what I get from the witness's answer. If that's not what she wanted to mean, she didn't get that across. And the state asks, would you not say divorce and child custody issues are emotionally charged? And she says they can be, but in this case, they weren't. So she is saying divorce and child custody was not emotionally charged in this case. Forget everything you've seen with your eyes. She's seen the filings, and she says it's not. And the state asks, how do you know? And she says, because of the filings. And the state says, you are not in the mind of the peoples whose lives are impacted by these pleadings. It isn't about pieces of paper and a binder, is it? People's lives are impacted with things for you which would be routine. In this instance, they reached agreement, so they had complete control. Delusional, in my opinion. The state is basically saying, look, yes, you have been doing this for so many years and it's very routine for you, but these matter to these people. This is their life. This isn't just paper in a binder. And she goes, well, they reached an agreement, so it's okay. They had complete control over it. What? It's a divorce with kids. And they have another one. Ma'am, could you answer my question? Are people's lives impacted in drastic ways by routine matters we in court as lawyers deal with? And the response was people's lives, and she's people's lives change after divorce. And the state says, so like, I might think I have a bag of stinky garbage, but the garbage man doesn't think it is that. Do you get the reference? And the witness says, I don't. This is like, if the witness is genuine, which I cannot imagine she is, but if she's genuine, she's literally saying, I cannot view anyone's point of view other than my own. I cannot put myself in anyone else's shoes. I only can think about what I would do in that experience. And State continues, what is no big deal to us is a big deal to these litigants, right? She still would not say yes. And the state says, you can't agree to that. Strike the question. The witness hasn't had a murder in a case. But this is wild. So the state is asking, essentially, has there been a murder or someone end their lives in a case? She has not had a murder in a case, but she did have someone, Middle Eastern, she must be very clear they're Middle Eastern, who was told, if you go forward with filing for a divorce, I will end my own life. And they did. And the way she said it came off, I think that's what really just broke, like, people. It came off so diminishing, really. This is a woman who, again, it feels like she has no emotions other than her own and can't think about, like, how things actually affect people, like, emotionally. She feels so distant. That is what her testimony gives, right? Maybe because she's trying so carefully to not say something to hurt her friend or hurt Donna. And this witness says that to her, divorce isn't shameful or a basis to end your life, but it was for that person. State asks, are these pleadings potential fuel to make people upset? And the witness acts confused about how divorce proceedings could then make someone involved in the case upset. For example, the grandma motion, which you said was buried in there and no big deal. The allegation is grandma is disparaging me to these kids and I won't tolerate it, right? Couldn't that be upsetting to grandma? And this is where the witness, in my opinion, tanked. Completely tanked. You would have to ask grandma. And the state replies, exactly. No, this witness was worthless. The previous witness was worthless because they're arguing this is common procedure. But was it common procedure to Donna? You'd have to ask Donna. And what do we know? Donna had a lot to say. The witness tries to interject at this point and say it shouldn't have been upsetting to her. And the state says, in your opinion, but in your opinion, divorce is no reason to end your own life. So her opinion doesn't have a lot of sway because she got it wrong. Right? And also we get an update. Gibbers, according to evidence, means Jew in boots. It isn't a flattering term by that definition or where they try to speak in gibberish. Can we agree that gibbers is not a flattering term? And her reply is probably not flattering, but I have seen worse. You have seen worse. Again, putting out, this is her thoughts, not Donna's, not Wendy's, not Dan's, hers. They're very much, in my opinion, going the same route I am. She cannot seem to admit other people have different emotions. If Dan wasn't paying by the deadline, wouldn't that possibly be upsetting to the parties or family members? She goes, I don't know how upsetting $80,000 would be. And the state has to go, $80,000 is a lot of money, isn't it, Miss Bailey? And her response is, depends on who you are. The state says exactly, so we would have to ask the parties. Witness again interjects. He had the assets, so at the end of the day, he was going to pay, just a matter of jumping through hoops. That doesn't remove the emotion tied to it or the amount of money. $80,000 is life-changing to a lot of people, and even if you have money, it's a lot of money. Witness says she doesn't see any possibility Dan could end up in jail for contempt, and state points out she sat in court during Miss Adamson's testimony where it was said jail was a possibility. She denies the truth of the matter is you pay or you go to jail. The teeth of it is if you don't pay, you'll go to jail. That's how they enforce it. She denies that. The witness denies that. The state says, so Miss Adamson was wrong on that point. Objection sustained, because it was from the prior witness. She rephrases that Miss Addison was wrong of that being a possibility. The witness goes on a rant, but the answer is yes, it's possible, and admits she has seen someone go to jail over not paying money. And the state goes, correct. So people pay to not go to jail. So literally, what is the point of this witness, right? Like, what has this witness done? She has done nothing to but affirm to maybe me and the jury that the Adelsons can't seem to get anyone that's actually likable to a jury to be a witness for them. Did you see instances of Wendy taking Donna's suggestions, cutting and pasting them to her lawyer? No. So this witness claims she didn't see the things that we saw. How did that work out? We're going to find out. Did you see Mrs. Adamson replying to those messages and sending them to, and those messages then being sent to Donna? I don't remember seeing that. So she doesn't see a lot of these being sent back and forth. The very things Miss Adamson admits were there, we've seen in evidence. This witness who reviewed the communications is now saying she didn't see it. She's there as an expert from looking at everything to decide whether it's a contentious divorce, but then she skipped all of the contentious conversations. At least she says she did. Did you review the communication showing Donna upset about relocation motions? Yes. But she wasn't provided Donna's messages about relocation that weren't right after the decision. So when she talks to the defense, it's like, yeah, Donna was upset and then kind of stopped talking about it. Donna didn't stop talking about it. She stopped being given those messages to review. Again, I'll ask, what was the point? Because if I'm on the jury, right? I'm like, okay, so this witness can't or won't admit to other people having different emotions, and she's there to review the filings and the emails, but she didn't review the important parts that could possibly implicate Donna, but still made an opinion about the entire divorce not being contentious. If Dan agreed, Wendy could have relocated. If Dan was murdered, obviously Wendy could relocate. Dan's motions after July 31st were not based in law, according to this witness. The things he put in were inflammatory and could upset people. The binders that were shown had nothing to do with this case. Again, the binder is full of paper, nothing. Nobody was murdered in the case that had all the papers. In fact, if someone was murdered there might have been a lot less paper, right? Case could have been shorter if someone was murdered. And the witness says the case would have ended. And of our case, if Dan wasn't murdered that night, might have more paper in it, right? By now? No, the divorce was over in July. The state says, but they kept filing papers, didn't they? The witness claimed it would have been solved by May 15th. But the state asked how she would know that. Well, there was supposed to be a meeting on May 15th, but litigation was still ongoing in this case. Nothing could have stopped more filings. The defense tries to object, overruled. Because remember, we're supposed to say, look how few pages are in this divorce case compared to this one. But this divorce case stopped because Dan was killed. It would have been to Wendy's benefit to go to hearings to make him pay fees to then stop filing frivolous motions. But we never got to that point because Dan was murdered. The defense redirect is up, claims the testimony she sat through did not influence her testimony. Maybe she's accurate because she also contradicted her friend multiple times because she seems to not be able to convey emotion. My opinion. Lunch break, and they need to decide if Donna will testify. Big deal. The defense complains about reactions from the jury, and the judge threatens contempt. So I'll talk more about this, but basically, repeatedly, the defense kept complaining about the audience, and the judge had to explain he can't clear the court. Which I'm guessing there were some sidebars. I'm guessing they asked for it to be cleared. And my guess is Donna doesn't want to have to look at the Markells. Donna doesn't want to have to look people in the eye. And Donna wants it her way to testify. That's my thought. And she got denied. There's an extended lunch break. We come back to Donna being sworn in. Not to go up on the stand, but to talk to the lawyer and judge outside the presence of the jury. Donna is waiving attorney-client privilege about things discussed after her son's trial with her prior attorney. The male defense attorney is trying to talk to the judge, but the ex-judge jumps in. And this really made me realize they were smart enough to not have her speak today. And this is the first time she spoke, and the judge had to shoot her down because she's talking to someone else. She's interrupting. The defense attorney makes it sound like he didn't have enough time to talk to Donna. The ex-judge is speaking now, saying that they didn't have enough time, a chance to talk through all the evidence with Donna, and if she wants to testify. The judge is confused about what is going on. They've had so much time. Donna can't decide if she wants to testify or not. Judge makes it clear there will be a recess early to talk about it the day before. So what's going on? The argument is they haven't had enough time to talk to Donna. Donna gets, and they argue that they wasted time trying to get that witness from the jail that they didn't get. Donna gets 5 minutes to decide if she's testifying. Defense again complains about the gallery, and they want Donna to participate in a sidebar to discuss things, weighing on her decision. Again, I would love to know what this is going to be. It probably with an appeal, these sidebars will be released, like we saw in the Sarah Boone case. I really want to know if she's like, I need it cleared or I'm not testifying. Judge says they won't do the sidebar for very long, and they do it. And then the defense calls Maricel Descalarzo. I'm going to mispronounce it. I butchered it. Donna's prior counsel. She represented Donna from 2022 until 2023, until about 2022 until about 3 months after she was arrested. When her son was on trial, she had concerns about Donna's mental state, talk of terminating her life if Charlie was convicted. She spoke to Charlie's lawyer and contacted the Florida bar to maybe Baker Act Donna. I don't know why Donna being unstable is helping, but hey, that's what they're going with in the defense. Donna said she wanted to get away on a vacation with her husband. Nothing was known preventing her travel. No warrant known. Donna asked if there was a warrant, and there was a possibility of a warrant if she could self-surrender. There were talks of her possibly traveling after Charlie's conviction, and Donna made some threats against herself again. State's up. It was very short. Law enforcement decides how to apprehend someone with a warrant. Sometimes a courtesy happens to people that aren't flight risks and they can turn themselves in. The State Department wasn't told Donna considered ending her life. Would have been a violation of attorney-client privilege. She said she didn't know Donna was worried she would be convicted. They told Donna she might get arrested at the airport. She didn't know they were looking for non-extradition countries. A defendant possibly fleeing would make a bond hearing harder. Redirect. Donna talked of a vacation, not fleeing jurisdiction. She had dealt with extradition before, this witness has, and the government can actually seek extradition from non-extradition countries. But Donna isn't that bright, in my opinion, so did Donna know that she could be extradited from a non-extradition country? My guess is no. Because it seemed like she was panic going. Remember, her original plan did not appear to be non-extradition. It was something else. Sarah Newhouse, victim advocate, is up. She was with the victim advocate assigned to Wendy and was present when she called Donna after Dan was shot. Donna seemed shocked at first. She heard about it. Jury taken out so state can listen to this recording. Objection to a couple statements like telling Wendy she had a good job. Crosses up. There was no weeping and wailing on the call, and she has never met Donna. So who cares, right? Now, at this point, Donna is still talking to the ex-judge about whether she'll testify. Donna rises. Donna says she isn't prepared to make a decision if she will testify. Donna wants more time, and the judge said this was already discussed. Male defense attorney wants time for him to talk to her. The judge gives him 5 minutes. We're back, and judge says it's time. Judge says he isn't talking for the sake of talking because he says they're back, they're ready, and Donna's team is ignoring it. So before contempt, we need to move on, and they finally get in position. Donna doesn't want to testify. Again, my opinion, Donna wanted the courtroom cleared and to testify on her terms, and she was told no. And because of that, she decided she maybe couldn't keep her composure. She had seemed to be some issues keeping her composure before, just listening to people. I could just imagine the Markel staring her down, and she didn't do it. She said she's not going to do it. The defense and the state talk. State and defense want the jury to know that Patricia Byrd was never listed on the defense witness list. So, if you remember, this is days ago, the jailhouse informant, there were questions about how did they even know to contact her, and she wasn't even on the witness list. And at one point, the defense added in this little quip that she was on a witness list. She never was. That was wrong. That was incorrect. That was a lie. That was false. And it's been corrected now. And it will be stipulated once they get a paper signed by everyone. Defense needs to discuss if they have another witness. They literally don't know if they have a witness. That's crazy. Defense has exhibits they want to submit, and the state is objecting. Defense appears to be scrambling. Defense wants to submit the full calendars from Donna. So we have a 2013 calendar that included Dan's car information, and then we had a 2023 calendar that included Donna wanting to sell things when they were fleeing. State objects to hearsay. Defense says they want all of her listings of trying to sell things, but claiming it didn't start because of Vietnam. The judge says they need a witness to lay foundation for these other pages, and the judge will do more research. I will say, if she was planning to end her own life or had it in the back of her head, maybe she was planning to sell things ahead of time. It still would have been for the same rationale, right? Other calendar has redactions needed, and the state says they don't understand how a birthday party planning in 2013 is a rule of completeness and why it's needed. The jury is brought in, the defense rests, no rebuttal witnesses, and the jury is sent back out. And that's kind of calling it, except for closing arguments and things. But they go through the jury instructions. Defense doesn't want Donna's name and charges to be in all caps. Donna needs to have her lawyers explain why her involvement in the murder couldn't be considered justified or excusable. Defense wants an and/or statement replaced with just an or when listing those involved. There's an objection about an intent instruction from the defense, but it gets overruled. Now it's an instruction about the defense witness being in the courtroom. Defense objects to the second one, claiming they just misunderstood that instance. It wasn't like a purposeful. I don't think I don't think they succeeded. They were trying to argue against the second one, because the lawyer should have known better. But and the options for the jury of what choice to make will be in bold next to the boxes they need to check. And that's what I put down. So that is the case today. The defense, I mean, what did they do, right? Like, let me see here. We go through the first witness. Well, first they complained about a witness they couldn't get. Then we had Wendy's lawyer come in, which didn't do anything to help Donna. Then we had the violation of the next witness, which is friends of the prior witness, who didn't do anything again, a family lawyer that didn't help Donna and admitted she didn't even look at all of the information to determine whether it was contentious and seemed to just lack normal human empathy. I'm going to be honest, it sounded so bad. Very bad. And then after that, we had Donna unsure whether she wanted to be speaking, so that's not the jury didn't see that. Then we have the victim advocate who's never met Donna. It was like they were trying to put Dan on trial. It didn't fly. Now we're down to closing arguments. My guess is please don't let the ex-judge do it. I mean, it would probably doom Donna, but just don't let her do it. I don't want to listen to her anymore. That should all be tomorrow. So if you're wanting to catch that live, make sure you do. Because after that, who knows how long this jury will take? Then we're just on jury watch. Day 9. The end is here for Donna's case. Can the defense come up with something other than bar mitzvah grandma as a defense? Well, the state is going to have closings, and they're going to be using Spider-Man and donuts to combat that. The defense begins arguing jury instructions, and at the end of it, the defense essentially doesn't want any lesser included crime, so the only thing the jury can choose is first-degree murder or not guilty. The judge denied the defense using the full calendars, but they are allowed to use them as a demonstrative. Defense says they found the law enforcement officer they made a big deal about yesterday, and there was nothing admissible. There's an approach and a break. The jury comes in, and there's stipulated fact that Patricia Byrd was not listed by current or previous defense counsel as a witness in this case, and the jury instructions are read out. State is up with closing arguments. She begins showing Dan Markel and talking about him, how his downfall was due to him maximizing time with his children. The defense brought witnesses to say his divorce wasn't contentious, but it was to Dan and Wendy, and it was contentious for this defendant. They called in witnesses also to say how big of a butt Dan was, and they brought in these awful lawyers that can't even admit divorces are emotionally charged. Dan was a pain in Wendy and Donna's butt because this was his life. He wasn't paper in a file. He was making it hard for this defendant to get her non-negotiable because it was also his, those two little boys. They show a photo of those involved in the conspiracy and then follow it up with the Spider-Man meme where Spider-Man is pointing at Spider-Man. The defendants all say the state's case is right except for me. So they're saying that everyone charged in this case, their defense has always been, you're right about everything except for me. They show the faces of all the people, all the different paths each one claimed in their trials went around them and how they were actually out of the loop. But they all got caught. And this time it is Donna Adelson's turn. The only victim in this case is Dan Markel. This is what he looked like before the defendants conspired to have a hitman kill him, and then they show what he looked like after. Obviously, YouTube doesn't see the photos. The police chased down the Prius and the motive. Dan's offense was that he didn't let his children be taken from him. He took offense to his children being told he was stupid. Donna was all about psychological warfare, and when that didn't work, Donna would do anything for a win. Defense tells you to ignore motive, but it can be important. The person who cared most about Wendy's divorce was Donna, who solicited Charlie. He didn't care about the divorce. He cared about jet skis and Donna. Donna micromanaged Wendy's life using Charlie to get into her head. Charlie was the problem solver, and Dan was Donna's biggest problem. Donna told her son, Rob, she planned for months to have Wendy leave Dan, and then gleefully told Rob that they told Dan that she left right before he gave his speech. Donna called Wendy a prisoner, and she should get a restraining order from Dan. Donna told Wendy to have the children convert to Christianity. A warning Donna's friend told you was just a foolish thing to say. The evidence shows these things are repeated and planned. Wendy even says it. Wendy calls it emotional subterfuge. Wendy admitted that if Dan allowed her to move, things might have been different. Donna wanted Dan to fly to be able to see his kids. Sound amicable, full of timeshares, as the defense describes. Wendy's lawyer says she has no knowledge of Donna's involvement in the divorce, but she absolutely was. The evidence shows it. Arguments from Donna to Wendy, then Wendy to lawyer. Response from the lawyer to Wendy, Wendy to Donna. The petitions and the divorce include Donna's arguments. Donna is pre-screening during this time new men for Wendy to date. Dan called out Wendy for hiding money and not following agreements. Maybe not the worst things the defense experts have seen, but it's pretty nasty. Defense lawyers said Dan's attempt for full control of the kids wouldn't work, but Dan Markel took this seriously. Donna took it seriously too. Donna told her friends she was working on filings for Wendy's divorce. Donna painted Dan as a self-important idiot. Dan complained Donna and Wendy wouldn't Skype. They had an agreement. They had it, and they violated it. Dan sent a personal email to Wendy admitting mistakes in their divorce. Wendy sent it to Donna, who explained how to use those words against him to manipulate him in the divorce. Wendy said she wouldn't have left Dan without her mom's support. Donna keeps saying the relocation is important even when the defense tries to claim it wasn't. Wendy was threatened with federal kidnapping charges for taking the children the way Donna had her do it. Donna sent Wendy every day for 4 years that Dan was out of town. Donna kept track. The hitmen knew they had to kill Dan that day because he was leaving town. Dan knew Donna was why the divorce was dragging on. Donna did know the relocation order was final. She knew she wouldn't get what she wanted through the legal system, and Donna said no relocation at the moment. Donna encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up and to make Dan miserable. Donna talks of the $1 million bribe and having the boys baptized. Control is the theme, and Donna says it often. They show examples. Donna tells Wendy to not give up on relocation and calls it a group effort. Defense tries to put these emails off to Harvey, but it's obvious Donna's the author. Donna suggests dressing her grandchildren in Hitler Youth uniforms to get her way. For Charlie, the death of Dan was worth it to shut up Donna. The evidence shows Donna kept Charlie in the loop. Donna told Wendy not to take settlement offers without Donna's approval. Fighting continued after the settlement, even though that isn't what the defense wants to say. They show Wendy dating Jeff and Charlie starting to date Katie. Halloween, Wendy tries to hold Dan in contempt. Wendy backs out of the contract to get a house. Charlie and Donna brag about convincing Wendy to back out, and Charlie asks Katie if she knows someone who would hurt someone. Charlie also sent Wendy a photo of himself with Katie. That was all Halloween. Dan is told by his kids Grandma calls him stupid for trying to take them away from her. Dan asks Wendy to handle it so the kids won't have to testify against their grandma. Defense says that wouldn't work. I've seen worse. Dan hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan had a big problem, and he wanted to take it up with the judge. Dan threatened Wendy's parental rights, and it was forwarded to Donna, and Donna responded, single word, wow. Are you to conclude nobody was fighting anymore? The state shows a lot more accusations and fighting that happened in the divorce, and Donna accused Dan of stalking Wendy and speaks of divorce drama. Donna wants Dan to have psychological testing. Donna wants Wendy's lawyer to give Dan grief. Donna keeps saying Wendy is stressed and calls, I believe it was a fucking asshole. Super amicable. Donna says to speak to Charlie, but erase the messages after getting it. So this is where Donna messaged Charlie. They need to speak, but delete the message. Why would Charlie need to delete it? Donna was the one with Harvey, not Charlie. According to Rob, there wasn't a birthday gift for Harvey at all, unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Donna doesn't say to delete the message mentioning the birthday. Just the one contacting her. Rob says there were no gifts at the party. Defense tries to claim the guests were the surprise, but they also at the same time tried to claim Harvey was sending the Evites. You can't have it both ways. My bullshit detector got me there. Charlie, Katie, and... oh, God. Charlie, Katie, and Wendy and Jeff had dinner. Katie talked of her ex having legal issues, and once in the hot tub, Charlie talked of knowing people on the wrong side of the tracks. Donna went ahead and signed for a condo, which is used by Wendy after Dan's murder. Dan sends more allegations about Donna. Dan wants the court to order no more contact with Donna without supervision. Donna refers to the grandchildren as her kids. Donna has invested her time into a fight against Dan, and Donna was losing. Wendy wouldn't comply, and Dan wouldn't take a bribe. There was the option to hire a hitman. Charlie joked about it and was actively seeking it since Halloween. Charlie, when seeking to have the murder done, would tell Katie it was stressing out his mom. Charlie had an envelope of the murder plan printed on a printer not connected to him, and he used gloves, and he put it in an envelope and gave it to Katie. Katie asked for travel money for the hitman, and Charlie gave it. Katie called Charlie after the hitmen were dropped off at a rental place. The hitman followed Dan in June using information that was also found in Donna's planner. They didn't get it done on the June trip. Charlie tells Donna he's still working on Dad's birthday gift. The damage to the TV didn't seem consistent with what kids would do. There's a note Donna made about possibly canceling Dad's birthday party. Rob said there was no reason he knew of that would happen. Maybe cancel the party if the murder went through. Inappropriate timing. Wendy tells Rob to not tell the parents about Jeff, which got Rob to suggest Jeff as a possible suspect. But interestingly, the parents had met Jeff multiple times. Charlie was calling his mom when talking about the murder to Katie. Sigfredo called Harvey when trying to call Charlie out of anger. The Evite addressed the boys by Adelson before the murder. The Evite says hosted by Donna, but they claim Harvey sent it. There is even follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. While Wendy was at the condo Donna was renting, Dan confirms he'll be in town for the date of the murder. The schedule had already been decided, but she asked anyway just to make sure. Harvey and Donna both messaged Wendy minutes apart about TV repair. An alibi? Wendy told Jeff that Charlie was serious about hiring a hitman. This talk was 5 days before the murder. Donna texts Wendy about TV repair appointment for before 8 a.m. to noon. This is the TV Charlie bought because it was cheaper than a hitman used as an alibi for this murder. Donna uses TV as code for the murder during text multiple times. While Dan is texting Wendy, hitmen are following him. So, actively. Wendy is fighting about Dan picking up the boys, and then Wendy calls Charlie, and afterwards Wendy tells Dan he can pick up the boys, but Dan was killed, so that didn't happen. They show the scene, and Dan dies in the hospital. The hitmen turn their phones back on after the murder and call Katie to get the money, which she gets from Charlie. Wendy goes to see the crime scene and knows it was at the residence she lived for years and where her children slept the night before, and she just leaves. She doesn't call Dan. She doesn't call the daycare to make sure the kids are okay. Wendy told police Donna hated Dan. Wendy suggested Charlie might do this. They show Donna saying to Charlie that she's outside his house. I guess we will learn that that doesn't mean you're outside his house, according to the defense. Charlie responds 10 minutes, but I guess we'll also learn from the defense that it doesn't mean 10 minutes. Charlie answered the door when Katie arrived, and he had a gun in his hand and says his parents just left. Next day, Katie leaves with the money and divided it up. She put the money in the bank account, giving her the largest cash spike in her account, and they showed the vehicles purchased by the hitmen. Less than 48 hours later, Donna is taking the boys south. Relocation granted. The money given was wet, and Charlie said his mom physically washed the money. Rob got a call from Donna saying not to talk to the FBI. Rob told Donna he already did, and Donna responds, "You don't know anything anyway," and hung up. Dan's children didn't attend his funeral. Donna signed the kids up for football under Adelson when his last name was Markel. 1 month after their father was killed, a year later, the names got legally changed. They show the check to Katie, signed by Donna. Charlie could have written those checks. He had access to the account, but Donna did it. Defense claims Charlie told him to write the checks because it was his business, but half of those were written after it was sold to Harvey. At this point, the ex-judge tries to interrupt the state's closing argument, and the judge quickly says the jury can use their memory. Regardless of who owned it, they all had interest in the Adelson Institute and all had signing authority. Donna is controlling, and she would just write these checks with no questions asked. Charlie testified that he told his mother he was extorted. Now Charlie is dating June. She noticed his money is in $1,000 piles with staples. She noticed Donna ran the family, and they weren't interested in who killed Dan. Rob also noted the family's lack of interest in who killed Dan. When asked about what happened to Danny, Donna said, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." It's out of character for Donna to think that way. Donna got everything she wanted, and Donna kept paying for the murder. Then Donna gets the bump. The most human reaction would be to look at the paper you were handed, but nothing she did was normal after the bump. An innocent person would look at the paper, and she simply didn't. She didn't go to safety. Instead, Donna went to get her grandchildren and walked down with them the same street that she just had the bump on. Donna then called Charlie and never mentioned Dan. His picture is on the paper. What does she say on the wire? Direct evidence. They play Donna saying it's probably about both of them. Make anyone in that jury room who wants to acquit tell you that's not a confession. Donna won't send a picture of the flyer. Normal, nice old lady. Charlie asked for it. Why won't she send it? Charlie says to obviously not talk about things in the apartment. Obviously? Why is it obvious? This TV is about 5. Donna is the original code talker. And Charlie even responded, they want $5,000. He decoded it. No TV was mentioned by the operative in the bump. Normal people don't speak in code. TV is code for the murder throughout this case. The TV was the alibi. It was smashed and couldn't be repaired. Wendy went over to the crime scene and made no inquiries. The undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend, and Charlie doesn't call his newest ex-girlfriend. He calls Katie, because that's the only one he did a murder with. When Charlie talked of going to the police, that isn't a good idea. Why not? Then Donna leaves the safety of her home to go 300 yards from where she was approached for the bump to go to a marina to talk to Charlie. Then Charlie went to a restaurant with Katie. Charlie tried to claim that Katie and the hitman killed Dan in the hopes it would be paid after. He had to explain his connection of his girlfriend to the hitman. She did on her own. Normally, extortionists don't spend the night with you. You aren't going to inquire about them going to the pool. He testified, Charlie did, that he thought she wasn't part of it and was a victim too. All the money even going into her bank account, he believed was somehow going to the killers. Charlie said he talked to her about the $1 million bribe, so the killers killed Dan to get the money. Then Katie negotiated a layaway plan, and he gave the money to her. The issue is Charlie already agreed to put her on payroll before the alleged extortion. Donna signed those checks. Donna adopted that theory, and she told everyone that that's the truth after Charlie said it in his trial. Charlie told his best friend about the bump and the situation with Garcia, but not extortion. Others noticed Donna was changed after the bump. Donna thought Danny was haunting her from the grave. Charlie said to Katie, if they have evidence, we would already have gone to the airport. Why aren't we talking on the phone if we're the victims? If the cops are listening to your calls and you're the victims, talk about it. Charlie says he's going to start carrying a gun and might have to kill someone. If someone asks for money at his house, he'll shoot them. Well, didn't he claim that Katie did exactly that? Donna's saying this is the truth. The defense suggested Charlie or Wendy might be involved. Charlie's story is Donna was involved and know who did the killings, but they kept quiet. Now Donna wants to distance from that story when it doesn't work. And at this point, the cameras show Donna just doing this like eye motions, obviously staring at the ex-judge. And the ex-judge, when prompted, jumps up and interrupts the state, and the judge tells him to approach. Donna looks a little pleased. The jury is let out. The defense argues the state is suggesting they are unfairly shifting the burden for Donna to testify. The state says Donna has said these theories that are in evidence. These are Donna's theories. The state is allowed to argue, and there's a break, and the objection is overruled, and the state gets to continue. So basically, the defense was trying to argue you can't use Donna's own words she said in evidence against her because she's not testifying. Obviously, not the case. The bump is an actual example of how Donna would have acted with a blackmailer. It's the opposite of how they claim they would, though. Only $5,000 after paying so much. And now they resist. So they're going back to Charlie's theory. They're being extorted. Now $5,000 is the breaking point. Contacting multiple people on what to do. Donna downloads a recording app. Wasn't done when she said prior she was being extorted. Charlie threatens Nazi shit, and that the guy who did it better be killed. So for $5,000, you killed him after paying all that money so far? With the layaway story, this doesn't make sense. Charlie gives Katie instructions to give them money as charity, even though he doesn't know who they are. Charlie calls Donna that he gave relationship advice. Remember, one of the killers is Katie's boyfriend. Donna seems to understand the code. Donna doesn't think it's the police. Nobody wants to make that phone call, and they all lie about it. Conversations back up and down the train of communication. Charlie says he has a gift for Garcia, which according to Donna, the truth is Garcia was known to have killed Danny already and was extorting them. So Donna and Charlie get happy to be under investigation. When they decide the bump is law enforcement, they get happy. Why? Donna says she's out of the loop. So she knew there was a loop? Donna stops writing checks after this because she got spooked. Rob finds out the guys who killed Danny were caught. No response when he tells his mother. He tells her again. Donna says she has to go, and that is the last time Rob ever spoke to his mother. Now she wants a bit more about this Charlie story. So they're trying to lay out the timeline they're trying to suggest. In 2016, after hitmen were arrested, but before Katie's arrest, there was a text to Donna, that Charlie's lawyer is meeting with Garcia's lawyer. Why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with the extortionist? Charlie's lawyer runs into Katie, who was there to see Garcia's lawyer. Why is she doing that? Donna replies to Kate about Katie that she's pretty like all of his girlfriends. Remember, these are supposed to be extortionists. Charlie tries to create a fake coke dealer defense, which is interesting because Charlie's defense would mean, and he used at trial, would mean he already knew who the killer was. Why is he inventing new defenses? Why is he workshopping this? The extortion story actually wasn't invented until just before Charlie's trial. Charlie should be sleeping well after those taking his money are off the streets, and instead, Charlie and Donna were freaking out. Charlie called the bump blackmail, but at trial it was changed to extortion. It was changed that Donna and Charlie were extorted for years. Interesting, 7 days before Charlie's trial, Donna Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. Blackmail would have been a bad word because it would have meant they had dirt on them, so it was changed. Donna doubles down on it. When she wrote the script for Drina to perjure herself, she wrote down Charlie's story in the script. Bird also said Donna said the word extort. The script was in Donna's handwriting. She's trying to buy witnesses. After the truth comes out, Donna says to Wendy, I didn't know anything about that. She's after the truth came out, in quotes, because this is Charlie's story. Donna says Wendy didn't know anything about it. Why wouldn't you mention that threat to Wendy and then have her move to the location the killers lived? Donna told Wendy, you know I'm next, but that won't happen. I will take care of that. Donna says Charlie protected his sister for years. Protected her from what? Extortion? Or is the protection the murder of Dan? And Donna is mad Wendy doesn't appreciate his sacrifice. Wendy didn't get charged. Charlie was convicted because the extortion defense didn't add up for him or Donna. Donna is guilty of first-degree murder even if she didn't pull the trigger. This is a largely circumstantial case, and the state gives an example of a kid covered in powdered donuts. This isn't entirely circumstantial, but don't get me wrong, she is covered in powdered donuts. Donna told Rob, you don't know anything anyway. That is direct evidence. To Charlie, after the article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. 44 checks to the killer signed by Donna. Donna had Dan's car info. She told Bird that she did it. Donna told Bird she did it. The script written by Donna to say things that weren't true. Donna speaks in code. Innocent people don't speak in code. Donna didn't want to speak in the apartment and didn't want to send a picture. Donna wouldn't mention Dan after the bump. Why not? She didn't go to the police. Nice, normal Jewish grandmother approached her on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt, and she didn't go to the police. After Charlie was guilty, Donna sent, quote, your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your law lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. She knows she's next. Emergency fast-track visa, one-way ticket to non-extradition country was a vacation? She Googled non-extradition countries and booked a trip for one that also stopped in another non-extradition countries. She told the fast-track visa people 30 days wasn't enough. 30 days would have been longer already than the bar mitzvah. Donna tells friends they need help. There's going to be an issue, but she can't discuss it over the phone. Why can't you talk about it on the phone? You're just going on vacation. Harvey left a note for Wendy on how to sell a gun. Donna made notes to have Charlie's lawyer tell Charlie where they were, but on his private line so it wouldn't be recorded. But this was just a vacation. Cancel disability insurance, but this is just a vacation. Expenses 2 years in advance for child support to be given to Wendy. Donna was arrested trying to board the flight. This was all set up in a way to try to protect them. Donna doesn't have to say a word or act a certain way to be found guilty, but she did it. She did that. Don't let the way she thought she would get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice, find her guilty of first-degree murder, and we go on lunch break. Sorry about the coughs. I'm trying to get through it. There's still the defense. I have not watched the defense. Why not? I want to go into it fresh. I want to have that separate. And I am worried. I don't know. I'm worried it's going to be the ex-judge. I don't want to hear her. It was the ex-judge. She begins by insulting the jury, hoping they stay awake. The ex-judge begins by saying she's the only side that shared good qualities about Dan. She says the state made it an issue about how Dan acted. She claims there never was a bitter custody battle. They never fought over access to the children. There isn't a single time you can point to that ever relocation was an issue, and they wanted to take Dan Markel's children away from him. I put a note here. All right, I'll bite. Donna plotted to have Wendy leave the house with items and the kids while Dan was away at work. Donna gleefully told her son the story, including telling Dan about this while he was about to give a presentation to negatively infect him. Dan didn't know where his kids were for weeks, and Wendy was actually threatened with federal kidnapping charges. This case is basically just full of examples like this. Even the day of the murder, Dan and Wendy argued about the kids and who was going to be with them. Defense says you are ignoring the evidence if you say relocation and access to the children was an issue. She admits the jury was probably confused why much of the defense evidence they provided exists. I was confused by many of their witnesses. Made no sense. The state's case was broken because Garcia, one of the hitmen, cooperated with the state. The defense, for some reason, at this time admits there were issues with the kids and time with them and when they'll go to school. She just like starts talking about that. She just completely contradicted her entire opening. I don't get it. But that's what she did. The most important to Dan were those little boys. Then Dan was shot, dying in his garage. The hitman who killed Dan, Katie said she didn't know Luis was involved, but phone records show otherwise. Katie can't tell the truth. Garcia said Wendy wanted her kids back. Charlie was the one with Katie. He didn't know Donna or Harvey, so the hitman didn't identify them. Relocation was done for a year, and that was the motive. There isn't an email that shows Donna was continuing to rampage about relocation. Wendy said it was done. Wendy and Charlie had not been honest with Donna. Wendy said she wanted relocation, but Wendy was telling her life coach she wanted to stay in Tallahassee. Donna thinks we need to fight for relocation, and that's why Donna is so upset. But didn't this defense just claim relocation wasn't an issue for Donna? She blames Wendy for the emails that Donna wrote about relocation. So it's Wendy's fault that Donna does these things. The evidence is all Wendy's fault. Donna was in the hallway because Wendy didn't want her in the courtroom because she didn't want relocation anymore. Donna suggested that, which that is not what the defense witness said, by the way. The defense witness claimed that Wendy changed her mind and that Donna was in the hallway because she was going to be a witness, but the judge had already ruled against them, so Wendy went along with it. So they're going against their own witness here. Donna suggested crazy stuff to negotiate. Donna didn't know Wendy agreed to with prejudice. State already showed evidence that Donna told her friend that she did actually know that. Donna is charged with murder for what she said in emails to support her daughter. Donna's conduct until he was murdered is in her book of emails. The defense then puts up a list of bad names Donna called Dan. She got murder charges for calling Danny a major fucker, and then she reads all the insulting names and says those names are why we're here. Donna has a lack of ability to stop herself from saying things. You mean other than all the times in evidence where she stops herself to use code and to further the conspiracy? If she said Charlie couldn't shut up, I would believe her, but Donna definitely could in some instances. No evidence Donna wanted him killed or was glad he was dead before he was killed. Defense said you only have what was said before his death. Other than the relocation issue that was dead before a year, he was killed. Yes, she mentioned the relocation issue being dead. Now they want to bring in the grandmother motion. Wendy said she never showed it to Donna or talked about it. Two other witnesses said the motion hadn't been sent to her. It said Donna called her stupid, and that put her over the edge. Not mentioning the rest of it or what Dan wanted to happen in the motion. The state of Florida is pointing to all these people, not Donna. We are distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson, where Charlie isn't on trial. What Charlie did has nothing to do with Donna, except he's part of the conspiracy. Charlie admitted he gave money to be given to Katie. Now they claim Donna did it. They are saying that because Katie is saying to go home or to be back with her children someday. Katie wants you to believe money was sitting in her closet and she didn't spend it, but Katie didn't count how much was paid either. Katie says the money was wet and Donna washed it. Luis didn't say it was wet. I thought he did. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought one of the hitmen said it was wet. Maybe that was the other one. Defense says they never said Harvey created the Evite. Wendy said she probably did it, and one of the state's experts said she didn't do it. Claims Wendy did it, and the Evite is actually a non-issue. Katie said Charlie would step out and talk to his mom during discussions of killing. Charlie is not a one-woman man. She doesn't know who Donna was talking to, but she wants out of prison. Argues Charlie was the owner of the Institute until 2020, but the state slide said 2015. Claims the state witness said it was until 2020. I don't think that was correct, but they continue. They talk about the planner and when Donna was doing things to flee the country. The notation said cancel disability insurance. Maybe that was Charlie's because he didn't need it anymore. State suggested party would be canceled if Danny was killed, but that's not proof. The present for a 70-year-old man is to have Dan killed. What? Charlie actually gave a caterer that cooked paella. State wants you to ignore their own witnesses. Rob Adelson is a doctor with little kids and hasn't spoken to his family many times or visited them. But Donna made all these comments. He has an axe to grind. He flew to the party and then left right after. So Rob doesn't know or care about his family, but simultaneously is willing to get on a plane, go to a party, and spend as much time as possible, even though he's busy. Right. I think his wife was pregnant at the time too, so he didn't want to be away long. But there's nothing about Donna. Um, Rob wasn't talking to his family. Rob doesn't have knowledge. They used Donna's estranged son to bury her. He's estranged because Donna stopped talking to him because he questioned the murder. Defense goes through jury instructions. What state thinks happened doesn't matter. You can only use the evidence until Dan is killed. Donna is a parent, not a killer. The state proved the hitman, Katie, Charlie, and Donna just wanted and Charlie and Don sorry. And Wendy wanted her kids back. There was nothing said about Donna. What was that about the kids? You just told them this wasn't about the kids or anything in the closing. And again, they're contradicting themselves. No witnesses connect Donna to the murder. Donna made sure Dan, of things for Dan to do in the settlement. Why is that there if Donna was going to have him killed? Because they were still trying to convince him. They offered Dan $1 million to relocate, would pay for plane tickets, and give them a Jewish school to attend. Relocation wasn't about taking the kids. That's not illegal. They bring up the grandmother motion. They call it that because they are prosecuting grandma. It was actually called For Husbands Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA on Parenting Issues and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. Well, yeah, maybe if it's called that, they're changing the name because that's a little long and doesn't say what it's actually about. Wendy wasn't doing videos and phone calls. State also said Donna was supposed to be doing those and wasn't. Wendy's violating the right of first refusal, which the state pointed out was leaving the kids with Donna, and other Wendy violations. The only complaint about Donna is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4-year-old. Also, Donna claimed he was taking the kids away from her. They were her sunshines and other things like that. There was more said. They just don't mention it here. Donna didn't know it was filed, and Dan wasn't trying to prevent unsupervised contact with Donna. Wasn't it that Donna was sent some of the contents but not the full motion? I might be getting that wrong again. It's been a long trial, but she was aware. Donna helped with Skype, and the kids were left with Donna for almost 2 weeks. Dan likes banana bread, so Donna made him a loaf. If she hates him and wants him dead, it is unbelievable that we're sitting here. The state says the client tried to set up an alibi for Wendy. Geek Squad asked if they could come sooner, and the answer from Harvey was yes. Wendy asked to call her mom after being told what happened to to Dan. The state didn't enhance this call. You can hear Donna's reaction, and they play the call, and you can't hear shit. Can't hear shit. Even if you enhanced it, I don't think you'd be able to hear shit. It sounds like the old Peanuts cartoons, like the parrot, want, that. They talk of the road trip that Donna and Harvey took, and claims it took 11 years for the investigator to ride that route. It was testified to that they rode the route because the defense started questioning it when it wasn't in question before. They didn't calculate if Donna and Harvey stopped for a meal or gas after the terrible news. The state didn't have SunPass records for Donna. They can't put Donna's phone at Charlie's. Donna and Charlie's phones are never on the same tower. Yes, but we have Donna saying she's at his house and Charlie saying he's 10 minutes away. But the defense says that's just a theory, no evidence. Outside your house, according to the state, means outside the house. They have no proof putting her there. Yes, the defense is literally arguing that they can't prove outside the house means outside the house. So there's no code, but this is code. If Donna was at Charlie's house, why was she waiting outside if she had Charlie's door code to get in? I don't remember the state saying she didn't go in. Outside the house could mean many things. Then Charlie said 10 minutes away, 30 minutes later. If anyone on the jury was swayed by the defense, right here is where you know they're lying. They could have come up with many reasons for Donna to be there, but it's so damning that they're just like, well, just don't listen to your ears, don't use your eyes, ignore the facts in front of you. In front of the house does not mean in front of the house, but also no code is used. The state's witness said he's never been wrong on a suspect. The state built this path. Rob being called the son was a mistake by the defense because Rob is never around. The next mistake was calling Patricia Bird. She said an investigator offered her things, but got the skin color of the investigator wrong at first, and she also said Donna confessed. She got a chance to testify for a deal. It was stipulated Patricia Bird was never on the defense list for Donna, but she was going to testify for Donna. Now they have Drina. She already got help in her case, facing 15 years. She claims she had evidence that Donna is doing the same thing Patricia Bird said. Watch and see who shows up with paper and writing instruments in the video from the jail. Drina gave the notebook to Donna. Donna isn't on the defense witness list. What is the testimony after Danny was killed? They elicited testimony that 2 months after the murder, Charlie told Donna what he knows about the case. Charlie told Donna about the extortion, so Charlie gave them $138,000 in cash. Donna writes the checks for Charlie's business, tells Donna it will save his life. No checks were signed by Charlie because Donna signed all of them for the business. Donna was just doing her job. We don't know if Donna pushed back. Their evidence says Donna didn't know until 2 months after the murder. Donna said the truth is coming out because she believed her son. She didn't want him to die. She wrote a paycheck, not a murder. Talk of the bump. There were wiretaps on Charlie and Katie, not Donna. They went to where Donna is taking the kids to school, as if that's supposed to be a negative, right? They play the bump. Donna calls Charlie, not the police, because Charlie said, why did he do that? I didn't put the full note here. I think this is because of the extortion, right? The state wants you to think there's a code. She's responding to Charlie's instruction, trying to give him a hint without saying it on the phone. So now it's not codes, they're just hints. And hints aren't codes and should be considered differently. At this point, we take a break. There's a meeting with Charlie and Katie after the bump. She brings up the transcript. Charlie says he will keep Katie on and the checks will keep coming. Donna got the letter. The letter is threatening. Donna didn't pay. Donna gets a text. And finally, Donna calls the undercover. State claims people don't put things in their pocket without looking. They play Donna's call with a transcript. 5 times they try to get Donna to admit her involvement. Donna said if you know, go to the police and get the reward. Donna, they claim, has fear in her voice. Her son told her he got extorted. That is what Donna's saying the two of us is about. No evidence Donna knew anything until Charlie told her after the murder. Donna told Charlie to bring cash. That isn't code, that's a hint. There's no proof Donna knew anything before. The jury instructions require she knew before and solicited. The only link is Charlie, and that's her son. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. Now you're getting why I still have the background. Talks of Vietnam visas. It says for multiple entries and for tourism. Donna just wanted to get away and clear her head. Donna and Harvey took almost nothing with him. They never looked in Donna's little safe. That's where she got the cash. We have evidence of Donna talking about literally moving piles of money around in a safe with Charlie. Claims the witness admits there is no evidence Donna was going to flee, just a trip. Donna wasn't arrested until after Charlie's trial. The agent was waiting in case there was a warrant before she left. They were trying to get a warrant and he was prepared. The warrant, there was no warrant until at the airport that Donna knows about, but they still call her the matriarch murderer who was fleeing the country, but they know she wasn't fleeing. They have thousands of phone calls, hundreds of thousands of emails. They have phone records that can place you for different locations. I don't understand that stuff. That's what the lawyer said. Not a good look to me. If you had proof about Donna, you should have had it before the handcuffs went on Donna. No words of her recorded saying she wanted Dan killed. Could she have wanted to? Maybe. Might she have done it? But there's no evidence against Donna. They admit there is no direct evidence at Donna, and now we have the state's rebuttal. It does not matter what Mrs. Fulford says, you all decide. I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently it means something else to her. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce, but they think it means an amicable divorce. You decide. If everything is not what it seems, a TV repairman appointment couldn't be an alibi because she said they could change it to earlier. But it wasn't changed, and it was the alibi. Saying TV wasn't code, it was a hint. A hint for what? It was a code. It involves the two of us. That doesn't mean the two of us, it means we're being extorted. One-way, non-extradition ticket to Vietnam isn't fleeing, it's a setup. Wendy didn't tell her mom she wanted to give up on relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. Donna wasn't having it, and that's when she sent the unhinged email about dressing the grandkids up as Nazis. Never, never, never give up. The murder charge isn't based on Donna saying bad words. It's death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. I'm sorry, there isn't a smoking gun. But she thought of that. She planned for it. She wanted to make sure we'd never get her, but she made mistakes. All exhibits are her mistakes. Look at the evidence. You decide. They show the various connection points and how no lane was picked. She's showing literally on screen the different stories the defense uses, like this person knew this person, no, it's this story, and how none of it matches up. They were extorted, or it's done behind your back. You can't charge Donna because Charlie went down. No, everyone's accountable. They claim Corbett said Donna didn't send the invite. To my recollection, it's the opposite. You use your own memory. The only complaint Grandma said you're dumb. Grandma also said she hates you. Rob had an axe to grind. The witness said Charlie had the Institute until 2020. That wasn't my recollection. No SunPass records. You don't need them to know Donna was there. Katie said she was there. Donna's message says she was there. Why didn't Donna go in? She had the code. I don't know. Maybe she did go in. She was there, and I don't know why she said that. Grandma motion. Basically, the state's wording here is they disagree and say the words say something different. The extortion story doesn't make sense because they tried to come up with a drug dealer defense. Why would you need the drug dealer defense if you already have an extortion defense? She needs to come up with something because she paid for a murder. Approach with the judge by the state. Sanford and her back. Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not to my recollection. Donna didn't mention prior extortion after the bump. Why not say it happened again? Instead, she talks in code about a TV. Donna Googled blackmail versus extortion 7 days before Charlie's trial. She wouldn't do that if the extortion was real. There never was an extortion. Why would the lawyers for Charlie and Garcia be meeting? Donna said bring cash for dinner on the call. And she said it involves the two of us. This was all said before she knew it was made. Now, once she called the detective, they were sure that it was the law enforcement. She put on a good act. Defense said Donna cares more about others than herself. The problem is she decides what other people needs. Donna will justify any ends. Donna thought the boys would be better without Dan. Donna referenced the children not having a memory of life before 5 or 6. This nice, innocent grandmother says she can't believe the son is sad about the death of his father. Donna says she's never seen him sad. Donna can't take accountability for her actions. Your verdict must be based on evidence. Yes, she is a grandmother, and most murderers don't look like her, but your verdict must be based on the evidence. Donna wrote a script, and the defense didn't even mention the script. Donna tried to erase Dan, thinking it wouldn't affect the boys. She wrote the checks. Charlie could have written them. She wrote the script. There is only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty, and the jury is sent out to deliberate. My thoughts. That was really bad by the defense. They contradicted themselves. They lied. If I'm on the jury, right, and I'm okay, state says this, defense says this, all I have to do is check the evidence. Oh, the defense lied every time. I don't think this will be a long verdict watch. Might be before this video is finished rendered. I think it'll be quick. I can't imagine she's found not guilty, especially with this defense. With different lawyers, maybe not. This defense, I can't see anything else. Thank you for watching. We wait for the verdict. And as my video uploaded, guilty on all counts. Donna suddenly could hear without her headphones. She needed these headphones the whole trial. Now she can hear. I suspect it was to make her seem more frail to the jury. Donna has an outburst without tears. The judge warns her she may be removed if she can't control herself, and the defense asks for a different date for sentencing like they did for Charlie. Yes, they really are dragging this out, even though the sentence for first-degree murder is statutory life without the possibility of parole. A worthless delay, but they're doing it. Victim impact statements are up. I think you should listen to them yourself, but I am going to give a shortened version. Dan's mother is up first. She speaks of the pain the family went through with his death, while Donna is trembling in her seat, but no tears. Dan's mother talks of his love for his children and their love for him. Dan's mother wrote a book and through grief became an advocate. She thanks law enforcement. Dan's murder was orchestrated by Donna and her co-conspirators. Donna is shaking her head during all this. He was murdered so one grandmother could live closer to her grandkids. She ripped the grandchildren from the grandparents' lives. Dan called Donna's plan of having Wendy leave while he was at a conference, the original plan, as Pearl Harbor. They talk of a mother involving her son in a murder, about how Donna involved Charlie. Rob is an honorable man. Wendy also, again, decides to relocate to another state. Donna's actions has caused people to lose access to their children, including the children of her co-conspirators. Donna is the curse in her family. Donna always tries to run from Tallahassee to Miami to Vietnam. The boys' names were changed to excise the Markel name. Donna refused Dan's family access to the children for 6 years until the passage of the Markel Act, and then finally they got a small little visit with the boys, very orchestrated. They weren't allowed at bar mitzvahs. They can't wait for the boys to finally be able to visit their father at his grave. The kids must now have to understand the unthinkable involvement of the Adelsons in their father's death, and she asked the court to give Donna the maximum. One more victim statement: Dan's father. Donna again shaking her head. This statement is for the judge, but also for the Adelson family. They need to reflect on the pain they have caused to so many families, children. Donna's cruelty and disrespect for life have irreparable damage the lives of children. Donna claims to care so much about her sunshines, but her actions are beyond comprehension. He hopes Donna lives to 120 and that she has to sit in her jail cell alone to think about what she's done. He asked her to be sentenced to the maximum, and his only short question to Donna is, was it worth it? Sentence will be pronounced at a later date, October 14th, and he orders Donna to an area of the jail to prevent self-harm. Now I think everyone's immediate thought, at least mine, is, where is Wendy? Does she have a visa? Does she have a passport? Is she near an airport? I think a lot of people are expecting her to be charged. At the very least, I suspect she is being put under heavy surveillance, and she better assume that everything she's doing is wiretapped. Probably should assume that for the rest of her life, because even her own mom's defense did not help her, to say the least. Hopefully you liked my coverage. This was a shorter video because I wanted to get the verdict out. If you do like the coverage, like, comment, subscribe. I have a Buy Me a Coffee in the description. In the pinned comment, there's also a membership. It's like $1 a month on YouTube, something like that. But I appreciate you all. Another case, and I do still have some Sarah Boone stuff, but I'm kind of waiting to see if she even turned in her thing for her family law case, and I'll cover that when I get a chance. I appreciate all of you. I am sorry I got so far behind in this case for a while, but I'm glad I was free for the end. I found out about this document because someone on Twitter posted that the ex-judge at the end where she signed it used the address of her crematorium. And because of that, I have high hopes this is going to be entertaining. This is defendant's motion for new trial and for leave to interview jurors. So they want to interview some jurors. Let's dig into it. 1. A jury convicted Mrs. Adelson as charged in the indictment on September 4th, 2025. 2. This motion is timely, filed within 10 days of the rendition of the verdict pursuant to the rules. 3. Mrs. Adelson requests leave to interview juror number 5 and juror number 7. 4. Mrs. Adelson files this motion for new trial on the following grounds. 1. Juror misconduct. 2. Verdict is contrary to the law or weight of the evidence. 3. Court erred in a decision of any matter of law which arose during the trial. 4. For other cause not due to Mrs. Adelson's fault, she did not receive a fair and impartial trial. Really now? So, here we have the motion for leave to interview the jurors. And here we have the information. It says, in the court's preliminary instruction to the jury, the standard instruction was read. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication, such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on social media, or a website or any other form of communication. Okay. Subsequent to the trial, juror number 7 went viral on TikTok concerning her jury service. She revealed that she posted to TikTok during the trial. I saw some of this myself. In reviewing juror number 7's TikTok account, the undersigned identified she posted on TikTok that she was selected as a juror on August 26, 2025. A flash drive with this video will be provided to the court, as the underside has been informed that the particular TikTok was deleted by the juror from her account. Now, they didn't post information other than that they were a juror, which I've seen enough cases that generally saying you're a juror is allowed. You might not be able to say which case I've seen that mentioned, but saying you are a juror is something I've never seen not allowed to be mentioned. And I have went through these TikToks a while back, And I didn't see anything inappropriate during the trial. So this seems like nonsense to me. The undersigned seeks to interview juror number 7 concerning her social media activity during the trial. Additionally, juror number 5 appeared on the podcast Surviving the Survivor. During his appearance, he revealed he considered how Mrs. Adelson reacted to the evidence and testimony admitted during the trial. Although he subsequently stated he, in quotes here, obviously did not consider that during deliberations, that he considered Mrs. Adelson's reactions whatsoever as concerning, as her reactions are not evidence or extrinsic or external, rather than which adheres in the verdict. Listen, right? Like, what are the jury? Is the jury not supposed to notice her making faces, right? Like, they say, obviously, it's going to be something you notice, right? You're going to see her reactions. They didn't put a shawl over her head, right? So they're saying that it's unfair that a juror saw her reactions because she made a lot of reactions, a lot of faces during this trial. He saw the reactions, and because she's so reactive, he definitely saw it, but he didn't consider it. And even then, they want to interview juror number 7 concerning his consideration of Mrs. Adelson's reactions to the evidence. So, this is something also I want to mention. It's not in this, but I have seen some other people mention that at least one juror, I don't know what one, that has been doing interviews has requested, at least of some people, money to do an interview. That has upset a lot of people. They don't think that's okay. At the end of the day, if you speak about your experience at all, they are putting on the risk of filings like this. They might have to sit there and deal with Donna's attorneys. Doesn't seem to have anything that they did wrong listed here, but they might have to deal with Donna's attorneys nonetheless. And here is just going to be some matter of law when it comes to the juror misconduct. So let's go to the verdict is contrary to the law or weight of the evidence. The only avenue for judicial review of the weight of the evidence by motion for new trial. Okay. I'm trying to see them give anything specific about this case. Count 1, first-degree murder. At this stage, the court must make a finding that Patricia Byrd was credible before considering Mrs. Adelson's alleged confession to Byrd. Under no set of circumstances can Byrd be considered credible. She testified the defense interrogator with whom she spoke was a white woman. Miss Kahn was obviously not white. She further testified that she told Mr. Barnes and Mrs. Kahn that Mrs. Adelson confessed and that Mrs. Adelson offered her financial incentives in exchange for perjured testimony. Both Mr. Barnes and Mrs. Kahn disputed those claims. Additionally, Ms. Kahn testified that she never met with Mrs. Adelson. Thus, unless the court were to believe defense counsel conveyed to Ms. Kahn that Ms. Byrd was to be offered money for false testimony, Ms. Byrd's testimony should be disregarded completely. The same is true of Drina Bernhardt. Ms. Bernhardt's motivation to lie was and is significant. With 27 felony convictions and facing a mandatory 15-year prison sentence as a prison releasee reoffender, Bernhardt's credibility was substantially impeached. The only one who testified this was Miss Adelson's word rather than Ms. Bernhardt was Ms. Bernhardt. However, the surveillance video admitted into evidence establishes that she and Miss Adelson worked together to write the script. The theory of the state's case was the defendant is guilty as principal to the charge of murder because she agreed to the plan that was carried out by her son, Catherine Magbagua, Sigfredo Garcia, and Luis Riviera, and that she paid for the crime to be carried out. There is no evidence that Mrs. Adelson committed any act or uttered any words in furtherance to the offense prior to it being completed, and for that reason, the evidence is not sufficient to support a conviction as a principal to first-degree murder. Additionally, there is no evidence other than adoptive admission from Charlie Adelson's trial testimony that Mrs. Adelson was aware of her son's plans until September 17, 2014. Okay. So, because Byrd and Bernhardt were allowed to testify, and the jury was able to take that into account, they won a new trial. But also, they're saying here that there's no evidence she was aware prior to September 17th. Although a person can be convicted as a principal to a criminal offense based on words alone, there must be competent substantial evidence where words were spoken in advance of the crime. A person can be convicted as principal to a crime under that section only if there is evidence that he/she committed some act, uttered some words. As acknowledged previously, intent is an operation of mind and may be established by circumstantial evidence. There certainly is no direct evidence Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markel to be killed. However, there also is no circumstantial evidence that Mrs. Markel wanted Mr. Markel to be killed. Okay. Even if there was, there is no evidence to establish a second element that she did some act to assist the other person actually committing the crime. The money? The crime was committed because of money, and she was involved with the money. That's the act. That's one of the acts. Mbangwa testified that per Charlie Adelson, his parents had stopped by his residence July 18, 2014, after Mr. Markel was murdered. However, Mbangwa did not testify that Mrs. Adelson or her husband dropped off any money that night. The state's expert agreed the state could not place Mrs. Adelson or Dr. Harvey Adelson's handsets at Charlie Adelson's residence July 18th. This is the same argument they failed in front of the jury. Donna said she was outside of his house in a text message. And the defense was focused on the idea that you shouldn't believe the words that Donna says back then because Donna didn't say them now. Which Donna isn't saying anything now. But back then, she said she was outside of his home. And they're like, well, why would she wait outside for him? Which, again, no one made that argument. The defense even made the argument she had a way to get in. She knew a way to get into his home. She could have waited inside for him. It doesn't preclude her from being out there. Even if Mrs. Adelson and Dr. Harvey Adelson did stop at his residence, so they're admitting, it would have been approximately 9 hours after Mr. Markel was shot. Again, the argument is she paid for it. You're going to pay for it. Like, are they arguing? Are they really trying to argue that if you plan a shooting and you pay for it after the fact, you don't get a first-degree murder charge? That you can downgrade the charge you can get by paying after the fact? Is that what they're actually going to go for here? What? In fact, at the state's request, the court found that Mrs. Adelson had adopted Charlie Adelson's prior testimony. This included Charlie's testimony that he paid Mbangwa from his own money, which he kept stapled as confirmed by Mbangwa, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and Jude Mchiha. Charlie's testimony also included the fact that he did not tell Mrs. Adelson he paid Mbangwa for the shooting until September 17, 2014. No evidence was presented that Mrs. Adelson was aware of anything other than Mr. Markel had been killed prior to September 17, 2014. The defendant in Staten drove the perpetrators to the scene of the crime, waited across the street while they were committing the crime, and then drove away in the car. In these circumstances, a jury could legitimately infer the petitioner was a participant in the crime, and thus the Supreme Court concluded that the evidence supported the defendant's conviction as a principal. Affirmative acts such as these are common, so that's just some case law they're citing. In this case, such as in Ammons, there is no evidence the defendant did some act. And they're quoting it up here. To state his conviction as principal, the state was required to establish that the appellant intended the crime be committed and do some act to assist the other person in actually committing the crime. I mean, you could argue that if they're saying that she paid for it, and then, or even if she just washed the money to help cover it up, that's still assisting in the murder, right? I mean, they're obviously going to try anything. It's just the other cases listed there. The state may argue that Mrs. Adelson's act of delivering money to her son's house sufficiently establishes that what she did the day of the murder. However, nothing about delivering money after the murder could support her conviction as a principal to the murder itself. Come on. Come on. Additionally, there is no evidence of what Mrs. Adelson agreed to pay the killers prior to the murder. In fact, Bagwell testified during the trial that the amount of payment was never addressed prior to the murder. So if they're arguing here, like they're arguing from the way I'm taking it, is that if you told someone, I'll pay you to commit crime, right? They commit the crime, and then you pay them, but you never said how much, it's not premeditated. I mean, we know it wasn't a predetermined amount. They were paying her monthly until they had the bump, right? Like, she was probably going to get taken care of forever. The state may also argue that Mrs. Adelson necessarily provided Mr. Adelson's tag number to her son, who gave it to Mambagwa. So they're going to argue now. So now they're going to argue against the fact that she had his, like, information saved. Who then gave it to Garcia Riviera? However, there is no evidence a tag number was ever given to Charlie, let alone Mambagwa, Garcia, or Riviera. Except they had it. It was said in the trial, right, that they had it. So how'd they get it? Even if such evidence existed, there is no evidence it was done on or even before July 18, 2014. No evidence was admitted during trial to establish the purpose for which Miss Adelson had the tag number on her 2014 planner. Because she's crazy? Because she was stalking him, basically, keeping track of his every move? So she could use it against him in the future? Like we saw from the divorce? Finally, with respect to the second principal instruction, there is no evidence Mrs. Adelson made any payment prior to the murder, or that she, again, prior to the murder, they're trying to excuse if it's after, or that she, rather than Charlie, promised any payment prior to the murder. So now they're saying that part. Okay. At worst, even if Mrs. Adelson dropped cash off at Charlie's house after the murder and signed the payroll checks after the murder, would establish her culpability as an accessory after the fact, but are not competent evidence of principal to first-degree murder. So I don't think that really did much. And then we have count 2, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, was that Mrs. Adelson agreed with Charlie Adelson and others to kill Mr. Markel. As was clear throughout the trial, there was no direct evidence of Mrs. Adelson's involvement in the conspiracy. The state provided as Charlie Adelson, Mambagwa, Riviera, Garcia. The primary evidence against Mrs. Adelson, the motive, Mrs. Adelson desired to have her daughter and grandsons moved to South Florida. Although there was certainly evidence Mrs. Adelson was not happy with the way Mr. Markel treated her daughter in the litigation process, there was no evidence Mrs. Markel said or did anything to suggest Mr. Markel be killed a year after relocation was denied and the dissolution of marriage had been settled. There was also no evidence Mrs. Adelson was even aware, according to Jeff Lacasse, that Charlie Adelson looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013. I mean, the thing is, right? She doesn't need to know if he looked into a hitman in 2013. It matters if he looked into it at any point before Dan was murdered. The undersigned asked the court to consider the evidence without the state's spin placed on it. Certainly, Mrs. Adelson suggested crazy and offensive methods to her daughter to convince Mr. Markel to change his mind about relocation. Once the dissolution was final on July 31st, 2013, what evidence exists that Ms. Markel continued to have a motive for Mr. Markel to be out of the picture? And they have to put, I noticed they already have something here. If we ignore the emails where she suggested her daughter ensure Mr. Markel be obliged to share expenses with her for her son's college education, etc., all events which would necessarily take place after he was killed, there is none. What? What would be the motive? Here is a long list of things that could be the motive because they only stop because he's dead. Excuse me? Where is the evidence Mrs. Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with anyone else that Mr. Markel be killed? There is none. The state's entire case is premised on speculation, impermissible stacking of inferences, and theory. Without the speculation, theory, and impermissible stacking of inferences, there was no evidence Mrs. Adelson ever agreed for Mr. Markel to be killed. The evidence of flight was not that she was fleeing to avoid prosecution. Oh my, listen, 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 listen. We've already been through the trial, right? She was fleeing. The evidence of flight was not that she was fleeing to avoid prosecution, but that at the time in November 2023, she believed that her son's innocence and that if he were convicted, the state would next turn their attention to her. Rather than conscious of guilt, that is evidence of her fear that the witch hunt would continue. Hold up. Rewind. So, she fled because she was afraid the state's attention would turn to her, which is for prosecution, but she wasn't fleeing to avoid prosecution. She was fleeing a witch hunt, but that witch hunt in reality was a prosecution where she was found guilty. That's just admitting she fled for prosecution. The trial court must exercise its discretion to determine whether a greater amount of credible evidence supports one side of an issue or the other. Although the fancy presentations, there was nothing fancy in this trial, by the way, in my opinion, prepared by the state may have been pervasive to the jury. Listen, I'm just going to be honest, right? Maybe instead of bringing in the ex-judge, you could have hired like a 20-year-old who knows how to use PowerPoint, and you would have had a better presentation for the trial had the other guy handle the case entirely. It's not their fault that the state brought examples and evidence and presentations and showed step by step how things worked, while your side had Jackie step up and insult the jury. That's what happened, right? We've all seen the case. Most of us have, as watching this, I'm assuming. Mrs. Adelson asked the court to look objectively at the evidence, removing the improper stacking of inferences on which the jury's verdict is premised. And now we have solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Now, what are they arguing here? The evidence admitted at trial failed to establish that Mrs. Adelson asked anyone earnestly or tried to induce anyone to murder Mr. Markel. Rather, the competent substantial evidence establishes that when Charlie was speaking with Mrs. Mambagwa concerning Mr. Markel, he would at times make or receive calls from Mrs. Adelson. Mrs. Mambagwa did not testify to any messages Charlie conveyed to her, and Charlie, although transported from prison to testify, was not called as a witness. You could have called him, defense. If it was a lie, you could have called Charlie. If you knew the state was going to make the argument there, and that's not what happened, the one who chose to not have the other side call, right? Like, they knew the state was going to bring that up. Their argument was, if I'm remembering right at trial, they tried to insinuate that maybe he was talking to another woman. Right. As with the argument concerning count one above, the evidence may have established her involvement after the fact, and her complaint to Charlie about how Mr. Markel treated Wendy Adelson, there was simply no evidence she commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Mr. Markel be murdered prior to the murder. Common sense in plain language. Let's continue on. Court erred in a decision of any matter of law which arose during trial. Okay. The court erred in denying Mrs. Adelson's request to admit into evidence the complete 2014 and 2013 planner. The defense could not tell the judge what was important in the planner. The state said, here are the important parts, and the defense is like, what if we bury it, right? The defense had a chance to explain. They couldn't. During trial, the defense sought to admit the complete planners to correct the misrepresentation expected to be made by the state, which came to fruition during the state's closing argument. The state argued that Mrs. Markel's tag number in the 2014 planner was evidence that Mrs. Adelson provided the tag number to the shooters, but there being no evidence this happened. Riviera testified there were words on the photo given to Garcia, but no evidence was offered as what those words were. With the 2023 planner, the state argued the planner indicated in anticipation of fleeing the country that Mrs. Adelson was selling personal items. Now, yeah, I remember this argument, but at the same time, I'm assuming everyone was like me. okay, she's watching her son's trial fall apart. She knows how this is going to end, right? Like, I don't think anyone was probably unaware Charlie was going to be found guilty, right? So the fact that she's preemptively trying to sell things, or even out of fear, she might have started selling things way ahead of time out of fear she's next if Charlie's found guilty. And the argument they were trying to make is because she tried to sell things prior, she couldn't have been trying to sell things because she was leaving the country. Although that doesn't disprove that. If anything, it it didn't work for me. I'm putting it that way. Admission of the complete planner would have corrected the misrepresentation made by the state, as there were 39 other entries in the planner where Mrs. Adelson listed to sell identical items as far back as January 2023. Okay. They're saying from 2023. That's still... When was Charlie arrested? I should know that. Anyway, yeah, I don't think that helps her in any way. And they couldn't explain why it would help her to the judge either. In Curtis v. State, the court recognized that judges have a duty to admit evidence that does not fit neatly within the confines. As the court admitted portions of both planners, there is no question concerning the authenticity of the materials. Exclusion of the planners infringed on Mrs. Adelson's right to present a defense, and the evidence was important to defeat the argument. She was fleeing to avoid prosecution. Thus, the court erred in excluding the planners as evidence. I don't think that's good. I don't think it's good, a good argument. I think it's the best the defense has had in this so far, but I don't think that's going to fly. For other cause not due to Mrs. Adelson's fault, she did not receive a fair and impartial trial. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what's not her fault again. Specifically, the courts must vigilantly guard against atmosphere in and around the courtroom becoming so hostile as to interfere with the trial process, even though all forms of trial conform to the requirements of law. She sat there and made faces. What are they saying was so bad? The judge had to stop Donna for doing things like taking her headphones off and making sounds. This is a case where the cumulative effects of a number of factors constitute inherent prejudice resulting in Mrs. Adelson not receiving a fair trial. When the court would rule against the defendant on many occasions, members of the gallery supporting the state would laugh out loud. I mean, were they laughing because it was denied, or were they laughing because your arguments were bad? Either way, was it... They talked previously about the jurors, right? The jurors being interviewed. Are they going to state that the jurors were in some way tilted by this, right? Because the judge admonished the jury a couple times for different things. So they are trying to argue earlier juror misconduct, right? Are they going to even bring up... the jurors even hear this? The jurors pay attention to this. Counsel for the defendant brought this to the attention of the court, and the court appropriately advised the gallery that it was not acceptable. The court did this on more than one occasion. However, the conduct continued throughout the trial, and the court took no action to remove those who violated the order. This undermined the credibility of the defense in the eyes of the jurors. Not only were they laughing out loud, videos and images captured through the live video casting revealed gallery members making faces and moving about to capture the attention of the jurors while testimony was underway. I watched the live feeds. I don't remember this. If it didn't, I didn't capture my eye. The only time I can think of laughter, and I can't think of the exact situation, but I think it was due to something not loading or something, and there was some joking comment. But other than that, I don't remember catching it on the feed, and I definitely don't remember people making faces and trying to get attention of the jurors. I know a couple times the camera zoomed in on family members, but I don't know what they're talking about. And also, like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. This interfered with the jurors' ability to focus on the evidence and distracted them from closing arguments. Again, You want to reference what the jurors said. Did any jurors say that? The court admonished the defendant on, oh, so wait, Donna can do wrong. On numerous occasions that she was not permitted to show any emotion in the presence of the jury. The law does not require that a defendant appear without any emotion. In fact, in this case, appearing to be cold to the serious and evidence of the case may cause the jury to believe the defendant had no care or concern for what the victim endured. This person has too much emotion. This person doesn't have enough emotion. The court didn't allow Donna enough emotion. I don't know how. During the course of the trial, prior to the reading of the verdict, the defendant did not do anything to disrupt the proceedings. She repeatedly took her headset off that she claimed she needed to hear, suddenly didn't need it to hear the judge once the jury was out. She did become tearful during her first sight of autopsy photographs and got choked up when her children appeared to testify against her. She did not speak out. She was not sobbing out loud. She was not crying out. She did need tissues to wipe away her tears, but she made no noises that distracted the jury in any way. I mean, you're listing out things that are worse than what you claim the jury. The jury's attention is going to be on the defendant and the evidence, and you've already listed the defendant making more actions than anything they claimed the audience, which they're not going to be paying attention to, made. Even the victim's parents know that she showed no remorse. No fucking way. Due to her lack of emotion during the trial, this impacted the decision of the jury, resulting in Mrs. Adelson not receiving a fair trial. They are trying to use Dan Markel's parents to get Donna a new trial. My guess is that the ex-judge wrote that part. The state presented evidence and testimony over a period of 6 days. The defense had requested 4 to 5 days for its case. On the second day of the defense's case, the court demanded that Mrs. Adelson decide whether she would testify. Okay. Both counsel for Mrs. Adelson as well as Mrs. Adelson herself repeatedly advised the court that more time was needed to discuss the evidence, admitted pros and cons of testimony based on the volume and substance of the evidence, admitted during trial in order to make a knowing and intelligent decision. She's had since Dan was killed to decide whether she would testify in her eventual trial. Let's just put it bluntly. It was time. It was time for her to decide. She's had more time than most witnesses, and she's deciding to the last minute, right? The most important decision in her life is especially significant in that the state made numerous changes to evidence during the trial. So they're trying to play around it. Well, see, it's the state's fault Donna couldn't decide. When the court recessed early on September 2nd, 2025 to allow counsel to meet with Mrs. Adelson, we first spent a great deal of time reviewing the exhibits actually admitted so that we could discuss them with Mrs. Adelson. Should have not been her first time seeing them since they were admitted. Counsel then drove to the detention center to meet with Miss Adelson for the 2 hours authorized, arriving at approximately 5 p.m. Counsel did not have enough time to go through every exhibit with Mrs. Adelson during its meeting. Counsel advised the court of this matter the following day when the court inquired about Mrs. Adelson's decision. Not only did the court force the defendant to make an uninformed decision, she's had plenty of time, he threatened to hold counsel for the defendant in contempt of court because they were continuing to speak to the client about this important decision that she had to make. Yeah, he told you to stop talking. An ex-judge would not stop because she just didn't care. There are moments in this trial where the judge is speaking and she has her back to him, packing things up, not paying attention. Which again brought an audible derogatory response from the gallery. Okay, guess what? If true, guess what? The jury wasn't there. They're going to argue, well, it makes the whatever type of hostile courtroom. You were just doing something that the judge threatened you with contempt for. Now, who is in more wrong in that scenario? The defense attorney being contemptuous or someone laughing at that in the audience? Which one is worse? Oddly enough, whenever the state needed additional time to set up electronics for opening statements, they're arguing here about when there was technology issues, when it didn't work. Not their stuff, the courtroom stuff didn't work. But again, you could have used technology if you had picked different defense attorneys. Let's continue. For witness testimony, closing arguments, or even additional time to make their closing argument. Didn't their closing argument get cut off at one point? And didn't the defense interject like twice during their closing argument too? The court not only gave them the additional time, he joked with the prosecutors about it, thus leaving the clear impression they favor the state in this case. Surely the decision of a defendant facing life in prison is more important than the extra time the state requests to conclude his closing argument. The defendant's request was not granted and made a huge impact on the outcome of the case. So she regrets not testifying. That's her fault. The court showed favoritism to the state at most every junction of the trial. While the trial had delays, starting times to accommodate the state's need, the defense was required to meet its tasks over lunch breaks, thus not allowing counsel adequate to meet the obligations of counsel for the trial, resulting in the inability to consume lunch over the break. I want you to take a moment and put yourself in defense counsel's shoes. This is a life case, right? The end of this, like, this is a case. They're going to be put away for life if they're found guilty. So, your argument is you weren't prepared. You, the defense, weren't prepared. So it's the judge's fault that what, you drank a Monster during lunch instead of a full lunch? Are you going to now argue your macronutrients weren't met by the lunch you packed yourself? There's so much time they had in this case to put everything together, and they botched it. The defense botched this. If Donna Adelson is to get a new trial, it will be something involving ineffective assistance of counsel. In my opinion, that is the only shot she has. And that'll come in the appeal. This is a motion for a new trial. The court sustained the ejection of the state without giving the defense an opportunity to respond. I remember a couple of those instances, and it was things that the judge had already ruled on. And again, it was the ex-judge making the arguments. I always thought everything she did was terrible in this case, if you can't tell. But also, it was that, and I think I can't think of it right now, the exact thing, but there was one that seemed ridiculous, and it was just a denial. Under some situations, sidebar arguments were made, but on more than one occasion, the court denied the defense's request to approach. Additionally, even when the court sustained the defense's objection at a sidebar, when the sidebar concluded, the court announced to the jury that the objection was overruled. I can't say one way or another the sidebars aren't public yet. And if you're wondering, they should be. Eventually. Probably with the appeal. Sarah Boone, her stuff was made public, the sidebar stuff, because of the appeal. During one sidebar discussion, the court asked counsel a question. As counsel attempted to answer the question, counsel was met with a scolding to not talk over the court. Counsel thereafter was prevented from answering the court's questions. I am fully expecting this to end up being, if this comes out, it'll be ex-judge interrupting the judge, trying to talk over them to answer a question that wasn't even fully asked yet. I'm going to make that guess. Like, if I had to guess who on the defense side is doing that, The temperament of the court towards the defense counsel was regarded as negative and gave the appearance of partiality for the state on part of the court. Not only the defense, but the spectators in the gallery, the media, those viewing the trial through the media. My negative opinion of the defense has nothing to do with the judge. I want to assure you of that. Fellow defense attorneys commented they had appeared before the court in trial on similar charges, and they were shocked to see the obvious disdain the court showed toward Mrs. Adelson and her counsel in this case. Name them. Name them. Although there is a standard jury instruction to the jury that they are to disregard anything the court may have done that led him to believe he favored one outcome or the other, and that was read in this case, it is not realistic that a jury can set those feelings aside. The jury clearly disregarded the instruction of the court on other issues and did so on the instruction as well. So we're arguing here that the jury was swayed by emotion, swayed by no emotions, and swayed because the defense was bad at their job. The totality of circumstances present during Mrs. Adelson's trial established inherent prejudice. To wit, there's an unacceptable risk of impermissible factors coming into play. Literally, this sets up, though, I really think this whole thing sets up incompetent defense arguments at the appeal. It's like, look at these numbskulls. Look at all these issues they caused her. This might be more of the defense giving her ammo for that appeal than anything else. Seeing how it plays out. Therefore, the totality of circumstances present during Miss Adelson's trial establish prejudice. To wit, there's and then she wants to have a new trial, and then it's signed, and yes, the ex-judge does use the address of a crematory for her signature. So that's where we're at. In the Donna Adelson case, I think that this is obvious nonsense. I think that I normally, like, when I read these, it's obviously grasping at stuff. They're like arguing against themselves at multiple points. That's how bad I think this is. I think they are fighting themselves, and it's just I don't think it's gonna work. Like, the chances of it working ever, low. The chance of this working, pretty much zero. Let me know what you think in the comments. I don't know. I'm a little blown away that they tried to use Dan Markel's parents to get Donna a new trial. That's what stuck around. That's what stuck with me. That's the part I remember. On October 13th, Donna Adelson will be sentenced. And spoiler, she will be getting a life sentence because that is the mandatory sentence she must receive. Now, if you haven't watched the trial or my prior coverage, we already have gotten impact statements. So I assume it's going to be a chance for Donna to say something. She might not. She might put on more crying without tears. We're going to have to see. I'm going to take the guess that she's suddenly, again, not going to have to wear the headphones that she only needed to hear when the jury was there, to get her some pity points. Suddenly, as soon as the jury was done, they've deliberated, she didn't need those anymore. I still just remember that. With that out of the way, I have not actually covered myself the order denying Donna's post-trial motions, so let's get into them. This cause came before the court for consideration of the defendant's motion for leave to interview jurors. Yes, if you haven't been following along, she wanted to interview a couple jurors, and we'll get into that. Motion for new trial and renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, all filed on September 15th, 2025. The court having reviewed the defendant's motions, the court filed trial record, and being duly advised in the premises hereby find motion for leave to interview jurors. Defendant seeks to interview two members of the jury in her case, jurors 5 and 7, In moving to interview jurors, the motion must set forth allegations that are not only merely speculative, conclusory, or concern matters that inhere in the verdict itself. Consequently, juror interviews are not permissible unless the moving party has made sworn allegations that, if true, would require the court to order a new trial because the alleged error was so fundamental and prejudicial as to vitiate the entire proceedings. I might be getting that word wrong. So, we continue on. The defendant's allegations do not establish a prima facie case of jury misconduct, but instead encourage the court to engage in a procedure disapproved of by the Florida Supreme Court. So she's trying to get them to do something the Florida Supreme Court said not to do. And yes, I am having a late at night monster right now. The argued reason for interviewing juror number 5 is that he revealed he considered how defendant reacted to the evidence and testimony during the trial. However, there's always a however. Defendant also notes that juror number 5 expressly stated he did not consider her reactions during deliberations. Defendant's motion concedes that juror number 5 said he did not consider defendant's reactions when deliberating. This challenge primarily concerns that juror number 5 observed the defendant's reaction during her trial. By operation of fundamental, procedural, and statutory rights, the jurors are present in the same courtroom as the defendant. It is not impermissible for the jurors to visibly observe the defendant over the course of the trial. Yes, really at its core, this was Donna arguing, they looked at me. A juror saw my face. They saw the way I reacted. Even though they said they didn't take it into account, they saw me. The Florida Supreme Court in Phillips v. State found the fact that the 3 jurors briefly viewed a defendant in his jailed uniform was insufficient to warrant a new trial. The fact alleged here falls short of the argued prejudice found as insufficient in Phillips. Accordingly, the defendant may not have leave to interview juror number 5. So there's number 5 gone. Number 7 is the one that got a little bit more attention, I think. The argued reason for interviewing juror number 7 is that she posted on TikTok that she was selected as a juror on August 26, 2025. Defendant provided a video recording of this post, and the court was also able to locate the post on the juror's TikTok account, where it remains an active post as of the filing of this order. It displays the following text over the video of juror number 7. When I told God I needed a break, he makes it so I'm selected to serve on a jury for a 2-week trial. Won't he do it? Along with a caption that reads, no work, no kids for most of the day. You know what? Heaven, yeah. Juror number 7. And it has a link to it here. If you want to go, it's right there. There's the ID and everything. The jury was instructed not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, and this is italicized, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. An emphasis is added. The court concludes juror number 7's TikTok post does not constitute communication about the case. Rather, it was a comment about her jury service and its length. It does not reveal the parties, the attorneys, the alleged crimes, whether it was civil or criminal, or even the location of the trial. In other words, it was not about the case. As such, it is not juror misconduct. The TikTok post was not so fundamental and prejudicial as to vacate the entire proceeding. So basically, they got nothing, which I think everyone knew that, saw her pleadings. I think I covered it. I think everyone knew she had no shot. This was the best shot she had, and obviously it didn't work. Furthermore, every prospective juror was informed if you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. So literally, she was approved to do this. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. Attachment B. The defendant did not object to the jurors being able to disclose that limited information, and juror number 7's TikTok post comports with this exception to the communication prohibition. The defendant cannot now use juror 7's compliance with this directive as grounds to interview her. She literally followed the court order that Donna's people didn't object to. Accordingly, defendant may not have leave to interview juror number 7. The motion for leave to interview jurors denied as to both jurors 5 and 7. So that's kind of the annoying part that happens with people always want to have juror interviews and juror information, but every time it adds and I watch them too, right? I'm going to admit, but every time it adds a not zero chance that something is misconstrued or said and gets them a new trial. Didn't work, doesn't work often, but it can happen. But obviously, these both were complete nonsense. You can't look at the defendant. You can't see their face. You can't see that they're. You know what? I'm not. I'm going to leave it there. Let's continue. Contrary to the law or the weight of the evidence and judgment of acquittal, this is the motion for new trial, renewed motion for judgment of acquittal. So she wants to be acquitted now. I'm not going to read all of this, obviously. The court does not find the juror's verdict is contrary to the law or weight of the evidence. Court concludes a great amount of evidence supports the convictions. And it's just explaining members of the conspiracy and the different charges. The court also denies the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, relying on its denial of defendant's initial motion for judgment of acquittal. All direct and circumstantial evidence admitted, and evidence demonstrating the defendant's consciousness of guilt. Now we have decision of any matter of law which arose during trial. This is the planners, I believe. The court does not find error in refusing to admit the complete 2014 and 2023 planners. The state introduced the particular entries from the two calendars. Defendant asked to introduce a complete calendar during its case in chief. As an initial matter, the request was untimely under section Florida statute. Although the plain language of the statute required the adverse party to introduce the other part of the statement at the time the first party introduced the statement, Florida courts have generally allowed the adverse party to delay introducing the other part of the statement until cross-examination. Defendant's request was too late because it came after cross-examination of the relevant witnesses. Okay. Even if the request was timely, it was improper because the purpose of the rule of completeness is to avoid potential for creating misleading impressions by taking statements out of context. By its very nature, a calendar day planner is divided into a series of pages corresponding with the days in a year. Thus, the court concludes the entries of the state admitted into evidence were not out of context. They were not one part of a whole. They were specific dates in the calendars referencing specific events, and those relevant entries were admitted in their entirety. It's been a bit, but I believe the argument the defense gave was the specific sections being used, if they had the full calendars, showed she was trying to sell things for a longer period of time, a pattern of keeping information, and basically the defense was trying to submit the whole thing to basically say, look, it's not weird she did this. She did things like this before and prior and with other people, and therefore it wasn't proof that she was involved in the conspiracy. Which I don't think it would have helped the defense if it was submitted. And in some ways, I kind of just wish it was, so this wouldn't be an argument. But obviously, that's not what happened. Interpreting the rule of completeness to allow for every other entry in the calendars would require the contemporaneous admission of any written or recorded statement that might cast light on an admitted statement. Using the language, fairness does not require turning a trial into a voyage on a sea of hearsay. Accordingly, the defendant's invocation of the rule of completeness was properly denied. I mean, it would have been denied because of the timeliness of it, right? But I don't think it helped the defense or it would hurt the prosecution if it was submitted, right? I don't think it would have done the role the defense was trying. So yes, they're finding it was proper to not admit it. I don't think it would have. I would have preferred it just to be admitted. So I don't. Why not? Of course, hearsay is why, right? I get that. I get that. But like as a layperson. Moreover, the court permitted defendant to use the entire set of calendar entries as a demonstrative exhibit during her closing argument. Again, right there, that's the thing where I'm like, so if we're using it, in the closing argument, I know the closing argument, I don't know. Again, I'm just like, eh. The defendant argued the state did not want the jury to see them. I mean, the state didn't. I mean, I'm willing to agree. The state did not want the jury to see it. They used it in the closing arguments. I wouldn't say that means the state wanted it shown there. In addition, the 2023 calendar entries defendant sought to admit would not refute arguments that she was fleeing to avoid prosecution when compared to the vast amounts of contrary evidence that existed beyond the planner. That's true. Such as the defendant's text messages, WhatsApp messages, Google searches for non-extradition countries, recorded conversations, emergency fast-track visa, and a one-way ticket to Vietnam. For other cause. The court does not find the arguments presented in this claim warrant a new trial, specifically addressing defendant's decision not to testify. The court relies on the trial record. After the defendant had closed her case, but prior to the commencement of closing arguments, the parties were asked to approach sidebar. The court explained it had performed additional research and wanted to confirm that defendant did not want to testify. The court added, the reason why I am bringing this issue to the party's attention is only because I believe the appellate cases of the state make clear, prior to instructions in closing, the exercise of the fundamental right leans towards allowing the defendant to reopen her case if she wanted to testify. Upon the court's inquiry, counsel responded, we talked to her for a somewhat lengthy period of time last night over the phone while we were preparing. She informed Miss Fulford and my paralegal that she felt secure in her decision. Defendant was then placed under oath and asked if she absolutely firm about this decision not to testify, and defendant twice responded, yes, I am, but asked for a few minutes to talk to counsel. The court then granted the additional 30 minutes for further to discuss her decision. After that time had elapsed, defendant once again stated, I have made a decision. I am not going to testify. When asked if she was firm on this decision, defendant answered, I am. The court concluded, I will make no further inquiry unless the state of the defense seeks for the court to do so at this point. The court, let's read the note at the bottom. The court also clarified its reference to contempt was related to defense counsel not timely returning from their conferral with defendant in previous day after being instructed they had exactly 5 additional minutes to discuss the defendant's decision not to testify. Defendant and counsel did not seek additional clarification on the matter. For additional context, the court attaches a compilation discussion concerning defendant's decision not to testify that precipitated the court's warning, including when the court mentioned that whether the direct will start this afternoon is a separate matter from whether she is planning to testify. And then we go back up here. Neither party did. Accordingly, the defendant was provided sufficient time and did make a knowingly, voluntary, intelligent decision not to testify. In denying defendant's other allegations, the court relies on the complete trial records of the proceedings, ordered in a judge that the defendant's motion for leave to interview jurors, motion for a new trial, renewed motion for judgment, and acquittal are denied, done in order the 25th of September, 2025. And here we have the reference sidebar. Court says, in researching some matters last night in anticipation of moving into closing today, I did want to confirm with the defense that the defendant is not asking to testify. Mr. Zellman. We talked to her for a somewhat lengthy period of time last night over the phone while we were preparing. She informed Miss Fulford and my paralegal she had taken off her speakerphone at that point, that she felt secure in her decision. If your honor would like to have Miss Adelson come to the bench, I can have her. The court says just have the bailiff bring her over here to the sidebar. Yes, sir, and the defendant is now present. Court. Mrs. Adelson, before we move on to the instruction in the law and the closing arguments this morning, I once again wanted to confirm with you that you are firm in your decision that you are choosing not to testify. Yes, Your Honor, I am. The court, you are absolutely firm in this decision? Yes, I am. Is there any further that you need to speak with your 2 attorneys on this matter? I would like a few minutes to talk to them, yes, if I could. Add to this particular decision or some other matter. Ms. Adelson says, as to this particular decision. On this, I will provide a few moments. After this, we do need to resume timely. Yesterday, when the court made reference to contempt, this concern was continued to occur and does not return from the conferrals. We need to resume court. If you need to speak to your attorneys now, concerning whether you wish to testify, I will allow you to do so. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to accomplish this. When 10 minutes is up, we do need to move on. Mrs. Kappelman. Judge, is it your intent to go right into instructions and closing at the conclusion of the 10 minutes? The court says that would be my intent. Mrs. Kappelman, I will request 30 minutes because I need some more time to get my closing act together So maybe that can give a little more time for the defense to do what they need to do as well. Both parties need to share their closing PowerPoints and demonstratives with each other too. Court will take 30 minutes then. The reason why I'm bringing this issue to the party's attention is only because I believe the appellate cases of this state make clear, prior to the instruction in closing, a request to reopen the case for the defendant to testify. The exercise of the fundamental right leans towards allowing this to occur. I'm giving her this last opportunity to confer with counsel and make this decision. Ms. Fulford, may I say something, Your Honor? If the state is done with their closing, we're going to need a break for time to set up our stuff. Court, that's fine. Will any recordings be used as part of the closings today? Yes. Mrs. Dugan, may I ask one more thing? Is it the court's intent to read the stipulation prior to jury instructions? Yes, because that will be part of the evidence in the case, and the sidebar conference concluded. So there is the sidebar. That's what you didn't get to see if you watched in court, right? So maybe people who've covered this prior have seen that. You've already shared that to you, maybe not. This is my coverage of it. Monday. It's probably not going to be a long appearance. We'll see. And of course, what do I see when I looked up people today talking about it? People asking, I wonder where Wendy is right now. And if she is going to be home, or maybe in a undisclosed location where maybe authorities won't find her. People are very much focusing on Wendy still. People that have followed this case. And I want to just point that out. She has not been charged. Okay. So with all that being said, that will be Monday. So the plan for me is probably going to be this Monday. There's probably going to be nothing from me on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I am going to have a early morning event on one game that then bleeds into the release of Pokemon like 4 hours later. So then I'm going to have to try to balance both of them because I want Pokemon and to do videos on my gaming channel, and it's going to be a mess. So don't expect much from me next week either, I will say, at least next week. I'll be still checking. I'm still checking for Sarah Boone stuff. I have to check her criminal case too, because I never know when a lawyer's going to quit. So hopefully you enjoy the content, and I'll see you in the next video. Probably going to be Monday after her sentencing, just to let you know what happened, whether she spoke or not. It's not really a question of sentence on Monday. It's more of, will she make a spectacle of it? Donna Adelson is in court for her sentencing today, and as I predicted, Donna doesn't need that hearing device that she needed in front of the jury. I guess you don't need it when you know it's just the sentence left, right? Now, what I didn't expect was how absolutely crazy the defense was actually going to be today. I thought this was going to be rather tame. I was wrong. Now, this won't be exact, but I will hit the key points. The defense has complaints about the pre-sentence investigation, and if you guessed, hey, is all of this going to be handled by the ex-judge? You're right. The date Donna was arrested, wrong, needs changed. Donna was listed as having a salary, but she hasn't been changed. Donna was listed as being employed, but she isn't changed. They wanted to list Donna as unemployed for the last 2 years, changed. Complaints about grammatical errors, changed. Complaints about one grandchild's gender being listed wrong, changed. And now it's filed. And I am sorry if anything happens with my eyes during this. They have been killing me. I'm about to go lay down after this. I am tired. The state is requesting, if I get the number right, $723,123.68 in restitution. The state has documentation for that. The state created 2 score sheets because the defense argues against the death points counting against Donna, so they gave the judge both. The state is asking for 30 years consecutive to count 1, and an additional 30 years concurrent to count 2. So it would be count 1, life without parole, count 2, 30 years, count 3, 30 years, and it would end up being a life and 30-year sentence, right? The ex-judge brings up a witness who is a doctor with a statement in support of Donna, and they have to fix some audio issues because this is going to be done over Zoom. The judge is the witness, is a friend of the Adelson family, but he hasn't seen them in the last 20 years. Which, right there, We're getting some Sarah Boone style witnesses. Oh, I haven't seen him much in 20 years, but I'm here as a witness. A little weird. He apologizes he can't hug her and take her to dinner. Tells Donna she has friends and he believes in her. He never thought they'd be in this situation when they first met her. It's a tragedy for him to need to be here and talk in these circumstances. Um, he feels for her and the Markel family. He compares himself moving young from countries to the boy's father being murdered, which I thought was a little wild. I think that's how I took the comparison. Um, that was weird to me. Talks about how grandsons have a family. He believes Donna is a victim and exploited by parties involved in the case. He believes Donna was exploited by her son. He believes Donna was trying to be a loving mother and is innocent on all three counts. The victims are both families. Watching the hate, stress, and vengeance is a terrible thing to see. As Holocaust survivors, you would think we would understand that better. That is wild to me. That's wild to me. You're invoking the Holocaust knowing Donna's statements about Nazis dressing the kids up. I don't know why you would like do that, but a very bad idea. This witness says he was a politician who passed many laws, and he thinks life without parole is a very harsh sentence. He thinks that that wasn't meant for domestic crimes, but for things like drug dealers and organized crime, dangers to the public. I will say I saw some people in like the live chats of the live streams of this trial saying that they thought that was like a racist thing. I don't know. You can take that's not what he said. He didn't say anything racist, but he did say it shouldn't apply to domestic crimes, whatever. I guess he would conclude this is that. But this was this was a planned multi-sectional conspiracy. Like there's more organization in this planned murder than a lot of drug dealing, right? So that's for danger to the public, and it shouldn't be used against the average citizen. He wants conspiracy laws to be changed. And at this point, the judge stops him and asks if it's supposed to be character because he isn't an expert on the law. Ex-judge says it is character. He asks the judge for compassion. Donna had no bad intentions. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, and sadly, this is one of those cases. He says it's time for compassion and invokes how grandchildren will react. He's basically like, this will like change the lives of the grandchildren with society today. It really won't, because I mean, she's gonna go get away for life, and her appeals are probably gonna fail. But yeah, I think this was a really bad start. I mean, we're starting off with the Holocaust being invoked, and his statements like how these charges weren't meant for people like Donna is going to rub people the wrong way. What does he mean by that? Is it like because she's old, because she's rich, because of the color of her skin? There's a lot of people making a lot of assumptions there. Maybe he didn't mean any of that. Probably didn't think it would come across that way. He probably didn't. But people are going to make that type of comparison. He's trying to save his friend, right? He's going to try anything. I get it. I just don't think that worked. I don't think that statement worked at all. They brought up another friend, this one in person. They believe she's innocent. If there's a change in venue, she would have been found innocent. That's all that one is. The judge asks again if these are character witnesses. Because, I mean, they're not really talking about Donna's character. It's more like we don't like the way the trial went. Now, letters are being read. Donna is kind, loving, can't endanger anyone. Donna is old. Next letter is a woman talking about her own life, immigrating from Israel and later meeting Donna. It was a 62-plus year friendship. She was Donna's maid of honor. Next letter is another friend. Donna helped him when his stepson passed away. Donna shows up for her friends as a loving mother. Donna has the ability to contribute positively. Next letter. Known Donna for 50 years and lived far apart. Loving and kind, he's a grandfather of one of Charlie's kids. Harvey was also the dentist. Never heard Donna raise her voice. And then we get Harvey Adelson himself. And if you thought the first witness is the worst we're going to get, you're wrong. Harvey says his wife sacrificed everything for her family. Donna has done nothing wrong and is being punished for a crime she did not commit. I thought we lived in a different kind of world, but I guess I was wrong. We watched the whole trial and he screamed in his mind. He says the prosecution witnesses were liars. He says that Danny's parents are liars about not getting to see the grandchildren. Danny's parents keep lying to the court about the grandchildren. He says a biased jury and judge were biased by years of one-sided news pieces, and the judge stops him. This has nothing to do with character. Ex-judge is trying to find parts in his written statement that are about character. They bring in another attorney. They're trying to find something. He comes back up with what looks like a little bit maybe highlighted. He continues that Donna didn't participate in these acts and you are sending an innocent woman to prison. It is vengeance and it is wrong. And that's it. That's all Harvey has to say. But that was so bad. He attacked the parents of the victim, the jury, the judge, so bad. And you're like, wow, that's the worst statement of the day. No, because Donna wants to make a statement. She wants to make an unsworn statement. The judge says all witnesses will be sworn. Defense cites case law saying defense can give an unsworn statement. She is allowed to make an unsworn statement. She says Dan was a fine and decent man, well-educated, passionate about his career. He was a loving father. His car was followed, and he didn't know when he left his boys off at daycare, it would be the last time they would see each other. Danny was being hunted and he was murdered in broad daylight by vicious killers. I cannot imagine the terror he felt when he saw a gun pointed at him through the window of his car or his heroic efforts to stay alive. She asked for a tissue partway through for her nose. Throughout the entire thing, I never saw a tear from her eye, to be clear. But she did blow her nose. She says her and her husband decided after his death that the best thing to do was to give the kids love, and she would give them that if he was alive. She says it is interesting the state can't make up their minds who is the mastermind. It was Katie, then it was Charlie, and now me. I didn't have knowledge as the evil act was going to take place. The state convinced the jury without evidence. Where is the evidence prior to the murder? Where is the evidence before July 18th? The judge stops her and asks, is the defense trying to re-argue the trial? The judge tells Donna to continue, but tells her the court can take into consideration the utter lack of remorse she is displaying. And her jaw, if you watch, drops a little bit at that. She is stunned. She's like, wait, I'm hurting myself? Where is the solicitation and conspiracy evidence from before the murder? There is none. They convicted an innocent person. It makes you wonder if the jurors were sleeping. The state's own witness blew the story I brought money to Danny's out of the water. That didn't happen, by the way. The state's witness said they couldn't pinpoint her phone there, but Donna herself said she was there. So, in a text message. But the jury bought into it hook, line, and sinker. Donna complained she didn't get a change of venue. Not one possible juror who said they had heard of the case said they thought she was innocent. And she uses that as proof she should have got a new venue. Or, that they saw evidence and made a decision you didn't like. One of my jurors admitted she had background information about what one of the state's witnesses would testify about. Why was she allowed on my jury? I don't know the background of that. Maybe someone can let me know in the comments, but wasn't that juror agreed to by both sides? Like, there was a bunch of jury people. Why did that one get picked? Wouldn't you have stopped that one particularly if you thought it'd be a problem? But the judge stops her and says, this is grievances for the appellate court. What does any of this have to do with sentencing? They start cutting down Donna's statement, and a phone goes off in the courtroom, and we're back. Donna says she's an innocent woman, and Danny was a legal scholar who would be appalled at what happened in her trial. He would be embarrassed to have his name associated with any of it. There are two crimes. One is Danny murdered. The other is convicting me. She is saying... She is literally putting herself on a pedestal here. Like, the real victim's her. And in fact, the person that she conspired to murder would be appalled that she's going to trial for it. Absolutely insane. Donna says she will appeal for a trial outside of Tallahassee. Donna says she never would have wanted Danny killed. The grandkids and his family didn't deserve this. Danny didn't deserve it. Donna says she wasn't involved in any way with Danny's murder. Defense says the judge can't use law of remorse against Donna. Well, she ended, but then the defense says that the judge can't use lack of remorse against Donna, and cites some case law. The judge says the Supreme Court of Florida has ruled on this, and there's a 10-minute break for the judge to find it for the defense. The judge reads the case law where someone claimed innocence, but also put blame on the jury and the court. It sounded just like Donna, and it was decided that they could take the lack of remorse into consideration. The ex-judge is up. talk for Donna. First count, they know his life, but they want a downward departure for the other two. One non-statutory reason is disparity in treatment of co-defendants, and the other is statutory. Defendant has a minor placement in the criminal conduct, and they go through the case law for each, and then the defense says Luis Riviera got a 19-year sentence concurrent to a case he already had for 12 years. So it was only 7 years. Ex-judge goes through his involvement in the case. Donna's role, according to the state, is minimal. Some ugly emails. Charlie was the problem solver. She is just going through the case evidence. Donna's sentence is in excess of the driver's sentence. The judge said that Luis took a plea deal and testified in other trials. So I'm not typing all of this because basically the defense is just rereading what happened in the trials, but their argument basically boils down to, hey, this guy who took a plea and then testified in the other trials, why does Donna not get a shorter sentence than that? She's repeating the story from the trial so much she needs to stop and get a drink. Donna maintains her innocence and will seek an appeal. Donna couldn't have shown more remorse for the killing of Dan Markel. The ex-judge says some of Donna's statements might have been bothersome to the court. The judge stops her and calls her out that bothersome is not what they would call it. Donna said those who committed the offense should be in prison. The defense has always been respectful to Dan Markel. He did not deserve for this to happen. Mentions how Dan's parents' statements previously were correct today. Dan didn't deserve this, as Donna said. The defense wants 3 years for count 2 and 3 concurrently with 701 days time served. Because anything more, even if Donna succeeds in appealing count 1, it's still a death sentence. 30 years is a death sentence. This is a just and reasonable sentence. They also want the judge to request her be close as possible to Miami. They bring up, state brings up Katie is at Lowell and requests separation. The judge is reviewing the state mentioned. The judge comes back with case law and downward departure was not proven. So all of that from the defense, and it didn't do anything. He talks the planning and conspiring that Donna did. Donna can maintain her innocence, but the court's decisions based on the evidence is clear. Count 1. We knew this was coming. Donna got life. We knew that. Count 2 and 3. Donna got 30 years each. Consecutive to count 1, concurrent to each other. So she has life and 30 years. They read the court cautions. The judge will make the recommendation of where to place Donna, but he can't control that. And they'll try to keep her from Katie. Donna has 30 days to appeal. She's fingerprinted and let out. Sorry if I didn't do a great job on that one. I'm rather tired, but I wasn't expecting it to be that long. Absolutely insane. All I have to say is absolutely insane. The witnesses were bad. Donna was bad. Everything was bad. Even the witnesses didn't really want to argue character. They wanted to argue the case. I think it was terrible. And I think the defense did poorly. Like, I don't think it's, of course she was, I think she was guilty. She was found guilty, but I think the defense itself was bad in the case. That's my opinion of it. I think everything that on Donna's side was terrible. I don't think her testifying would have changed anything, but it sure didn't help today.